To the Nine Tails. This blonde menace opened his eyes in the womb, and the entire shinobi world felt it. Reincarnated god of war Ares just bodied elite shinobis at 8 years old, built a throne from their skulls, and said, "Mine!" to the whole planet. Spider legs, soul eating, and zero fucks given. This Naruto didn't save the world. He conquered it.
The midwife who delivered Naruto Uzumaki on the night of the Kyuubi attack refused to speak about the birth for the rest of her life. When pressed by colleagues at the hospital, she would only say that the child opened his eyes the moment he left the womb, and the eyes were wrong. They burned like heated iron. Amber shot through with molten veins of gold, and when the infant looked at her, she felt something she could only describe as being weighed by a thing that had existed longer than the concept of mercy. The baby did not cry. He watched. And the killing intent that poured off the nine-tailed fox outside seemed to bend toward the delivery room like water seeking the lowest point. She quit medicine 3 days later. Naruto Uzumaki was raised in an apartment that Konoha's administration assigned to him at age 4. He walked there alone. He cooked for himself by 5. By 6, children who crossed him in the street came home with fractures they couldn't explain, and a deep, irrational terror they couldn't shake for weeks. The adults whispered about the demon fox because that explanation was comfortable. It was simple. It was wrong. What lived inside that boy was older than the Biju, older than chakra, older than the sage of 6 paths and whatever cosmic accident had birthed the shinobi system into existence. The god of war had been many things across many worlds and many deaths. He had been an Olympian, standing in bronze armor atop the corpse fields of Troy. He had been a cosmic entity woven into the fabric of a universe where conflict itself was a living force. He had been worshipped. He had been feared. He had been killed and reborn so many times that death held all the significance of a brief nap between campaigns. And when the multiverse collapsed, every version of him into a single point of divine consciousness and poured that consciousness into the crying gap between a dying mother and a sealed fox, Ares did not resist. He opened his new eyes and looked at the world of shinobi the way a wolf looks at a field full of sleeping sheep, with patience and appetite. By age 7, Naruto attended the academy with the same energy a lion might bring to sitting in a petting zoo. He answered questions when it amused him. His answers were always correct. He performed jutsu on the first attempt and then refused to perform them again, as though repetition bored him at a molecular level. Iruka Umino, his instructor, wrote in his evaluation report, "Student demonstrates genius-level aptitude combined with total contempt for structure. Recommend advanced placement or specialized mentorship." The Hokage's office rejected the recommendation. They wanted the boy contained, observable, surrounded by peers who might humanize him. The peers could feel it. They sat as far from Naruto as the classroom allowed. When he turned to look at someone, the room went silent the way a forest goes silent when a predator exhales nearby. Sasuke Uchiha, the other prodigy, the other orphan, the other child carrying something enormous in his blood, met Naruto's eyes exactly once during their first year together. Sasuke looked away first. He told himself it meant nothing. He spent the next 3 nights dreaming of burning. Hinata Hyuga watched him from the back of the room with an expression that shifted between fascination and something close to worship. She could see chakra. She had activated her Byakugan during a training exercise and turned it toward the blonde boy sitting alone in the front row. What she saw behind his coils made her deactivate the bloodline so fast she bit her own tongue. His chakra was a furnace. It moved in ways that defied everything her father had taught her about the Tenketsu system, burning outward in slow, crawling waves of amber and deep red, saturating the air around him, pressing against the walls of the room like something caged that could break free whenever it chose. She told her father about it. Hiyashi Hyuga contacted the Hokage that same evening. Hiruzen Sarutobi already knew. He had known since the night he found the infant in the aftermath of the sealing. Minato and Kushina were dead. The fox was sealed, and the child that should have been screaming, that should have been writhing in the agony of a freshly applied seal, was staring at the corpse of the fourth Hokage with an expression that a newborn's face should never have been able to produce. Something between contempt and pity. A look that said, "You died for this, and I would have solved it by standing up." The third Hokage had spent 7 years since then balancing the impossible, keeping the village alive, keeping the boy fed and housed, and keeping himself from admitting what every instinct in his aging body screamed at him whenever he stood in the child's presence. That Naruto Uzumaki was something far beyond a Jinchuriki. That whatever the fourth Hokage had sealed into his son had found something already living in there. Something that made the nine-tailed fox seem small by comparison. Hiruzen smoked his pipe alone in his office at midnight and told himself that with guidance, with patience, with the will of fire, the boy could be shaped into a protector. He was lying to himself. He knew he was lying to himself. And somewhere across the village, in a dark apartment with drawn curtains, the god of war smiled in his sleep, because he could taste the old man's fear from 6 miles away. The Kumo strike force crossed the border on a moonless night in October. 36 shinobi, 28 Chunin-level operatives carrying suppression seals and chakra-draining nets designed for Jinchuriki containment, 6 Jonin specialists, 2 sensors, 2 barrier experts, 1 poisons master, 1 taijutsu destroyer who had gone toe-to-toe with the Raikage in sparring and walked away, and 2 commanders, Jonin elites with kill records that stretched back to the Third Great War. Konoha's border patrol detected them 14 miles out and dispatched Ambu, a full squad of 8, the fastest response available on short notice. The Ambu were dead within 6 minutes of engagement. Konoha's sensor network registered the loss, registered the Kumo force continuing to push inland, registered the trajectory pointing directly at 2 locations, the Hyuga compound and the apartment of Uzumaki Naruto. Emergency protocols activated. More Ambu were dispatched. Hiruzen was woken. The village went to yellow alert, but the Kumo force moved fast, inhumanly fast. They had planned this operation for 2 years. They had mapped every patrol route, every response time, every gap in coverage. Half the force peeled toward the Hyuga compound. The other half, 18 shinobi, including both commanders, drove through the forest southeast of the village proper toward the apartment complex where an 8-year-old boy was supposed to be sleeping. He was awake. He had been awake for an hour. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of his apartment in the dark, eyes open, head tilted slightly as though listening to music only he could hear. Something was coming. Something that tasted like intent, like the bright copper tang of people who had committed themselves to violence. The god of war did not need a sensor network. He could feel conflict approaching the way most people feel rain coming. A pressure change, a dropping weight in the atmosphere, an ancient and beloved scent. He stood. He walked to the window. He opened it. He dropped 3 stories to the ground below without bending his knees on impact. And he walked into the forest. The Kumo force found him in a clearing 400 meters from the village wall. A child. Blonde hair, blue eyes that seemed to hold something luminous behind them, orange pajamas that should have looked ridiculous but somehow didn't because the boy wearing them carried himself like a general inspecting a formation. He stood with his arms at his sides and his chin slightly raised, and when the lead commander signaled the squad to surround him, the boy smiled. The lead commander, a man named Darui's uncle, whose name history would forget because the dead are only remembered when they died of something worth recording, raised his hand and called out, "Uzumaki Naruto, you are being extracted for the security of Kumogakure. Cooperate and you won't be harmed." Naruto tilted his head. The smile stayed. It looked wrong on a child's face, too knowing, too satisfied, like a man who has been waiting for a meal and just heard the dinner bell. "I accept your offering," the boy said. The commander hesitated. A cold feeling crawled up his spine that had nothing to do with the October air. "Restrain him," he ordered. 3 Chunin moved forward with the chakra-draining nets. The sky turned red. It happened in a single breath. The stars vanished, the moon vanished, and the sky above the clearing filled with a color that didn't belong to nature. Blood red, burning, as though the atmosphere itself had caught fire in a frequency that human eyes could register, but human minds could not process. The temperature spiked. The ground beneath the Chunin's feet cracked in hairline fractures that radiated outward from where the boy was standing. And from those cracks, amber light pulsed upward like veins in the earth, suddenly filling with molten gold. Naruto's body ignited. The fire started at his feet and climbed him in a rolling wave of deep orange and furious red. But this was not chakra. Every shinobi present could feel that distinction immediately, could feel it in their bones and their guts and the animal part of their brains that existed before language. This fire was old. It burned with a weight behind it, a divine pressure that made the air itself feel like it was kneeling. His hair, blonde one moment and a roaring mane of actual flame the next, billowed upward and outward, casting shadows that moved wrong, that seemed to reach for people. His body grew. 8 years old, 4 feet tall, and then 5 feet, 7, 9, 12, 15. The pajamas shredded and burned away, replaced by the fire itself wrapping around him like armor, and his proportions shifted into something that belonged to war-made flesh. Broad-shouldered, corded with muscle that pulsed with inner heat, a frame that said I was built to break armies in a language that preceded words. And then the spider legs erupted, 6 of them. Massive, metallic, the color of darkened bronze, segmented like the limbs of something arthropod and nightmarish, each one extending 12 feet from the burning mass of his back. They moved with the kind of speed that made experienced jonin flinch. Faster than hands could form seals, faster than legs could carry a body backward. Each leg terminated in a point sharper than any blade Kumo smiths had ever forged. The first 3 Chunin died before they could scream. One leg speared through the chest of the man holding the net, punching clean through his flak jacket and the body beneath it, and lifting him off the ground like a decoration on a pike. The second and third legs swept sideways in a horizontal arc and cut 2 more in half at the waist. Upper bodies spinning into the dark, legs still standing for a half second before they crumpled. Panic hit the Kumo force like a physical wave. "Engage!" the commander screamed. "All units engage! Lightning formation!" 7 shinobi launched simultaneous lightning release jutsu. Bolts of blue-white electricity hammered into the burning figure from 7 directions. Enough voltage to kill a summoned beast. Enough combined power to overload most defensive jutsu in existence. The lightning struck Naruto's body and dissipated. It crawled across his skin like water running off heated metal, hissing and sparking and doing absolutely nothing. Because this fire was divine and mortal lightning was asking a campfire to burn down the sun. Naruto raised his right hand, palm open, fingers spread. The gesture was almost lazy. Every weapon in the clearing, every kunai, every shuriken, every sword and tanto and senbon and explosive tagged implement ripped free from holsters, from hands, from the air mid-throw. They hung suspended for a frozen instant. 36 shinobi staring at their own tools floating above them in a constellation of sharp metal. And then the weapons reversed. They drove downward and backward into their owners with the force of catapult bolts, punching through armor and muscle and bone with impacts that sprayed red across the amber-lit clearing. 14 men dropped. Dead or dying, pinned to the earth by their own equipment, the remaining Chunin broke formation. Some ran. The spider legs caught them. Each leg moved independently, striking with individual intelligence, skewering a man mid-leap here, sweeping 3 off their feet, and impaling them against a tree trunk there. The clearing filled with the sounds that accompany the end of a military unit. Screaming, wet impacts, the crackle of divine fire touching mortal wood, and setting the forest ablaze in that wrong-colored flame. One of the Jonin specialists, the Taijutsu destroyer, the man who sparred with the Raikage, charged directly at the burning god. He was fast, genuinely fast. His fists carried lightning armor that tripled his striking power, and he closed the gap in under a second, launching a devastating right cross aimed at the center of that 15-foot chest. His fists connected. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing that flattened nearby trees. The Jonin's entire arm shattered on contact, the bones from knuckles to shoulder splintering like dry wood against stone, and he fell backward, clutching the ruined limb, staring upward at the thing he had just punched, which had not moved, had not shifted its weight by a single centimeter. A spider leg stabbed down through his skull and into the earth beneath, pinning his body to the ground like a butterfly in a collector's case. The two commanders stood back to back at the edge of the carnage. 17 of their comrades were dead. 11 more were dying in pieces around the clearing. The barrier experts were trying to erect a containment, and the golden walls they raised melted on contact with the ambient heat radiating from the boy god's body like ice cubes thrown into a volcano. The lead commander, the man who had spoken, who had said cooperate and you won't be harmed, turned to run. He got 4 steps before something gripped him. An invisible force closed around his body like a fist, arresting every atom of his momentum in a single instant, and he floated. Lifted off the ground by nothing visible, pulled backward through the air, helpless, toward the burning face of the thing they had come to capture. A hand the size of the man's entire torso closed around his face. The fingers were burning. The palm pressed against his forehead, and the commander felt heat. But underneath the heat, something worse, something reaching past his skin, past his skull, past his brain, past everything that made him a physical being. He felt fingers that weren't physical close around a part of himself he had never known existed. The part that continued after death, the part that defined who he was at the deepest level of existence. His soul, the god of war, gripped it and pulled. It came free with a tearing sensation that the man could not scream through because his body had already gone rigid, his eyes rolling back, his mouth open and silent. The soul burned as it left, catching fire in the amber grip of divinity, consumed layer by layer while Naruto drank it in. And with it came everything the soul was tethered to. The man's lightning release affinity, his decades of refined chakra control, his understanding of storm techniques passed down through Kumo's military traditions. All of it poured into Naruto like water into a basin. The empty body dropped. The eyes stayed open, but there was nothing left behind them. The corpse would never decay properly because there was nothing remaining to leave. The man's existence had been consumed at its root. Lightning crackled across Naruto's free hand. New, stolen, his to keep forever. The last commander died trying to flee. A spider leg caught him between the shoulder blades and dragged him back across the dirt. Naruto killed him with fire, a column of that primordial flame that burned so hot the body didn't char, but instead sublimated, flesh going directly from solid to gas in a flash that left a shadow burned into the ground. The clearing fell silent, except for the crackle of burning wood and the wet sounds of the few still dying. And then Naruto shrank, 15 feet to 12, to 9, to 7, to the body of an 8-year-old child, naked and drenched in blood from the waist down where the spray had reached him, the fire banking to embers that played across his skin like a dying sunset. The spider legs retracted into his back with a sound like steel cables being reeled in, leaving 6 lines of inflamed skin that faded in seconds. He looked at the clearing, at the bodies, at the pieces of bodies, at the weapons still embedded in corpses, and he walked to the center of it all and sat down. Not cross-legged like a child, perched on top of the nearest pile of the dead, balanced on the highest point he could reach. He was sitting on them when Hiruzen arrived. The third Hokage appeared with 3 full Anbu squads, 20 minutes after the last Kumo chakra signature vanished from the sensor network. They had moved as fast as humanly possible. They came in expecting to find a kidnapping in progress, or a dead child, or the smoldering remains of a losing fight. What they found was an 8-year-old boy sitting on a mound of severed heads. Because Naruto had rearranged the bodies while he waited, had stacked the decapitated skulls into something resembling a throne, with an artisan's care and a conqueror's instinct. Drenched in blood that was already drying to a brown crust across his hands and forearms, completely at ease. His eyes were normal again, blue and bright and almost cheerful. He looked at the Hokage the way a child looks at a grandparent arriving at a school play. "You're late, old man," Naruto said. "I started without you." Hiruzen Sarutobi had fought in 3 wars. He had killed more men than he could remember. He had faced Orochimaru's madness and Danzo's scheming and the devastating power of the nine-tailed fox itself. He had seen things that broke lesser men into permanent silence. He had never felt what he felt looking at that child on that throne. The Anbu captain beside him, a veteran of 20 years in black operations, was shaking. full-body tremors he couldn't control. His hands wouldn't steady on his sword. The killing intent still lingering in this clearing was so thick it tasted like iron on the tongue, and it was residual. Leftover, the dregs of what had filled this space 20 minutes ago. "Naruto," Hiruzen said, and his voice was steady because he forced it to be, because he was the Hokage and the Hokage did not shake. "What happened here?" "They came to take me," Naruto said. The blood on his face cracked when he smiled. "I disagreed." The third Hokage looked at 36 dead shinobi, the cream of a Kumo extraction force, elite operatives who had killed Anbu teams on their way in. And he felt the world shift on its axis. Everything he had planned, every gentle integration strategy, every mentorship pipeline, every slow introduction to duty and loyalty and the will of fire, all of it burned in this clearing alongside the corpses of foreign soldiers. "Come with me, Naruto," Hiruzen said. "We need to talk." "We don't," the boy replied. He hopped down from his throne of skulls, and his bare feet made no sound when they touched the blood-soaked ground. "But I'll let you pretend we do, because I like you." He walked past the Hokage without looking back. The Ana parted for him the way water parts for a blade's edge. Unconsciously, automatically, bodies moving before minds could command them. Hiruzen watched the boy go. Then he turned back to the clearing and took it in one more time. The scale of it, the brutality, the complete, overwhelming, one-sided nature of what had happened here. 36-1, an 8-year-old against the full force of a village's covert extraction team. And the child had been bored by the end. The third Hokage finished his pipe in that clearing and made a decision he knew was cowardice dressed as strategy. He would do nothing. He would change nothing. He would let Naruto Uzumaki continue to grow exactly as he was growing. And he would pray to whatever gods might listen that the boy's appetite stayed pointed outward. He did not know that no god was listening. The only god relevant to this situation was walking home in bare feet, humming a war hymn that predated human civilization. The aftermath of the Kumo massacre reshaped Konoha's political landscape in ways that would take years to fully unfold. Officially, the incident never happened. Kumogakure received their dead in sealed scrolls with no explanation beyond a terse diplomatic note. Your extraction team was neutralized. Do not send another. The Raikage reportedly destroyed his office upon reading it. 3 separate diplomatic channels went cold. The fragile peace between the 5 great villages developed a crack that would widen into a canyon. Unofficially, everyone who mattered knew. The Konoha Council knew, Danzo knew, and immediately began drafting proposals to bring the boy under Root's control. Proposals that Hiruzen killed with a firmness that surprised even himself. The clan heads knew, because secrets in a ninja village have the lifespan of soap bubbles, and the Jonin commanders whispered among themselves about what the Hokage was keeping in that apartment on the east side of the village. Naruto noticed the increased surveillance, the additional ambush shadows, the way certain shopkeepers who used to glare at him now served him with trembling hands and forced smiles. Fear was a more honest currency than hatred, and he appreciated the upgrade. He continued attending the academy. The other children could feel the change even without knowing its cause, the way animals sense an earthquake before it hits. Naruto sat in the front row, and the 2 seats on either side of him stayed empty. He answered questions when called upon, and his answers were perfect, and his tone was the tone of a man explaining simple truths to very slow children. Iruka, who was one of the few adults in the village capable of treating Naruto with genuine warmth, found that warmth increasingly difficult to maintain as the boy's aura grew denser with each passing month. Sasuke Uchiha watched from across the room with an intensity that bordered on obsession. He was the rookie of the year, the top student, the last Uchiha. Every metric the academy used to measure worth placed Sasuke at the peak, and every instinct in his body told him that the blonde boy sitting alone at the front of the room was so far above him that the comparison was meaningless. It gnawed at him. It ate at the edges of his hatred for Itachi and mixed with it until the 2 obsessions became indistinguishable. He needed to surpass this. He needed to surpass everything. Naruto was aware of Sasuke's fixation. He found it mildly entertaining. A small dog growling at the sun? The years between 8 and 12 passed with the kind of surface calm that precedes volcanic eruption. Naruto grew physically, taller, broader, carrying himself with a kind of effortless weight that made adults look twice and then look away. His eyes settled into a permanent state of burning amber, the blue of his childhood gone like a mask discarded. He trained alone in the forests outside the village, and trees fell in those forests with a regularity that the groundskeeping corps couldn't explain. The earth in certain training areas was scorched to glass. Animal populations migrated away from the eastern woods with the urgency of creatures fleeing a natural disaster. By 12, when the academy class was preparing for graduation, Naruto Uzumaki stood 6 feet tall with shoulders that belonged to a man a decade his senior. His blonde hair had grown long and wild, and in certain light, at dawn, at dusk, when strong emotion flickered across his features, it seemed to catch fire at the tips. He wore dark clothes, black and deep red, no forehead protector. He had never bothered to acquire one. The day of team placements, Iruka stood at the podium and called names. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and I refuse. Naruto's voice from the front row silenced the entire room. He hadn't raised his hand. He hadn't stood up. He'd spoken at conversational volume, and every person in the building had heard it as though he'd whispered directly into their ears. Iruka swallowed. Naruto, the team assignments are decided by the Hokage's office. I refuse. The same volume, the same tone. Final in a way that made argument feel physically impossible, like trying to push back a river with your palms. Iruka looked at the class. 28 students staring at the blonde boy with expressions ranging from terror to awe. He looked back at Naruto and did the only intelligent thing available to him. I'll inform the Hokage. Naruto stood. The chair scraped back. He walked toward the door, and the students sitting near the aisle leaned away from his path like grass flattening under rotor wash. He paused at the doorframe and turned his head, just slightly, just enough to fix Sasuke with a look that carried the full weight of everything burning behind those amber eyes. When you're strong enough to interest me, Naruto said, come find me. Then he was gone. The door closed behind him, and the room exhaled collectively, and Sasuke's hands were clenched into fists so tight the knuckles had gone white, and something in his chest was screaming at frequencies he couldn't translate into words. Hiruzen tried to enforce the team placement. He sent Kakashi Hatake to retrieve the boy. Kakashi returned 45 minutes later with scorched sleeves and a Sharingan eye that wouldn't stop watering. He said no, Kakashi reported. His voice was steady, but his visible eye held something Hiruzen had never seen there before. And I'm choosing to respect that decision, sir. The Hokage leaned back in his chair. Kakashi, I gave you a direct order. With all due respect, Hokage-sama. Kakashi's hands were in his pockets, and his posture was his usual slouch, but there was a tightness in his jaw. You didn't feel what I felt standing in front of him. That isn't a student. That isn't a genin. I don't know what that is, but forcing him into a 3-man cell isn't going to make him play along. It's going to make him stop being patient. The third Hokage stared at his most talented jonin and saw the truth of it written in the man's body language. Kakashi was afraid. Sharingan Kakashi, the copy ninja, a man who had faced down armies and S-rank threats and the worst the ninja world had to offer, was afraid of a 12-year-old boy. Hiruzen granted Naruto independent status the next morning. The paperwork classified him as a special operative answering to the Hokage directly. It was a fiction. Everyone involved knew it was a fiction. Naruto Uzumaki answered to nothing and no one, and the paperwork was simply the village finding a way to pretend it still had a leash on the wolf in its den. Naruto left the village 6 days later without filing a travel notice. He walked through the main gate at noon in full view of the gate guards, and when one of them moved to intercept, the boy looked at him with those burning eyes and said, "Sit down." The guard sat. His legs gave out underneath him, and he found himself cross-legged on the ground watching Naruto Uzumaki's back recede down the road, and it took him 4 full minutes to stand again because his body refused to obey commands that conflicted with the one still echoing in his ears. Naruto's first destination was the Hyuga compound. He had been watching Neji Hyuga for 2 years. The boy was a genius. Everyone said so. the strongest student of his generation in his clan, with a mastery of the gentle fist that would have made main branch members twice his age burn with envy. But genius was a cage when the cage was a curse mark branded on your forehead, a seal that could destroy your brain on the whim of another person, a permanent reminder that talent meant nothing when blood determined destiny. Naruto found him training alone in the forest at the edge of the Hyuga estate. It was early morning. Neji was moving through kata with the focused intensity of someone who trained because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant rage. His palms struck wooden posts that had been reinforced with chakra-conductive metal, and even through the reinforcement, the posts cracked under his strikes. The Byakugan was active. The veins around his eyes pulsed with the visible effort of seeing everything and controlling everything and permitting nothing in his body to operate outside his iron will. Naruto stepped out of the tree line. He didn't suppress his presence. He let it announce him. That rolling, heavy, war god pressure that preceded his physical form like the bow wave of a warship. Neji spun. His Byakugan locked onto the approaching figure, and what he saw through those all-seeing eyes made him take a step back before he could stop himself. The chakra. The sheer density of it. It moved like a living creature around the blonde boy's frame. Amber and deep red and gold layered over itself in patterns that defied the Hyuga understanding of chakra flow, because this wasn't chakra at all. It was something wearing chakra's shape the way a king wears borrowed peasant clothes. Underneath it, vast and terrible and ancient, was a furnace of power that Neji's Byakugan could detect the edge of, but could not see the bottom of, like peering into an ocean and seeing the surface light end in depthless darkness below. Neji Hyuga, Naruto said. His voice carried the warmth of a campfire built on a battlefield, inviting and dangerous in equal measure. Strongest of your generation, brightest mind the branch house has ever produced, and they branded you like livestock anyway. Neji's jaw tightened. His stance shifted to defensive. Who are you? You know who I am, and he did. Every genin in Konoha knew the name Naruto Uzumaki, and the older ones, the ones who had heard the whispered stories about what happened in the Eastern Forest 4 years ago, knew it with a weight that pressed against the chest. Neji had listened to those whispers. He had dismissed them as exaggeration. Standing here now, drowning in the presence rolling off this person, he realized the whispers had been understatements. What do you want? Neji's voice was steady. Credit to him. I want to make you an offer. Naruto stepped closer. The amber in his eyes flared. I see your seal. I see what it means. I see the cage they built around a warrior who should have been building his own kingdom, and I see the rage underneath that perfect posture. He stopped 5 feet away, close enough that Neji could feel the heat coming off him. Literal, physical heat, like standing near a forge. You have spent your entire life being told that fate is unchangeable, that your destiny was decided at birth, that the branch house serves and the main house commands, and you will die with that mark on your head having never tasted freedom. Neji's hands were trembling. He couldn't stop them. Something about the words, about the way they were delivered, with the absolute certainty of someone who had never in their existence submitted to authority they did not choose, was cracking open the locked room in his chest where he kept the worst of his fury. You are a formidable warrior, Naruto said. The words landed with the weight of a coronation. Pledge your life to me, and I will give you the strength to crush your fate. The silence that followed stretched for 10 heartbeats. Neji's Byakugan was still active. He could still see the abyss of power behind those amber eyes. He could still see the faint outlines of something inhuman waiting just beneath the boy's skin. Massive, armored, burning, patient. He could see that this being could kill him in a way that the cursed seal couldn't, a way that went deeper than death, that reached into whatever came after and burned that too. And he could feel, for the first time in his life, that the being offering him this choice had the power to make good on the promise. Neji Hyuga dropped to one knee. His head bowed, his fists pressed into the earth, and when he looked up, there were tears on his face that he would never admit to and never apologize for, because they were the tears of a man seeing the walls of his prison crack for the first time in 13 years. I pledge. Naruto's hand came forward. palm open. Resting on the top of Neji's head, directly over the cursed seal, and heat poured into the mark. Gold and red fire that burned through the seal's structure the way acid burns through paper, dissolving the layered commands, the obedience protocols, the kill switch embedded in the design. Neji screamed, his back arched. The seal on his forehead glowed white hot, and then, with a hissing sound like a brand being pulled from flesh, it went dark. The green lines faded. The mark remained as a scar, a memory of what had been, but the power behind it was gone. In its place, Naruto's mark settled. A subtle burn across both of Neji's forearms, golden lines that pulsed twice and then settled into the skin like old tattoos. Warm, present, a weight that would never leave. Neji felt the change immediately. His chakra, always impressive, surged, doubled, tripled, expanded into spaces it had never filled before. His Byakugan flared with new intensity, and he could suddenly see further, deeper, with a resolution that made his previous sight seem like looking through clouded glass. And underneath it all, a thread, a connection, running from the core of his chest directly to the furnace of the being standing above him. A chain he could feel but could not see, linking him to Naruto Uzumaki in a bond that transcended physical proximity. He knew, with a certainty that came from somewhere beyond logic, that he could not disobey a direct command from this person, that the chain would burn if he tried, that it would always burn. He also knew that he would never want to try. Neji stood, his eyes were dry now, his jaw was set, his spine was straight in a way it had never been before, the posture of a man who has chosen his master rather than having one forced upon him. The difference between slavery and service lived in that distinction, and Neji carried it with something that looked like pride. "What now?" Neji asked. "Now we collect the rest," Naruto said, and he turned toward the road that led beyond Konoha's walls, toward the wider world of the shinobi nations and all the broken warriors it had discarded. "Come." Neji followed. He did not look back at the Hyuga compound. The land of waves was a dead place, wearing the skin of a living one. The bridge being built was half finished. The economy was strangled by a shipping magnate named Gato, who had private armies, and the kind of cruelty that flourishes when no one with power bothers to stop it. The mist hanging over the water was literal and metaphorical, a country disappearing into gray. Naruto found Zabuza Momochi and Haku in a safe house 3 miles from the coast. They were between jobs. Zabuza was injured, a fight from 2 weeks prior that hadn't healed cleanly, and Haku was tending to him with the devotion that defined their relationship. The demon of the hidden mist and his living weapon, his tool, his child. Naruto kicked the door in at noon. The safe house was a repurposed fishing shack. The door came off its hinges and embedded itself in the far wall, and Zabuza was on his feet with Kubikirabocho in his grip before the wood stopped vibrating. He was fast. His eyes found the figure in the doorway. A child, tall for his age, amber-eyed, flanked by a Hyuga boy with deactivated eyes and a stance that said ready to kill in fluent body language. "The hell are you?" Zabuza growled. His stance was perfect. Blade ready, killing intent leaking off him like steam. Genuine, heavy, the killing intent of a man who had murdered his entire graduating class at age 9 and never stopped. It broke against Naruto's presence like a wave against a cliff face. Irrelevant, a strong wind encountering a mountain. "Zabuza Momochi," Naruto said. He walked into the room. Demon of the hidden mist, failed revolutionary, sword for hire, currently bleeding through your bandages and wondering if the child who just broke down your door is worth the effort of standing for. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. Behind him, Haku had risen from his medical work. The beautiful boy with the sad eyes and the Hunter Nin mask pushed up onto his forehead, hands already forming the one-handed seal patterns he used for his ice mirrors. "I'm going to give you 30 seconds to explain yourself," Zabuza said, "before I take your head off those little shoulders." Naruto stopped walking. He was 10 feet from the tip of Kubikirabocho's blade. His arms were at his sides. He looked at Zabuza the way a butcher looks at a hanging carcass, assessing weight, determining where to cut. "You fight for money," Naruto said. "You fight for survival. You fight because the alternative is the grave you dug for yourself when you tried to kill the Mizukage and failed. You have skill. You have power. You have a blade that deserves a wielder." His head tilted. But you lack the thing that makes warriors worth keeping. You fight for continuation. I fight for dominion. There is nothing in you I need. Zabuza's killing intent spiked, his teeth bared behind the bandage mask. You're dead, kid. He moved, and Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, was genuinely fast, a Jonin-level missing nin with decades of combat experience and a sword technique refined through hundreds of kills. The blade swung in a horizontal arc aimed at neck height, the executioner's cut, the move that had ended more lives than he could count. Naruto caught Kubikiri Bocho with one hand. His palm closed around the flat of the blade mid-swing, and the momentum died. The massive sword, 6 feet of tempered steel designed to absorb blood and grow sharper with each kill, stopped in Naruto's grip the way a child's toy stops when an adult decides playtime is over. Zabuza's arms rattled with the arrested force. His eyes went wide above the mask. Naruto's other hand came up, open palm, and he pressed it against Zabuza's chest. The fire was instant and total. It erupted through Zabuza's torso, not burning the flesh, but burning something inside the flesh, something deeper. The missing nin's mouth opened in a silent scream, and his eyes rolled back, and his grip on the sword released as his body went rigid. For 2 seconds, Zabuza Momochi hung in the air, suspended by the divine fire eating through the core of his being. And then the fire consumed what it was meant to consume, and Naruto withdrew his hand, and the body dropped, dead. Soul burned out like a candle flame pinched between divine fingers. The expression frozen on Zabuza's face was one of absolute surprise. The look of a man who had spent his life believing he was predator and discovering in his final moment that he had been prey the entire time. Kubikiri Bocho clattered to the floor beside its fallen master. Haku was already moving. Ice mirrors crystallized in the air around the room. 6 of them, then 12, the temperature plummeting as the boy's bloodline surged with grief and fury, and the desperate need to destroy whatever had just killed the only person in the world who mattered to him. Senbon, made of frozen chakra, materialized between his fingers by the dozens. You? Haku's voice cracked. The first Senbon volley launched. 50 needles of ice-cold death, aimed at every vital point on Naruto's body with the precision of someone who had trained since childhood to kill from inside a mirror dimension. Naruto raised his hand. The Senbon stopped in midair, every one of them, frozen in place by telekinetic force, hovering 3 inches from his skin in a constellation of stopped violence. They hung there, impotent, while Naruto looked past them at the boy in the mirrors with eyes that held something almost resembling understanding. He used you, Naruto said, as a tool, as a weapon, as a thing rather than a person. You loved him for it because the alternative was being alone, and being alone was worse than being a thing. The Senbon fell to the ground like a curtain dropping. I am offering you something different. I am offering you a place in something greater than one man's failed ambition. Haku was shaking. Tears ran down cheeks that belonged on a painting, beautiful and devastated and furious and lost. You killed him. You killed Zabuza-sama. He was a man who would have spent you like currency the moment the price was right. Naruto's voice held weight, but the edges of it carried something that might have been compassion. The compassion of a war god, which looks nothing like gentleness and everything like brutal honesty delivered without apology. I will never spend you. I will make you into something that cannot be spent by anyone. You will be war itself, walking in a body made of ice. The mirrors held. Haku's hands were still raised in a casting position. His breath came in ragged gasps that fogged the cold air. His eyes, brown and beautiful, and full of a grief that hadn't yet decided what shape to take, were locked on Naruto's. 10 seconds passed. 20. The mirrors melted. The ice faded back into moisture and then into nothing. Haku's hands lowered, his head dropped, and when he spoke, his voice was small and broken and accepting in the way that only the truly desperate can accept what comes next. What do I have to do? Swear yourself to me, Naruto said, and I will make the grief into a weapon. Haku knelt. The golden marks burned themselves onto his forearms, and he gasped at the heat of them. The chain settling into place, the connection opening like a vein, the sudden awareness of a power behind his new master that dwarfed everything he had ever served before. His ice bloodline surged with new density. Frost crawled across the floor from his knees outward, sharper and colder than anything he had produced before. Naruto looked at the body of Zabuza on the floor. He picked up Kubikiribocho with one hand and examined it. The weight, the balance, the hungry nature of a blade that fed on blood. "Neji," he said, "carry this. You'll grow into it." Neji took the sword. It was almost as tall as he was. He carried it without complaint. They left the land of waves that afternoon. Behind them, Gado's compound burned. Naruto had sent Haku to handle it as a first assignment, a test of the new power flooding his veins, and the ice user had reduced the shipping magnate's private army to frozen sculptures in 11 minutes flat. The bridge would be finished within the week. The country would recover. These facts were irrelevant to Naruto. Collateral benefits of proximity to his path, nothing more. The Sound Five's compound was hidden in the deep forests of Rice Country. Orochimaru's fingerprints were all over the place. The sickly green aesthetic, the experimental labs buried underground, the smell of chemical preservation that clung to walls and floors. Most of the five were away on assignment when Naruto arrived. He didn't care about most of them. Kimimaro Kaguya was dying in a basement. The last survivor of the Kaguya clan lay on a medical cot in a room that smelled like disinfectant and imminent death. His body was eating itself. The bloodline that allowed him to grow and weaponize his own skeletal structure had turned inward, producing bone growths in his lungs and along his organs, filling his chest cavity with the instruments of his own destruction. He was 17 years old, and he looked 40. His skin was gray. His breathing was liquid and labored. His eyes, green, vivid, and full of a ferocity that the disease couldn't touch, were open. He saw Naruto enter the room, and something in those dying eyes sparked. Recognition. The recognition that one apex predator has for another across any distance. "You are Orochimaru-sama's," Kimimaro began. "I am nothing of that snake's," Naruto cut him off. He approached the cot. The heat from his body made the stale air of the medical room shimmer. "And neither are you. Look at what he did with you, Kaguya. Gave you purpose, gave you a reason to exist, and then let you rot when your body stopped being useful to him." Kimimaro's jaw clenched. The truth of it. The truth he had refused to face during the months of deterioration, the months of waiting for Orochimaru to come, to fix him, to restore his purpose, landed in his chest like a blade between the ribs. "I am still useful," Kimimaro whispered. Blood flecked his lips. "I can still fight." "You can barely breathe." Naruto stood over him. The amber eyes burned downward with an intensity that made the air itself feel heavy. "But you're right about one thing. There is a warrior inside that failing body that the world has not seen the last of." He reached down, his palm pressed against Kimimaro's chest, against the sternum, against the bone growths pressing through the skin like calcified tumors, against the failing machine of a body that refused to stop fighting even as it ate itself alive. Fire poured in, golden red, divine, ancient, the same fire that had burned Troy, the same fire that had forged the weapons of gods, the same fire that existed before the concept of heat had a name. It flooded through Kimimaro's chest, and the Kaguya's back arched off the cot as a scream ripped from his throat. Raw, primal, the sound of a body being unmade and remade in the same instant. The bone growths in his lungs caught fire. The calcification along his organs burned away. The disease that had been killing him for 2 years was incinerated at a cellular level. Every rogue bone cell, every misformed growth, every blockage and corruption consumed by fire that knew the difference between sickness and the being it was saving. And in the place where the disease had been, in the spaces opened by divine destruction, something new grew. Chains. They manifested under the skin first. Golden red lines burning their way to the surface along both forearms, wrapping around his wrists, his hands, his fingers. They broke through the skin with a hiss of steam and blood and became physical. Links of blazing chain, each one forged from fire that burned hotter than any metal should. Each one alive in the way that divine artifacts are alive, singing with a low harmonic that Kimimaro could hear in his bones. The blades of chaos. They grafted onto his forearms with a permanence that transcended the physical. He could feel them, not just on his skin, but in his soul, wrapped around the core of his being, binding him to the furnace of power that stood above him. They were freedom and imprisonment in the same breath. They were the answer to his disease and the price of that answer in a single searing package. They burned away his sickness and they burned away his autonomy, and they would burn for as long as he existed. Kimimoro's scream shifted. It dropped in pitch, climbed in intensity, and the words that came out of his mouth were torn from somewhere deeper than thought, from the part of him that had always known servitude, that had always needed a purpose greater than himself, that had been dying more from the lack of that purpose than from the disease in his bones. "My life is yours, Ares." The declaration echoed through the underground compound. The walls vibrated, the lights flickered, and Kimimaro Kaguya, moments ago a dying man, a discarded tool, a body being consumed by its own power, sat upright on the cot with eyes blazing and chest heaving and the golden chains on his arms singing with warmth and readiness. He was healed, completely. His skin had color again. His breathing was clear and deep. His muscles, atrophied from months of bed rest, were filling with new density, new strength, powered by the divine fire now burning in his blood alongside the Kaguya bloodline. He could feel his bones responding to his will with a speed and power that dwarfed anything he had possessed before. He could feel the chains wanting to move, wanting to be wielded, wanting to taste what his hands would feed them. And he could feel the presence of his new master, the god of war, standing over him with a satisfied expression that held none of the empty promises Orochimaru had made. Naruto Uzumaki did not promise, he delivered. The proof was singing on Kimimaro's forearms. "Rise," Naruto said. Kimimaro rose. He stood taller than his master by several inches, 17 years old, and built like the warrior he had always been beneath the disease. The chains clinked softly with his movement. His green eyes locked onto Naruto's amber ones, and the connection between them hummed with heat and purpose and terrible, grateful loyalty. He would kill anything that threatened the god of war. He would burn anything that stood in his path. He would do this freely, willingly, with the whole of his being, because the chains demanded it, and because the part of him that had been dying in that basement, the part that needed to serve, that needed to fight, that needed to be worthy, was alive again for the first time in years. That was the tragedy of the Blades of Chaos. They gave you everything you'd been dying without, and they made sure you could never be free of the thing that gave it to you. Salvation in slavery, gratitude in bondage, existing in the same heartbeat forever. Kimimaro didn't care. He had made his choice, and his eyes said it clearer than any words could. Wherever Naruto Uzumaki walked, he would walk 3 steps behind, with the chains burning and the bones ready, and the absolute bone-deep certainty that this was where he was meant to be. The vanguard was complete. Neji Hyuga, Fate Crusher, sight beyond sight, carrying a stolen sword that outweighed his principles. Haku, Ice Heart, grief-made weapon, beautiful and deadly, and bound to something that gave his pain a purpose. Kimimaro Kaguya, the Blade of God, freed from death and chained to war, carrying fire in his forearms and absolute devotion in his chest. Naruto looked at them, his 3 warriors, his chosen soldiers, the beginning of what he would build from the broken pieces of this shinobi world, and he smiled. It was the smile of a god watching the first stones of a temple being laid. "Kirigakure," he said, "there's a war there that I intend to finish." The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, had ruled Kirigakure through terror for nearly a decade. The Bloody Mist policy, where graduating students were forced to kill their classmates to earn their rank, had produced a generation of traumatized, vicious shinobi and driven anyone with a bloodline limit into hiding or death. The village was crumbling from within. Rebel factions had formed under the banner of a woman named Mei Terumi, a dual bloodline user with the charisma to unite disparate resistance cells and the combat power to lead them. But Yagura was a Jinchuriki. The 3 tails gave him power that individual strength couldn't overcome, and the loyalist forces outnumbered the rebels 3-1. The civil war had been grinding for 2 years when Naruto and his vanguard arrived at the border of water country. The ocean crossing was unremarkable. Haku froze a path across the surface, and they walked it. Behind them, the ice dissolved back into the sea. They landed on the western shore at dawn. The fighting was 8 miles inland. a rebel encampment under siege by loyalist forces, the sounds of jutsu and screaming carrying across the forested hills with the kind of clarity that comes from a battlefield too widespread to be muffled by terrain. Naruto inhaled. The breath pulled something in, something that had been accumulating over this island for years. The residue of hatred, of fear, of children forced to kill friends, of entire families executed for possessing bloodlines, of a village turned into a slaughterhouse by a Jinchuriki puppet who may or may not have known he was being manipulated. That accumulated misery and violence existed in the atmosphere of water country, like a toxin in groundwater, invisible and everywhere. Naruto breathed it in, and his body grew. 1 inch, 2 inches. His shoulders broadened. His presence, already suffocating for anyone standing nearby, expanded outward in a wave that made the nearest trees creak and bend as though struck by wind. Neji activated his Byakugan and had to squint against the brightness of his master's chakra, already massive, now doubled, gorged on the feast of a nation's worth of conflict. "The battlefield is 8 miles northeast," Neji reported. 200 loyalist shinobi engaging 40 rebels. The rebel position will fall within the hour. Naruto's eyes were half closed. The amber glow behind his lids was visible. The smile on his face was private and deeply satisfied, the expression of a gourmand at a banquet prepared for his arrival. "We're going to the center," Naruto said. "All of us." They moved, 4 figures traveling through the forest at speeds that blurred the landscape, Naruto leading, his vanguard 3 steps behind in a formation that was instinctive rather than trained. Kimimara's chains rattled with each leap between branches. Haku's passage left frost on the bark where his feet touched. Neji's Byakugan was active and tracking, feeding information to the group with the clipped efficiency of a born scout. They hit the battlefield at a run. 200 loyalist shinobi of Kirigakure, dressed in the grays and blues of the Mist military, engaged in active combat with a rebel force that was being pushed to the brink of annihilation. Jutsu flew, water dragons, hidden mist technique, exploding water formations that reshaped the terrain with each exchange. The rebels were dying. Their barrier was failing. 3 more minutes and the encampment would be overrun. Naruto landed in the center of the space between the 2 forces. The impact of his feet touching ground sent a shockwave through the earth that made both sides stagger. 240 combatants, loyalist and rebel alike, turned to look at the blonde figure standing in the kill zone between them. He was still growing. The ambient violence of an active battlefield poured into him like fuel into an engine. His height climbed. 7 feet, 8. The fire licked at the edges of his hair. His amber eyes swept across the loyalist formation with the patient assessment of someone counting livestock. "I have taught you many ways to kill a mortal," he said. His voice carried across the field with a weight that pinned people in place. He turned his head just slightly, enough for his vanguard to see his profile, to see the smile. "Show me." Kimimaro moved first. The chains on his forearms ignited. The blades of chaos, those burning links of divine chain, extended from his wrists and became weapons with a thought. 10 feet of blazing golden red metal whipping through the air in arcs that caught the sunlight and turned it to liquid fire. Kimimaro threw himself into the loyalist flank with the absolute commitment of a man who feared nothing, because the worst thing that could ever happen to him had already happened, and the best thing that could ever happen to him had given him new life. The first chain caught a chunin across the chest and burned through his flak jacket like it was made of paper. The divine fire eating through material and flesh and bone with a hunger that mortal flames could never match. Kimimaro spun, and the chain followed in a wide arc that swept through 3 more, cutting, burning, dragging the bodies along in its wake before releasing them as charred husks. Bones erupted from his free hands simultaneously, finger bullets firing in machine gun bursts, each one hardened by the divine power flowing through his blood, each one punching through water-style defenses that would have stopped conventional projectiles. He was a storm of bone and fire. The chains moved like living things, extending, contracting, wrapping around limbs and burning through them, catching thrown kunai and melting them to slag, sweeping low to cut legs out from under charging shinobi, and then high to take heads off falling bodies. And through it all, the desperate ferocity that defined Kimimaro, the wild commitment of a soul that belonged to something larger than itself, fighting to be worthy of the god who had saved him from a slow death in a dark room. Haku was already inside his mirrors. The ice release had evolved since the binding. The mirrors were larger, denser, multiplied faster. 30 of them surrounded a cluster of 18 loyalist shinobi in a dome of reflective ice, and Haku existed inside all of them simultaneously. He stepped between mirrors at a speed that human eyes registered as teleportation, and Senbon rained from every angle. But these Senbon were different now. Each one carried a trace of that golden fire, and when they pierced flesh, the frost and the flame competed inside the wound in a reaction that was instantly debilitating. Men dropped screaming, their bodies unable to process the contradictory signals of burning and freezing happening in the same muscle tissue. Neji was a different kind of destruction. Kubikira Bocho was strapped across his back, too large, too heavy, too unwieldy for this kind of close combat. His hands were free, and his Byakugan blazed with enhanced sight. He moved through the loyalist formation like a surgeon through an anatomy lesson. But the analogy didn't capture the speed of it. He was fast, powered by the enhanced chakra flowing through his bound coils, and every palm strike landed on a tenketsu point with force that didn't just close the point, but ruptured it. Shinobi crumpled around him as their chakra systems collapsed. Those who tried to retreat found their limbs failing them, the gentle fist damage cascading through their networks faster than medical jutsu could repair. 40 loyalist shinobi died in the first 90 seconds of the Vanguard's assault. The rest panicked. Formations broke, commands were screamed and then cut short as the speakers were killed mid-word. The entire offensive structure that had been 3 minutes from overrunning the rebel camp disintegrated into chaos as 3 bound warriors tore through it like wolves through a flock. The rebels watched from their failing barrier with expressions of stunned incomprehension. Mei Terumi, auburn-haired, fierce-eyed, standing at the center of her people with lava bubbling between her fingers, stared at the blonde boy god still growing at the center of the field with a look that held equal parts calculation and raw disbelief. "Who in the hells is that?" someone beside her whispered. Mei didn't answer. She was watching the boy's eyes track across the destruction his soldiers were delivering, and the expression on that too young face was the expression of a teacher grading a performance. Pleased. Proud, in the way that a master craftsman is proud of well-forged weapons, and hungry for more. The loyalist force broke at the 100 casualty mark. The survivors ran, falling back toward the village proper, toward Yagura and the main army. Naruto let them go. He wanted them to carry the story. He wanted the fear to arrive before he did. He turned toward the rebel encampment. 200 eyes stared at him through the dissolving barrier. He walked toward them, and his presence preceded him. That rolling divine weight that made strong men step backward and weapons rattle in sheaths. Mei Terumi stepped forward to meet him. Credit to her, she was the only one who did. She stood at the edge of her camp with crossed arms and a steady gaze, and when the boy god stopped 6 feet from her, she didn't flinch. The heat coming off him made her hair drift backward like a slow breeze was blowing. "You've made quite an entrance," Mei said. Her voice was even, controlled in the way of someone who had spent years holding together a resistance movement through force of personality alone. "Should I be thanking you or preparing my people to die?" "Neither," Naruto said. "I'm taking your war from you." Mei's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me? Your rebellion is mine now. Your enemy is mine now. This country is mine now." The words were delivered without arrogance, with the same flat certainty as someone stating a physical law. Gravity pulls down, fire burns. This nation belongs to me. You can fight beside me or you can step aside. Those are your options. Opposing me is not on the table. The silence that followed was absolute. Behind Mei, every rebel who had fought for years for the dream of a free, Kirigakure stared at this child who had just told their leader that their revolution was being confiscated. The tension built like pressure in a sealed room. Mei held the boy's gaze for 10 full seconds. Then she laughed, a short, incredulous sound that broke the tension like a thrown rock breaks a window. "You've got stones, kid. I'll give you that." She uncrossed her arms. "Fine. take the war. But if you burn this village to ashes instead of freeing it, I'll kill you myself." The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched. "You try." "I'd try," Mei agreed. And in that moment, a working relationship was born, built on the foundation of mutual respect and the mutual understanding that one of them could turn the other to cinders, but found her interesting enough to let her keep standing. The march on Kirigakure's capital took 3 days. The rebel forces, bolstered by Naruto's presence and the terrifying performance of his vanguard, swept through loyalist outposts with a momentum that the previous 2 years of civil war had never produced. Word traveled ahead of them. Something had arrived on the island, something that burned, something that commanded warriors who fought like men possessed. Loyalist morale collapsed in a cascade. Garrisons surrendered without fighting. Supply lines were abandoned. By the time they reached the gates of the Hidden Mist village itself, the Loyalist army had consolidated its remaining forces, 3,000 shinobi, around the Mizukage's tower at the center of the city. Yagura himself stood at the top of that tower, visible to everyone. Small, young-looking, a child's body housing a Kage's power and a tailed beast's chakra. His staff rested across his shoulders, and his pink eyes surveyed the approaching force with the dead calm of someone who has forgotten how to feel fear because they have forgotten how to feel anything at all. Naruto walked at the head of the column. His vanguard flanked him. Behind them, 2,000 rebels with Mei Terumi at their center. They stopped at the city gates, massive structures of stone and reinforced metal that sealed the village off from the rest of the island. "Open it," Naruto said to the gates themselves, not to the guards, not to the loyalist forces inside, to the physical barrier in his path, as though he expected the stone itself to obey. The gates shuddered, the metal groaned, and then, in a display of telekinetic force that made every sensor in a mile radius clutch their heads in pain, the gates tore themselves from their hinges. The massive slabs of stone and metal lifted off the ground, rotated in midair, and crashed backward into the city street behind them with an impact that shattered windows for 3 blocks. Naruto walked through the opening. Behind him, an army followed in the footsteps of a god. The 3,000 loyalists met them in the streets. Urban warfare at its most brutal, kunai from rooftops, water-style jutsu from sewer grates, ambushes from every alley and door frame. The kind of grinding, bloody, block-by-block combat that eats armies alive. Naruto raised both hands, palms upward, and every loyalist shinobi standing on a rooftop, 43 of them, spread across a half-mile of urban landscape, was lifted off their feet simultaneously. They rose into the air as one, screaming, thrashing, their jutsu cutting off as their concentration shattered. They hung 50 feet above the streets, silhouetted against the gray sky of the mist. Naruto closed his fists. 43 bodies compressed. The screaming stopped, replaced by wet, crushing sounds that the entire street could hear. Blood rained down from the sky in a shower that painted the stone surfaces of the buildings below. When Naruto opened his hands again, what fell to earth was unrecognizable as human. The loyalist ambushes stopped. The march to the Mizukage Tower was uncontested after that. Doors slammed shut. Weapons were thrown from windows into the street as tokens of surrender. 3,000 loyalist shinobi melted into the civilian population, throwing away their headbands, hiding their uniforms, pretending they had never served the bloody mist. Yagura watched from his tower. He had not moved. His staff rested on his shoulders, and his pink eyes tracked the approaching column with that dead, empty calm. He was waiting. Naruto stepped into the plaza at the tower's base. He looked up at the tiny figure atop the structure, so far above, so small against the gray sky, and then he crouched and launched. The impact of his feet leaving the ground cracked the plaza stone. He rocketed upward, 300 feet in a single jump, and landed on the tower's roof with a force that shattered the tiles beneath him. Yagura was 10 feet away, close enough to see the details of his face. Young, pale, scarred beneath the eyes, empty in a way that went beyond expression into something physiological. Jinchuriki, Naruto said. The word carried weight, assessment. A label being applied by someone who had devoured the concept of tailed beasts and found it quaint. "You've destroyed my village," Yagura said. His voice was flat. "You've killed my shinobi. You've taken what belongs to the mist. "Nothing here belongs to you," Naruto replied. "You are a puppet wearing a Kage's hat. Someone else is pulling the strings behind those dead eyes, and we both know it. But I don't care about the puppeteer. I care about the beast inside you." Yagura's staff came off his shoulders. The chakra of the three-tailed surged, coral purple and aquatic, the power of Isobu flooding through the Jinchuriki's coils and transforming his body. The version 2 cloak manifested in an instant, 3 tails of churning tailed beast chakra whipping behind him, his body encased in the miniaturized form of the turtle, his power amplified to a level that could match most Kaja-level opponents. He attacked. The staff swung with speed and force that would have killed most Jonin, enhanced by tailed beast chakra, carrying the weight of Isobu's massive physical power behind each strike. Water formed from nothing around the staff, amplifying the impact, creating tsunami force waves with each swing in the confined space of the tower's roof. Naruto blocked with one arm. The staff struck his forearm and the shockwave blew the top 2 floors of the tower apart. Stone and wood and metal exploding outward in a spherical blast radius that rained debris on the city below. Naruto's feet didn't move. The block didn't cost him anything. His amber eyes looked through the version 2 cloak and into the eyes of the boy underneath with something that might have been pity from anyone else. From Naruto, it was a predator acknowledging that the thing in front of it was about to become a meal. "Transform," Naruto said, "all the way. Give me something worth breaking." Yagura's eyes widened, the first emotion to cross that dead face. Then the tailed beast chakra surged past the cloak, past the miniature form, past every limiter a Jinchuriki used to stay human. The full transformation erupted from the top of the tower in an explosion of chakra and physical mass. Isobu, the 3 tails, the giant turtle, a creature of pure chakra the size of a mountain, manifested in the center of Kirigakure with a roar that shattered every window in the village and created waves in the harbor that capsized fishing boats. The turtle was enormous, 300 feet tall. Its shell was armored with calcified chakra harder than any natural material. Its 3 tails, each one 100 feet long and thick as a building, whipped behind it, demolishing entire city blocks with each swing. It opened its mouth and a tailed beast ball began to form, swirling, compressed, carrying enough destructive power to level the entire island. Naruto laughed. The sound came from somewhere deep in his chest and rolled outward with harmonics that didn't belong to a 12-year-old's throat. It carried a second voice underneath, ancient, war-scarred, divine, and the laugh echoed across the ruined city with the weight of something primordial, recognizing a challenge that it considered amusing rather than threatening. His body erupted in fire. The transformation was instant this time. No gradual growth, no climbing power. One moment he was a boy standing on a ruined tower. The next he was a burning colossus. 30 feet, 50 feet, 100, growing until he matched the 3 tails in height, his blazing mane of hair billowing upward in a column of fire that turned the gray sky orange. The 6 spider legs extended from his back at scale, each one the length of a city block, metallic and gleaming, moving with killing intent made physical. He charged. The collision between the god of war and the 3-tailed beast created a shockwave that flattened every building within a quarter mile. Naruto hit Isobu at a full sprint with both hands gripping the turtle's left horn, and the momentum carried them both. God and beast locked in a grapple, skidding through the harbor district in an avalanche of shattered stone and displaced ocean water. The 3 tails hammered Naruto's back, impacts that would have killed any mortal creature that carried the condensed fury of a tailed beast fighting for its host's life, and Naruto accepted them. Took them on the back, on the shoulders, on the spider legs that dug into the earth to anchor him. The impacts registered and meant nothing. He planted his feet. He shifted his grip, both hands on both horns now, his body braced, his divine fire surging hotter as his muscles engaged with force that transcended physics. And he lifted. 300 feet of tailed beast left the ground. The 3 tails, Isobu, an ancient entity of pure chakra, a being that had existed since the Sage of 6 Paths split the 10 tails into pieces, was hoisted into the air by a god wearing a child's memories. Its tails thrashed, its legs clawed at nothing. The tailed beast ball in its mouth fired, a beam of compressed destruction that punched a trench through the ocean surface a mile long, but it fired wild, aimed at the sky by the angle of its forced descent. Naruto pivoted. His entire body rotated, carrying the massive turtle over his head in an arc that turned the sky dark where its shadow fell. And then he brought it down. The suplex hit the ocean. The impact was apocalyptic. A wall of displaced water, 300 feet high, erupted outward from the point of contact, racing toward the shoreline in every direction. The sound was beyond thunder, a physical force that ruptured eardrums across the entire island. The ocean floor beneath the impact point cracked, creating a trench that would remain as a scar in the seabed for centuries. And Isobu, stunned, damaged, its shell cracked in 3 places, thrashed in the boiling water as the god of war held it down. Naruto's hand, massive, burning, blazing with divine fire, pressed against the turtle's head. The same technique he had used on the Kumo commander 4 years ago, scaled to a level appropriate for a tailed beast. He reached inside, through the chakra construct, through the layers of the Biju's consciousness, through the ancient mind of Isobu that had existed for centuries. Naruto's divine will pushed inward and found the connection between beast and host. Yagura was in there somewhere, the human submerged in the chakra, piloting the destruction from within. Naruto found him and ripped him out. The 3 tails shuddered. Its physical form flickered, massive and solid one moment, translucent the next. The connection between Yagura and Isobu was severing, not through a sealing technique, not through a Biju extraction that would kill the host over days, but through raw divine authority overriding the relationship between container and contained. Naruto pulled Isobu's chakra into himself the same way he pulled a soul, by reaching in and taking. The 3 tails screamed, a sound that had never been heard in the history of the shinobi world, because tailed beasts did not scream in pain, could not be hurt in this way by mortal means. But divine fire was not mortal, and the god of war did not ask for chakra. He commanded it. The absorption took 12 seconds. Isobu's form diminished, 300 feet to 200, to 100 to 50, its mass pouring into Naruto's burning body, filling him, expanding his already enormous reserves, with the ancient power of a tailed beast. By the time the last of the 3 tails chakra crossed the threshold, Naruto's burning form pulsed once, a nova of amber light visible from every shore of water country, and then stabilized. He was larger now. The 3 tails power had added to his own, not as a sealed entity within him, but as absorbed fuel, consumed and incorporated the way food becomes flesh. He could feel the water manipulation inherent in Isobu's nature settling into his divine matrix alongside the stolen lightning release and the primordial fire. Tools in an arsenal that grew with every conquest, Yagura's body floated in the churning water below, unconscious, tiny, gray-skinned and barely breathing. Alive but empty. The 3 tails was gone. The puppet strings were cut. Whatever Madara or Obito or whoever had been pulling Yagura's levers would find nothing left to pull. Naruto shrank. The divine form receded until he was 12 again. 12 years old and standing on the surface of the ocean with water manipulation he hadn't possessed an hour ago, keeping his feet dry. He walked back to shore. Kirigakure was in ruins. Half the city was destroyed. By the battle, by the 3 tails transformation, by the shockwave of the suplex and the tsunami that followed. Thousands of structures lay in rubble. The harbor was gone. The Mizukage Tower was a broken stump. And every living person in that city, loyalist, rebel, civilian alike, was staring at the shoreline where a boy walked out of the ocean carrying the stolen power of their village's tailed beast in his body like it weighed nothing at all. Mei Terumi stood at the water's edge. Her auburn hair was plastered to her face from the spray. Her eyes were wide, and Mei Terumi was not a woman whose eyes went wide. She had fought for years. She had led a revolution. She had faced down the worst the bloody mist could produce without flinching. And she was looking at Naruto Uzumaki with the expression of someone watching a natural law being violated. The way you might look at the sky if gravity suddenly reversed. Something beyond fear, beyond awe, a fundamental restructuring of her understanding of what was possible. "It's done," Naruto said. He walked past her. His clothes were dry. His eyes were calm. "The mist is mine. You'll administer it. We'll discuss terms later." Mei's mouth opened. closed, opened again. You can't just... He was already walking. His vanguard fell into step behind him, Neji Kimimaro. 3 warriors bound by chains of gold, covered in the blood of a civil war ended in a single day, following a god toward whatever came next. Mei watched them go. Then she looked at the destroyed city around her, at the people emerging from rubble, at the loyalists surrendering in droves, at the gray sky above that was slowly returning to its normal color after hours of burning amber. She was now the Mizukage of a village that belonged to a 12-year-old god. She accepted this fact with the pragmatism of a survivor and began organizing rescue operations within the hour. Naruto established himself in Kirigakure's rebuilt palace within the month. The reconstruction moved faster than anyone expected, partly because the entire remaining military was desperate to prove loyalty, partly because Naruto's followers handled the logistics with the efficiency of people whose master demanded results and whose forearms burned when results were slow. The throne room was built to Naruto's specifications. Simple, stone, a single elevated seat at the far end, facing the door. He sat there when it pleased him to receive visitors and conduct the business of ruling a conquered nation. He looked obscenely young for the context. A 12-year-old boy in dark clothes and burning eyes, sitting on a stone throne in a room that smelled of sea salt and new construction, giving orders that reshaped the geopolitics of the shinobi world. Word spread. Across the elemental nations, through intelligence networks and trade routes, and the fearful whispers of survivors, the story crystallized. Kirigakure had fallen. The bloody mist was over, replaced by something that might be worse, depending on who you asked. A child conqueror sat on the Mizukage's throne, and the 3-tailed beast no longer existed as a free entity. The Jinchuriki system was broken. The balance of power between the 5 great villages was shattered. Konoha's response was paralysis. Hiruzen read the intelligence reports and felt the weight of every mistake he'd made over the past decade pressing on his shoulders. He should have acted earlier, should have done something when the boy was young enough to be shaped. But what? How do you shape a god? What mentor do you assign to a being that could destroy your village if it decided to stand up on the wrong morning? Danzo's response was ambition. He drafted 3 separate proposals for operations to neutralize or control the boy, each one more desperate than the last, each one reviewed and dismissed because every analyst who examined the intelligence came to the same conclusion. There was nothing in Konoha's arsenal, or any village's arsenal, that could reliably stop what Naruto Uzumaki had become. The other villages scrambled. Kumogakure reinforced its borders and recalled all deployed operatives. Iwagakure went to full military readiness. Sunagakure, already weakened by the Wind Daimyo's economic strangling, sank deeper into instability as the news made their weakness more pronounced. And Orochimaru, in his hidden laboratory network, watched recordings from spy summons that had witnessed the 3 Tails of Dalek destruction, and the snake's golden eyes burned with a hunger that transcended his usual scientific curiosity. What he saw on those recordings was beyond a powerful vessel, beyond a compatible body for his immortality technique. What he saw was a source of power that might, if consumed properly, if studied and dissected and understood, grant true godhood. The Sanin began to move. Orochimaru came to Kirigakure 2 months after its conquest. He came with an army, 300 sound shinobi, a dozen elite operatives, and the aces in his sleeve that he believed would turn any confrontation in his favor. He came with the Edo Tensei. The coffins emerged from the ground in the plaza before Naruto's palace at dawn. 2 of them, ornate, wooden, bearing seals that burned with the chakra of sacrificed lives. They opened with a grinding sound that echoed through the early morning fog. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, god of shinobi, the man who had fought Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End and reshaped the geography of a continent. His body, rebuilt from dust and bound by tags of control, stepped from the coffin with eyes that held nothing behind them. A puppet wearing the skin of the strongest shinobi who had ever lived. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, creator of the Edo Tensei itself, the man who had invented half the techniques the shinobi world considered standard practice. He stepped from his coffin with the same empty eyes, the same bound servitude, the same erasure of the will that had once reshaped civilization, Behind the coffins, Orochimaru stood with his arms crossed and his golden eyes fixed on the palace doors. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a nervous energy that said the medical nin knew they were gambling with forces beyond their control. "Naruto-kun," Orochimaru called. His voice carried the oily satisfaction of someone who believes they hold winning cards. "I've brought you some company, former leaders of your birth village. I thought you might enjoy seeing what the will of fire amounts to when it's on a leash." The palace doors opened. Naruto walked out, alone. His vanguard was elsewhere in the city, a choice, not a necessity. He wore dark clothes and no shoes, his amber eyes moving across the scene with the unhurried assessment of someone cataloging threats and finding none. He stopped at the top of the palace steps, 20 feet above Orochimaru's position. Looking down, the wine goblet was a nice touch. He'd been drinking when the summons detected the intruders. He hadn't bothered to put it down. He swirled the wine, red, catching the morning light. He looked at the two resurrected Hokage, at the 300 sound shinobi filling the plaza, at Orochimaru's satisfied smile. "You have made a grave mistake," Naruto said. The words landed in the silence of the plaza with the weight of a death sentence being read. Orochimaru's smile flickered, a fractional tightening at the corners, the first instinctive response of a predator who has just realized it may have miscategorized the being in front of it. Bold words for a child facing the two strongest Hokage in history, Orochimaru said. "But I admire confidence. Hashirama, Tobirama, subdue him. Alive." The two Hokage moved, or rather, their bodies moved, commanded by the tags embedded in their skulls, forced into action by a technique that stripped away free will and made legends into marionettes. Hashirama's wood release surged from the ground, massive roots erupting from the stone of the plaza, reaching for Naruto with the force and speed that had once contained tailed beasts. Tobirama flickered, the father of the flying thunder god, the inventor of space-time combat, appearing behind Naruto in an instant with water forming into a cutting blade in his hands. Naruto snapped his fingers. The sound was small, a sharp click of thumb against middle finger. Nothing dramatic, nothing that should have carried any power at all. Hashirama's wooden roots froze. Mid-reach, they stopped growing, stopped moving, hung in the air like a paused recording. Tobirama's blade stopped an inch from Naruto's neck, the resurrected Hokage's arm locked in place, his empty eyes suddenly not empty, something flickering behind them like a flame catching in dead wood. The control tags on both Hokage's skulls caught fire. Golden red, divine. The paper burned away in less than a second. Orochimaru's carefully maintained binding seals consumed by fire that recognized authority when it saw it, and burned away everything that wasn't the highest authority in the room. Hashirama blinked. Life returned to his eyes, brown, warm, confused, and then immediately horrified as his awareness returned, and he registered what was happening. Tobirama's blade dissolved into water that splashed harmlessly on the stone steps. The second Hokage's red eyes focused, sharpened. Assessed, both resurrected Kaja turned. Slowly. They turned to face Orochimaru with expressions that were no longer empty. Hashirama's filled with dawning rage at his defilement. Tobirama's filled with the cold fury of an innovator seeing his creation perverted. Orochimaru's face went white. "What?" the snake stammered. His hands were already moving, forming the seals to reassert control, to reapply the binding, to force his puppets back onto their leashes. The technique required active chakra input, concentrated will, specific. It wasn't working. His chakra reached for the Edo Tensei bodies and found nothing to grip. The connection was gone, severed completely. The souls bound to those bodies now answered to a different authority, the same authority that everything dies upon a battlefield answers to. The god who owns every soul that falls in war. Impossible, Orochimaru breathed. The Edo Tensei binds the soul to the caster's will. Your will? Naruto said from the top of the steps. He took a sip of wine. Is irrelevant when mine is in the room. Orochimaru made his decision in a fraction of a second. Credit to his survival instincts. He didn't waste time on disbelief or rage. He turned to run. Body replacement to put a sound shinobi in his position, then underground movement, then his hidden escape routes that riddled the surrounding terrain. Naruto crossed the 20-foot gap between them in a single step. No visible movement, no sound barrier breaking, He was on the steps, and then he was in front of Orochimaru with the wine goblet still in his left hand and his right hand closing around the Sanin's jaw with a grip that contained exactly enough force to prevent movement and exactly enough heat to burn the skin where fingers met flesh. Orochimaru's golden eyes went wide. The substitution hadn't activated. The escape techniques hadn't triggered. His body had been arrested between one decision and the next, frozen in the grip of something so fast and so powerful that his legendary reflexes registered the attack approximately 2 seconds after it was already complete. "You came here for my body," Naruto said. His face was inches from Orochimaru's. The amber eyes burned with light that the snake could feel as physical heat on his retinas. "You came to steal my flesh, to inhabit it like a parasite, to use me as your next skin." The grip on the jaw tightened. Orochimaru's bones creaked. "Instead, I'm going to take everything from you, every technique you've ever stolen, every body you've ever worn, every experiment, every jutsu, every drop of knowledge you've accumulated across your pathetic bid for immortality. I'm going to reach inside you, and I'm going to eat you from the soul outward. And when I'm done, the name Orochimaru will mean nothing more than the man who fed a god." His right hand pushed forward, into Orochimaru's chest, past the flesh, past the bones, past the physical, into the space where the soul lived, and like where the accumulated identities and stolen bodies and layered immortality techniques had created a patchwork existence that had cheated death a dozen times. The god of war's fingers closed around that patchwork soul and pulled. Orochimaru screamed. It was the first honest sound the Sanin had made in decades. Stripped of performance, stripped of composure, stripped of the mask he wore over his ambition. Raw, animal. The sound of a being experiencing something it cannot survive and knowing it in real time. His body convulsed in Naruto's grip. His eyes rolled. White snakes erupted from his mouth and skin in a desperate, instinctive attempt at the oral rebirth. The technique that let him shed his body like a snake sheds skin, escape through any orifice. The divine fire burned the snakes as they emerged. Each one caught flame and disintegrated. Every escape route, every contingency, every layered backup that Orochimaru's paranoid genius had woven into his existence over the decades was being burned shut one by one as the god of war consumed them. The pull continued. Orochimaru's techniques came first. Thousands of them, accumulated over a lifetime of obsessive collection, ripped from his soul and absorbed into Naruto's divine matrix. Hidden jutsus of every element, forbidden techniques, body modifications, summoning contracts, seal knowledge that rivaled the Uzumaki clan at their peak, all of it pouring across the connection between divine hand and dying soul like water through a broken dam. Then the bodies. Every host Orochimaru had ever worn, their memories, their bloodlines, their physical experiences, tore free from the composite soul and dissolved into Naruto's fire. Decades of stolen lives, decades of accumulated experimentation, decades of the closest thing to immortality a mortal had ever achieved. All of it burned and fed and consumed. And finally, the core. The thing that was Orochimaru at the most fundamental level. The curiosity, the ambition, the hunger for knowledge, the fear of death that drove everything. It came free with a final, terrible tearing sensation, and the screaming stopped because there was nothing left to scream. The body in Naruto's grip went limp. The golden eyes went dull. The skin grayed. When Naruto released his grip, the thing that fell to the ground was a husk. Empty in a way that went beyond death. Empty in the way a house is empty when no one has ever lived in it. Not a corpse, but an absence. 300 sound shinobi stared at the empty shell of their master and knew. With the absolute certainty of soldiers watching their general be consumed, that everything they had believed about their place in the world had just become irrelevant. Naruto set down his wine goblet on the step beside him. He looked at the sound forces. Then he looked at the two resurrected Hokage, Hashirama and Tobirama, standing free of control and watching him with expressions that couldn't decide between horror and respect. "You two?" Naruto addressed them. "You serve me now or you return to the dirt. Choose." Hashirama's fists clenched. The god of shinobi, even resurrected, even diminished from his peak, radiated a power that most living Kage couldn't match. You've conquered a village, you've killed a Sannin, you've bound children with chains and called yourself a god. His voice was heavy. "What makes you different from every tyrant the shinobi world has produced?" "I succeed," Naruto said, "and I will keep succeeding until every village, every system, and every broken institution that the shinobi world has built on the graves of children like me is either mine or ash. You can be part of that. You can stand beside me and see the world remade, or you can go back to being dead." Tobirama was watching with those analytical red eyes. The mind that had created the Edo Tensei, the Flying Thunder God, and half of Konoha's governmental structure evaluating the being in front of him with the same intensity he had once evaluated his brother's dream of a ninja village. Whatever conclusion he reached silently. "Hashirama," Tobirama said. "He means it. All of it. And nothing in our current state allows us to stop him." Hashirama looked at his brother, then at Naruto, then at the destruction around them. The burned sound shinobi, the empty corpse of Orochimaru, the conquered village beyond, and the first Hokage's shoulders dropped an inch. "If you harm children," Hashirama said, "if you become the thing you're claiming to fight—" "I don't claim anything," Naruto cut him off. "I take. Now fall in line or fall down." The resurrected Hokage remained standing. They didn't kneel. Naruto allowed that. They were useful as soldiers, and gods could afford the vanity of keeping proud servants. He turned to the sound forces. 300 shinobi, the dregs of Orochimaru's military machine. Experiments and recruits and zealots who had followed a snake into the mouth of a god. "You're mine now," Naruto told them. "Those of you with spines will live. Those without." He looked at the husk of Orochimaru on the ground. "Well, you've seen the alternative." Weapons dropped. Foreheads hit stone. 300 shinobi knelt in the plaza of the conquered Mist Village and submitted to a 12-year-old boy standing over the empty body of the man they'd called master. Naruto picked his wine back up and returned to his throne. The Akatsuki came 4 months later. 4 months of consolidation. 4 months of Naruto reshaping Kirigakure from a broken, bloody dictatorship into something that functioned under his authority. Mei administrated, the vanguard enforced. The resurrected Hokage trained the remaining military. Hashirama establishing an infrastructure program based on his wood release. Tobirama reorganizing the intelligence network with the efficiency of a man who had built one of the world's great villages from the ground up. It was a machine, and Naruto sat at its center like a heart-pumping war god blood through every vein. Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki arrived at the island's shore on a gray morning. They came in their black cloaks with red clouds, moving in the measured pace of S-rank criminals who had never encountered something they couldn't handle. Their mission was clear. Assess the new threat, engage if capture was viable, report back if it wasn't. They found Naruto in the palace courtyard. He was training with Kimimaro, which meant he was standing still while Kimimaro attacked him at full power with every bone technique and chain strike in his arsenal. And Naruto was deflecting everything with one hand while drinking tea with the other. The exercise wasn't for Naruto's benefit. It was for Kimimaro's. Every deflection taught the Kaguya something about the limits he hadn't found yet. Naruto sensed them before they materialized. He caught a chain strike from Kimimaro without looking, stopping the burning links mid-swing with a grip that made the chains go taut, and the Kaguya's feet skid across the courtyard stone. "We have guests," Naruto said. Itachi and Kasame stepped out of the morning fog at the courtyard's edge, two of the most dangerous criminals in the shinobi world. Itachi, slim, dark-eyed, carrying the weight of a massacre and a secret in a Mangekyo Sharingan that had broken the minds of everyone it had ever been turned against. Kasame, massive, blue-skinned, grinning with the sharp teeth of someone who enjoys violence the way most people enjoy breathing, Samahata strapped across his back and already writhing with anticipation. "Uzumaki Naruto," Itachi said. His voice was smooth, flat, carrying the controlled tonelessness of someone who has trained himself to feel nothing in combat. The Akatsuki would like a word. Naruto released Kimimaro's chains. The Kaguya stepped back, immediately shifting to combat readiness, the golden lines on his forearms glowing brighter as the chains retracted and coiled at his wrists like living serpents waiting to strike. "Your organization collects tailed beasts," Naruto said. He set down his tea on a nearby stone ledge. "You've come for the 3 tails I consumed, or the 9 tails I carry. He looked directly at Itachi and the amber of his eyes flared. Either way, you've wasted your time. Perhaps, Itachi said. The Sharingan was active, 3 tomoe spinning, analyzing, reading the flow of chakra and movement in the courtyard. Perhaps we should test that assessment. The Mangekyo manifested. The tomoe merged into the pinwheel pattern that had broken Kakashi, broken Sasuke, broken every mind it had ever been applied to. Itachi's left eye locked onto Naruto's. Tsukuyomi activated. The world shifted. The courtyard dissolved. Reality folded inward on itself and became the crimson-black dimension of Itachi's ultimate genjutsu, the space where the user was God, where 72 hours of subjective torture could be delivered in a single second of real time, where no one had ever maintained their sanity. Naruto stood on a black plain under a red sky. His hands were spread. His body was bound to a cross, iron nails through his palms and feet, chains around his torso, the architecture of suffering arranged with the artistic precision that Itachi brought to everything he did. The Uchiha stood before him, katana in hand, the architect of this mental prison. 72 hours, Itachi said within the illusion. In this world, I control everything. Time, space, matter, cause and consequence. You will experience 3 days of... Naruto flexed. The cross broke. The nails tore free. The chains shattered. The iron structure of the crucifixion disintegrated into fragments that dissolved before they hit the ground. Naruto dropped to the black plain and landed on his feet with his arms free at his sides, and the crimson sky above began to crack. Itachi took a step backward, inside his own technique, inside the dimension he controlled absolutely, the first step backward he had taken in any combat in a decade. You think this is a prison? Naruto's voice carried 2 layers now. Human on the surface, something ancient and world-breaking underneath. The air of the Tsukuyomi dimension vibrated with it. My mind has been a battlefield for longer than your clan has existed. You opened a door into a war, Uchiha. Let me show you what lives on the other side. The black plain beneath their feet changed. It rippled, transformed. The artificial horrorscape of Itachi's creation was being overwritten by something that didn't care about the rules of genjutsu because it predated the concept of illusion itself. The ground became a field stretching to every horizon, and on that field, an infinity of war. Soldiers from civilizations that had never existed in this world fought and died in formations that spanned the visible distance. Greek hoplites crashed against Spartan shields. Roman legions held lines against barbarian hordes. Vikings berserked through defensive formations with axes red to the haft. Samurai met cavalry in explosions of steel and horse blood. And above it all, above the infinite, eternal, cosmic slaughter that was the god of war's true inner world, a sky of burning amber that pulsed with every death below and grew brighter with every drop of bloodshed. Itachi's mind made contact with it. The genjutsu wasn't reversed. It was devoured. Itachi's consciousness, connected to the Tsukuyomi dimension, linked to Naruto's mind through the technique he had initiated, was suddenly exposed to the full, unfiltered, divine-scale madness of a war god's internal reality. Every death on that infinite battlefield registered against Itachi's mortal brain as a separate, distinct experience of violence. Centuries of accumulated divine memory hammered against the walls of a human mind like an ocean against a sandcastle. In the real world, where less than 2 seconds had passed, Itachi staggered. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared with pain. Blood poured from both eyes. His hands rose to his face in an involuntary gesture of protection, pressing against eye sockets that felt like they were being burned from the inside out. For the first time in his life since the night he killed his clan, Itachi Uchiha felt genuine, uncontrolled fear. His mind was on fire. The Tsukuyomi connection was burning it. Every second he stayed linked was another century of divine warfare being pumped into a mortal processor that was never built for this kind of input. He severed the technique, wrenched his chakra free from the genjutsu with a desperation that showed on his face, and the crimson dimension collapsed. Itachi fell to one knee in the courtyard. Blood dripped from his chin where it ran from his eyes. His breathing was ragged. His Sharingan deactivated involuntarily. The first time in recorded history that a Mangekyo Sharingan had been forced offline by external pressure, Naruto hadn't moved from where he stood. His hands were still at his sides. His expression was the patient, faintly amused expression of a teacher who has watched a student try something above their level and fail. "You lack the spine for true slaughter, Uchiha," Naruto said. Kisame was already moving. Whatever the partnership between him and Itachi was, whatever trust or working relationship existed there, it included a contingency for moments like this. Itachi on a knee and bleeding meant Kisame was fighting alone, and Kisame Hoshigaki did not hesitate when violence was required. Samahata came off his back with a sound like a creature unhinging its jaw. The sentient sword unfurled, bandages falling away, the scaled surface bristling with chakra-eating teeth, the hungry intelligence behind the blade locking onto the furnace of power radiating from the blonde boy and feeling something it had never felt before: fear. The sword whimpered, a sound no one had ever heard it make. The chakra-devouring weapon was looking at its intended target the way a small predator looks at a much larger one. Kisame ignored it. He gripped Samahata by the handle and charged. And credit to the man, because charging was the only option available to him, and he did it with total commitment. Full speed. A swing aimed at Naruto's neck with enough force behind it to bisect a building. The sword's chakra-absorbing ability meant to strip whatever defensive technique. Naruto's spider legs erupted. 6 metallic limbs exploded from his back in a fan of bronze-colored death. Kasame's charge met the first leg. It caught Samahata's blade on its edge, stopping the swing cold with a metallic ring that echoed across the courtyard. The second leg swept low, catching Kasame's ankle and sweeping his leading foot from under him. The third and fourth stabbed forward simultaneously, targeting chest and shoulder, forcing the Shark Man to abandon his attack and throw himself sideways into a rolling dodge that was only possible because Kasame Hoshigaki had survived decades of lethal combat. He landed in a crouch 10 feet back. Samahata raised defensively, grinning that shark's grin even as his eyes calculated the impossible mathematics of fighting something with 8 independent limbs that each moved faster than he could track. Now that's more like it, Kasame breathed, because he was who he was, a man who had lived for combat, who had betrayed his village and killed his comrades and walked the world looking for something strong enough to make the fight worthwhile. And even staring at something that was going to kill him, even knowing in his core that this was beyond him, the Shark Man felt alive. He attacked again. Water styles surged from his mouth, a tsunami worth of chakra-created ocean, flooding the courtyard in an instant, turning the stone floor into a lake and giving him the environmental advantage his fighting style demanded. His body fused with Samahata, the full merger, the shark beast transformation, the final form of a man who was half weapon even before he drew his blade. He became enormous, blue-scaled, a creature of tooth and muscle and endless chakra reserves built for underwater dominance. The water meant nothing to Naruto. He owned Isobu's nature now. The ocean was his domain as much as it was Kasame's, but he let the Shark Man fight. Let him commit to the assault, let him pour everything he had into a combination of jutsu and physical attacks that pushed the limits of what a single S-rank combatant could produce. Because Naruto was not here for Kasame. He was here for Samahata. The spider legs moved. 2 of them fought Kasame directly, parrying, deflecting, forcing the Shark Man backward through his own water with strikes that left bruises through the scaled skin. 2 more anchored Naruto's position, stabbing into the courtyard floor beneath the water for stability. And the final 2 waited, patient as a spider in a web. Kasame overcommitted on a lunging strike. Samahata thrust forward, the massive scaled blade driving toward Naruto's chest with everything behind it. Naruto's hand shot out. He caught the blade, not the handle, the blade itself, his palm closing around the chakra-eating surface of the sentient sword. Samahata bit him. Its scales reversed, digging into his palm, trying to devour his chakra the way it devoured everyone's. The sword's teeth hit Naruto's divine fire and recoiled. The chakra that constituted the God of War's power was not food. It was something that food doesn't apply to. The sword squealed, a high, pained sound. And then it started flowing. Samahata's absorption went into reverse. Instead of eating Naruto's chakra, the sword was being eaten. Its reserves, massive, built from decades of stolen power, poured backward through the contact point. But Naruto didn't keep it. He redirected it, down through his feet, across the flooded courtyard, through the water, and into. Neji Hyuga had entered the fight in silence. He stood at the edge of the courtyard with his Byakugan active, and when the river of chakra hit him, his body convulsed. His back arched. The power flooded his coils, Samehada's accumulated reserves, decades of absorbed chakra from dozens of powerful opponents, all of it crashing into a Hyuga framework that had already been enhanced by divine binding. The transformation was violent. Neji's skin darkened. Blue veins became visible across his arms and face. Not Byakugan veins, but something else. Something that carried the predatory nature of a chakra-absorbing entity merged with the precision of the Hyuga bloodline. His teeth sharpened. His hands developed a blue-gray tint at the fingertips. When his eyes opened, they had closed involuntarily during the transfer. The Byakugan veins were still there, but the irises beneath had changed. Darker, hungrier. Kisame felt it. He felt Samehada draining. He felt his fusion weakening as the sword lost its reserves, and its will broke against the divine pressure, forcing it to give rather than take. He pulled back, tried to pull back, but Naruto's grip on the blade was absolute and the spider legs were already in motion. Two of them stabbed forward, one through Kasame's shoulder, one through his hip. The shark man's eyes went wide, not with surprise because he'd known this was coming, but with the simple animal response to being impaled through major structural points of his body. The fusion with Samehada failed. His body separated from the sword, returning to human form, blood already pouring from the two wounds. Naruto released the blade. Samehada clattered to the flooded ground, whimpering, its scales laying flat in total submission. The spider legs held Kasame aloft, impaled and hanging in the air, his own water dripping off his body, his sharp-toothed grin still somehow present even as blood filled his lungs. "Not bad," Kisame managed. He coughed red. "Not bad, kid. This is a good way to go." Naruto looked at him, a beat past. Something that might have been respect from one warrior to another, crossing the space between them. "You fought well," Naruto said, "but you served the wrong master." The spider legs withdrew. Kasame dropped, landing in the shallow water on his back, staring at the gray sky above, feeling his blood pool around him. The wounds were fatal. He knew it. He accepted it with the peace of a man who had always expected to die in combat and was grateful it happened against something worthy. Itachi was on his feet. His eyes were human, dark, unenhanced, the Sharingan inactive, and his chakra signature diminished from the backlash of the failed Tsukuyomi. Blood still tracked down his cheeks. He looked at Kasame bleeding out in the courtyard, and his expression held nothing, because Itachi Uchiha had trained himself to show nothing in moments of crisis, but his hands were shaking. "Take your partner," Naruto said. He turned his back. The spider legs retracted. "Go back to Pain or Toby, or whoever runs your collection of failures. Tell them what you found here. Tell them what happens when they send 2. Maybe next time they'll send 10. He walked toward the palace doors. "It won't matter, but at least it'll be more entertaining." Itachi collected Kasame. The shark man was unconscious, bleeding, dying by inches. Itachi lifted him with strength he shouldn't have had in his diminished state and disappeared. A body flicker that took them to the shore, then beyond, then gone from Water Country's sensor range within minutes. Neji stood in the courtyard where the transfer had left him. His body was still adjusting. The blue-gray tint on his hands pulsed with each heartbeat. When he flexed his fingers, he could feel it. The hunger. The ability to drain chakra on contact, to reach out and pull the life force from anything he touched. It lived in his hands alongside the gentle fist like a second nature, and when he activated the Byakugan, he could see chakra systems with a new clarity that made targeting them feel less like combat and more like feeding. "How does it feel?" Naruto asked from the doorway. Neji looked at his hands, then at his master. The golden marks on his forearms pulsed with warmth. "Hungry," Neji said. Naruto smiled. "Good. Feed it." The Akatsuki's retreat sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld. 2 of their strongest members, one of whom carried a Mangekyo Sharingan and the other the most powerful sentient weapon in existence, had been defeated by a 12-year-old boy and walked away only because that boy chose to let them leave. The message was clear. The Akatsuki's mission to collect tailed beasts was functionally impossible, as long as Naruto Uzumaki existed. Pain, or rather, the 6 corpses through which Naruto projected his will, received the report from a shaking Itachi and a half-dead Kasame in their Rain Country headquarters. The Rinnegan saw what the Sharingan had failed to overcome. The implications settled over the organization like a funeral shroud. "We regroup," Pain's voice said through the Deva path. "We gather all remaining forces. We approach the 5 great villages with a different proposal." "What proposal?" Conan asked. "The same one they'll be arriving at themselves." Pain's ringed eyes reflected nothing. Alliance against the god of war. Before, there are no villages left to ally. 6 months after the fall of Kirigakure. 1 year since Naruto left Konoha's gates without looking back. The shinobi world held an emergency Kage summit. It was held in the Land of Iron, neutral ground, samurai territory, a country that operated outside the ninja system and could therefore host the meeting without bias. The 5 Kage gathered in a hall of steel and sworn neutrality. The 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 4th Raikage A, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, the 5th Kazekage Gaara, the youngest Kage in history, hastily promoted to fill a void, and Meiterumi, who arrived wearing the Mizukage hat she'd claimed in the aftermath of Yagura's fall, but who everyone in the room knew answered to a higher authority. The tension was a physical presence. 5 leaders who had spent decades building power structures that kept each other in check, now united by the single most terrifying development in the history of the shinobi system. "He has to be stopped," the Raikage said. His arm slammed the table hard enough to crack the reinforced surface. His voice carried the grief of a man who had lost an extraction team of his best people 4 years ago to the same enemy they were now discussing. "That boy, that thing has absorbed a tailed beast, killed Orochimaru, taken control of an entire village, and now broken the Akatsuki. If we wait any longer..." "What exactly do you propose?" Onoki interrupted. The ancient Tsuchikage was floating in his chair, his back too damaged from decades of dust release use to sit properly. His eyes were sharp despite his age. "My intelligence suggests he has already surpassed anything a single Kage can handle. Several of us together might die," Hiruzen said. The 3rd Hokage looked older than his years. The weight of what he was about to say, about the child he had watched grow, about the boy from his own village, pressed visibly on his shoulders. "I have seen his power firsthand when he was 8 years old. Before the mist, before Orochimaru, before any of this, he killed 36 of your shinobi, Raikage Dono, without sustaining a scratch. He was 8. Silence. "A full military alliance," Gaara said. The young Kazekage's voice was quiet and serious. "Every village, combined forces. If we cannot match his individual power, we overwhelm him with numbers and combined techniques. Seal him, contain him, something." May watched the discussion with her chin in her hand and a complicated expression on her face. She didn't correct any of their assessments. She didn't volunteer the information that nothing they were discussing would work. She was here because Naruto had told her to be here, to observe, to report, to let the Alliance believe it had a chance because a motivated enemy is more entertaining than a defeated one. She hated the position. She accepted it because the alternative was the chains on her forearms. She didn't have them. She hadn't taken the binding, but she knew what happened to those who defied the god of war directly. She had seen the empty body of Orochimaru. She chose pragmatism over principle and told herself she'd make it mean something later. The decision was unanimous. A shinobi alliance of unprecedented scale. Every village contributing forces. 50,000 shinobi, the combined military might of 5 major nations, would march on Kirigakure and end the threat before it consumed the world. They had 6 weeks to prepare. Naruto received Mei's report 3 hours after the summit concluded. He was in his throne room, alone except for Kimimaro standing at attention by the door. The Guya warrior was never far from his master, the chains on his forearms pulsing with a steady golden warmth that reflected Naruto's satisfaction with the news. 50,000, Naruto repeated. He was leaning on one arm of the throne, his chin resting on his fist, his amber eyes half-lidded with the lazy contentment of a predator hearing that prey was coming to him. All 5 villages, everything they have. Mei's written report included force compositions, estimated arrival timelines, command structures, and the tactical frameworks being discussed. Naruto read it all, processed it, set it aside. Good, he said. I was getting bored. The 6 weeks of preparation passed quickly. Naruto did not fortify Kirigakure. He did not build walls or lay traps or prepare defensive positions. He told Mei to evacuate the civilian population to the southern islands, a gesture that surprised her, the first sign that the boy god considered non-combatants worth preserving. And then he waited. He spent the time with his vanguard, training Neiji's new absorption abilities to their peak, working Kimimura's chain techniques until the Kaguya could fight 10 opponents simultaneously without losing control, honing Haku's ice into something that could create formations large enough to matter on a battlefield scale engagement. And he prepared one final piece. He went to the place where Hashirama and Tobirama dwelt, a separate wing of the palace, the resurrected Hokage existing in the strange half-life of the Edo Tensei, immortal and regenerating and technically undead, but free of control and cognizant enough to have opinions about their situation. Naruto found Tobirama alone, the second Hokage studying scrolls of Kirigakure's technique archives with the academic intensity of a man who could never stop learning. I need the Edo Tensei, Naruto said. Tobirama looked up. Red eyes assessed amber ones. You absorbed Orochimaru's knowledge. You already have the technique. I have his version. I want yours, the original, the pure design without his modifications. Tobirama set down his scroll. Who are you planning to raise? Naruto's eyes burned brighter. My father. The silence stretched. Tobirama was a pragmatist. He had created the technique himself, had understood its applications and its moral weight from the moment of its inception. He had also been the Hokage who established Konoha's Anbu, who had made hard decisions about acceptable costs in pursuit of village security. He understood what Naruto was doing, the psychological impact, the weapon being forged. The fourth Hokage, Tobirama said. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, the man who sealed the Nine Tails into his newborn son and died thinking he was protecting the world. Naruto's voice carried something underneath the words, something that burned slow and deep, an ember that had existed for 12 years and never gone out. I want him to see what his protection produced. Tobirama gave him the technique, clean, original, without the modifications Orochimaru had layered onto it. The second Hokage did this with his eyes open and his conscience engaged, because he had looked at the world Naruto was building and made the same pragmatic calculation he had made his entire life. This is happening with or without my assistance. At least with my involvement, I have proximity. Naruto performed the Edo Tensei alone in the palace courtyard at midnight. One coffin emerged from the ground. One body reformed from dust and sacrifice, the sacrifice being one of the captured sound shinobi. A life Naruto considered spent the moment it entered his domain. The coffin opened. Minato Namikaze stepped out into the night air of Kirigakure. Blonde hair, blue eyes, the white coat with flames along the hem. The face that Naruto's face resembled so closely that the connection was obvious at a glance. The fourth Hokage, the man who had given his life to seal the Nine Tails, who had died believing his sacrifice would protect his son and his village, blinked in the torchlight and looked at the figure standing before him. His eyes widened. Naruto? Minato's voice was quiet with disbelief. His eyes tracked over his son, the height, the build, the amber eyes that held something ancient and terrible behind them, the presence that rolled off the boy like heat from a forge. How old are you? 12, Naruto said. You missed a lot. The horror came slowly. It built in stages as Minato's resurrected mind processed what his senses were telling him. The power radiating from his son. The environment, a conquered foreign village. The chains he could see on the wrists of the warrior standing guard at the palace door. The residue of divine fire that stained the courtyard stones like permanent burns. What happened to you? Minato whispered. What was always going to happen, Naruto replied. You sealed a fox into a god and expected the god to sleep. He turned away. Rest. Tomorrow, you'll see the culmination of everything you left behind. Minato reached out, a hand extending toward his son's retreating back, the instinct of a father trying to bridge an impossible gap. Naruto, wait. The boy kept walking. The palace doors closed behind him. And Minato Namikaze, resurrected into a world he no longer recognized, stood alone in the courtyard of a conquered village and felt the full weight of what his sacrifice had produced settle onto his shoulders like a funeral shroud. The Shinobi Alliance arrived by sea. 500 ships carrying 50,000 shinobi, the largest combined military force assembled since the Third Great War. They landed on Water Country's western shores at dawn, the beach filling with soldiers in the colors of 5 nations. Konoha's green, Kumo's white, Iwa's red, Suna's tan, even a contingent from minor nations. Everything the shinobi world could gather on short notice against a threat they unanimously agreed was existential. The 5 Kage stood at the command center aboard the flagship. Hiruzen, A, Onoki, Gaara, and Mei, the last of whom had crossed back to the Alliance's side at the final moment, carrying intelligence she'd gathered during her time as Naruto's appointed administrator. She'd made her choice. It tasted like betrayal and survival in equal measure. "He knows we're here," Mei reported. "He's known since we left the mainland." "Of course he does," the Raikage growled. "The question is whether he's prepared defenses." "He hasn't," Mei said. "He's standing on the shore, alone." The Kage exchanged looks. 50,000 shinobi versus one boy. And somehow none of them felt confident. The army advanced inland. The formation was massive, 50,000 spread across a mile-wide front, moving through Water Country's coastal terrain in organized battalions with Kaji-level leaders anchoring each wing. The ground shook under the combined footfall. The morning air hummed with the collective chakra of an entire world's military brought to bear on a single target. They found him on a plain 2 miles from the shore. An open field of grass and scattered stone, the kind of terrain where armies had met since the dawn of warfare. Wide enough for numbers to matter, flat enough for formations to hold. Naruto stood at the center of the field, alone. His vanguard was arrayed behind him at a 100-meter distance. Neji, Haku, Kimimaro, 3 warriors against 50,000. And further back, visible as figures in the distance, the resurrected forms of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. And one more, Minato Namikaze, stood apart from the others. His white coat was visible even at distance. Raised from the dead, standing in the formation of his son's army, Hiruzen saw him first. The 3rd Hokage's pipe dropped from his mouth. "That's Minato?" The Raike's eyes locked onto the distant blonde figure. His jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth. "The Yellow Flash. That boy resurrected the Yellow Flash." The army halted. 50,000 shinobi stopped in formation, a wall of humanity facing a handful of figures across an open field, and the silence that fell was the silence of the world, holding its breath before something irreversible. Naruto spoke. His voice shouldn't have carried across the distance. A 1/4 mile of open air between him and the front line of the Alliance. But it did. It reached every ear on that field as though he were standing beside each person individually, the divine weight behind his words carrying them like the wind carries wildfire. "You brought everyone. I'm flattered." The Raikage's response was immediate and volcanic. "Uzumaki, this ends today. Surrender the mist. Surrender yourself, or we will end you where you stand." Naruto's laugh crossed the field. It carried layers, human amusement on the surface, something vast and old and hungry underneath. "You brought 50,000 soldiers to die, and you think you're giving me orders?" His head shook once. "Come then. All of you. Bring your numbers. Bring your techniques. Bring your Kage and your Jonin and your expendable Chunin. Bring everything." His eyes found the white coat in the distance. His father, standing among the Alliance forces, because Naruto had placed him there, had positioned his resurrected father on the enemy's side of the field, on purpose, as a statement, as a confrontation that needed to happen in front of the world. "Father," Naruto called across the field. His voice shifted, something raw entering the edges of it, something that was 12 years old and had been left alone in a village that hated him, while the man who should have been there was dead and gone. "Come forward." Minato moved. He walked through the Alliance front line, soldiers parting for him instinctively, staring at the resurrected 4th Hokage with expressions of awe and confusion, and he crossed the open ground between the armies. The field was silent except for his footsteps. Every eye watched. 50,000 people holding their breath as the Yellow Flash walked toward the god of war. He stopped 20 feet from his son. close enough to see the amber burning behind those eyes, close enough to feel the heat rolling off the boy's body, close enough to see his own features reflected in that face, his jawline, his hair color, his build, and to see how completely different everything behind those familiar features was. "Naruto," Minato said. His voice carried grief so heavy it bent the air between them. "Look at what you've become. Look at what you've done. This isn't." "What?" Naruto's voice was even, hard. "This isn't what you wanted? This isn't the hero you imagined? The protector? The savior of the leaf?" His head tilted. The amber eyes burned brighter. "You sealed a god into an infant and left him to rot in a village that wanted him dead. You died believing that sacrifice made you noble, that your son would be celebrated, honored, that the village would see the hero and love the jailer." Minato's face crumbled. The words hit like physical blows because they were true, and he knew they were true, and he had known in the deepest, most secret part of his dying thoughts that he was asking too much of people who had lost everything to the fox that night. "They didn't celebrate me," Naruto continued. "They feared me. They hated me. They left me alone in a dark apartment at 4 years old and told themselves it was someone else's problem." His voice rose, not in volume but in intensity, in the layered harmonic that said two beings were speaking through the same mouth. And underneath the hatred, underneath the fear, underneath the fox they blamed for their pain, I was already there, waiting, growing, becoming the thing that would make all of their fear justified. Minato's eyes were wet. The fourth Hokage, the fastest shinobi who had ever lived, the man who had ended wars with his presence, was crying on a battlefield in front of 50,000 people. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what they did to you. I'm sorry I wasn't there." "That night," Naruto said, and his voice split completely. Human vanishing, divine remaining, the ancient harmonic shaking the air between them with a force that made Minato's resurrected body tremble. "I was trying to make you a great warrior. The god of war requires no protection." The words hit the field like a physical shockwave. Everyone heard them. Every soldier, every Kage, every person on that battlefield heard the declaration and felt its meaning settle into their understanding. This being had never needed saving, had never needed a village's love or a father's sacrifice or a system's protection. It had been growing in the dark, patient, and terrible, and everything that had been done to it, the isolation, the hatred, the fear, had been fuel. Minato's hand reached out, trembling, trying to bridge the gap between the father he had been and the thing his son had become. Naruto looked at that hand, and then he turned away from it. "Watch," the god of war said. "Watch what I've become, and know that you made this possible." His body erupted. The transformation was instantaneous and total. One moment there was a 12-year-old boy standing on a field. The next moment there was a mountain. Naruto's divine form expanded outward in an explosion of fire and force that created a shockwave strong enough to knock the first 5 rows of Alliance soldiers off their feet. He grew 30 feet, 50, 100, 200, 3, 4, 500 feet, towering above the battlefield like a titan from an age before human memory, his body wreathed in flame that burned amber and gold and deep, furious red. His hair a blazing mane that reached upward toward the clouds and set the sky on fire where it touched. The 6 spider legs extended at scale. Each one was the length of a city block. Hundreds of feet of bronze-colored metallic death, arching out from his back in a crown of nightmarish appendages, each tip sharp enough and heavy enough to crush buildings. They moved with independent intelligence, each leg a separate weapon system, each one already reaching toward the 50,000 soldiers below with the slow inevitability of an executioner raising an axe. His eyes, now the size of houses, burning with amber light that cast visible beams across the battlefield like searchlights from a wrathful heaven, swept across the Alliance army. Every person those eyes passed over felt it. A weight, a judgment, the sensation of being weighed by something infinite and being found wanting. "I am the god of war." The declaration shook the earth. The voice came from everywhere, from the sky, from the ground, from the air itself, vibrating with divine authority. It carried the double layer at full force now, human and ancient overlapping in a harmonic that made eardrums bleed and spines lock rigid. It was not a shout. It was a law of the universe being spoken into existence. The alliance broke. 3 seconds. That was how long the formation held after the declaration. 3 seconds of 50,000 shinobi staring up at a burning god the size of a mountain, and their training, their discipline, their combined decades of military conditioning. All of it crumbled against the primal, overwhelming terror of what their eyes and bodies and souls were telling them. You are prey. You have always been prey. You will die here. The front line shattered first. Chunin and Ginin, soldiers with less than a decade of experience, pulled from villages across the world to make up the numbers, turned and ran. The panic spread backward through the formation like fire through dry grass. Each person's flight giving permission to the person behind them, and within 10 seconds, a full third of the army was en route. The Kage responded. A's voice roared commands. Onoki rose into the air on his dust-released wings. Gaara's sand erupted from the ground in massive defensive walls. Hiruzen summoned Unma. All 5 Kage-level combatants launched themselves into the air, forming a line between the running army and the burning god, trying to buy time, trying to hold the line, trying to do anything against something that was so far beyond their power that the comparison was abstract. Naruto's right hand rose, palm open. 500 feet in the air, the hand of a god spreading fingers wide. The telekinesis activated. All 5 Kage left the ground simultaneously. They rose into the air, yanked upward by invisible force, their techniques cutting off mid-execution as their bodies were ripped from their positions. Thrashed, the Raikage's lightning armor blazing at full power, his muscles straining against the grip, the strongest physical shinobi in the world reduced to a struggling insect pinned between invisible fingers. Onoki's dust release fired, the atomic-level technique lancing out at Naruto's massive form, hitting the divine fire that wreathed his chest and evaporating on contact. The disintegration technique disintegrated against something that existed beyond the physical laws it manipulated. Gaara's sand shield compressed around him, an automatic defense that had protected him since birth, and Naruto's telekinetic grip crushed through it like a fist through wet paper. 5 Kage hung in the air, 500 feet up, small as dolls in the grip of a god. Their village protectors. Their shields against the darkness. Their strongest leaders. Rendered helpless, Naruto's fist began to close. Slowly, the telekinetic pressure increased in increments. The Kage felt it, bones creaking, joints compressing, organs pressing against the cage of their ribs as the force squeezed inward from every direction. Screamed in rage. Onoki gasped, his ancient body already fragile, feeling the pressure building toward the breaking point. Gaara's sand tried to cushion him and was compressed alongside his body. Your system built itself on the corpses of children, Naruto's voice rolled across the field like thunder. Your villages bred soldiers from the cradle and threw them into wars they didn't start. Your clans marked their own blood with slave seals. Your councils ordered massacres and called them necessary evils. You built a world of suffering and called it peace. His fist tightened. Hiruzen felt a rib crack. The old man's eyes were locked on his former ward, the boy he had watched grow, the child he had failed to protect, the god he had failed to stop. I am not here to fix it. Naruto continued. I am here to end it, and from the ashes, I will build something that serves me. The spider legs came down. 6 massive limbs, each one hundreds of feet long, drove downward into the fleeing army like divine judgments rendered in bronze. The first leg swept horizontally at chest height across a battalion of 200 Kumo shinobi, cutting through them in a single stroke, the force of the impact sending bodies flying in arcs that scattered across the field like grain thrown from a farmer's hand. The second and third stabbed downward simultaneously, punching into the earth with force that created craters and buried everyone within a 50-meter radius under displaced soil and stone. The fourth leg caught a formation of Iwa ninja mid-retreat, 40 heavy armor specialists who had formed a defensive square, their earth techniques raising walls around them. The leg punched through the walls, through the armor, through the men inside. It emerged from the other side of the formation trailing bodies and rubble. The fifth and sixth legs worked in tandem, sweeping, stabbing, moving through the routing army with the efficiency of farm equipment harvesting a field. Each stroke killed dozens, Each downward stab crushed scores. The battlefield was becoming a killing field, and the god of war was the thresher moving through it. But the legs were not the worst of it. Naruto raised both hands toward the sky. Divine fire surged from his palms, not directed at the ground, but upward into the clouds. The sky above the battlefield ignited. The clouds caught fire in amber and gold, burning from within, transforming the morning sky into a ceiling of divine flame. And then the fire fell, columns of it, burning pillars of Greek fire, the divine, primordial flame that could not be extinguished by water or wind or technique, descending from the burning sky like the judgment of heaven made visible. Each column was 30 feet wide and hit the ground with the force of a meteor impact, creating explosions of amber flame that expanded outward in rolling walls of heat. They fell everywhere, dozens of them, then hundreds, a rain of fire covering the entire battlefield in a grid of destruction that left no safe path for retreat. Alliance shinobi ran between the columns, dodging left, dodging right, trying to find gaps in the burning rain, and the fire spread where it hit. It ate the ground. It ate the air. It ate through water-style defenses and earth-style walls and sand barriers and lightning shields, because it was not a technique. It was not chakra. It was the fire of a god, and mortal elements held dominion over nothing that a god commanded. The screaming was tremendous. Thousands of voices raised in agony and terror, the sound of an army dying in pieces, burning and crushed and impaled. The ground itself was liquefying under the heat, stone and soil melting into glass where the divine flame touched, creating a landscape of mirror-smooth destruction that reflected the burning sky above. Naruto's vanguard moved through the chaos. Kimimaro was a storm at ground level. The blades of chaos extended to their full length, 60 feet of burning chains sweeping in arcs that cut through retreating soldiers who had survived the initial bombardment. His face was empty of anything except total focus. The chains demanded violence, and his soul provided it, and the combination was a symphony of destruction that left burning bodies in its wake. He was laughing, or the chains were laughing through him. It was impossible to tell the difference. Neji moved through the Konoha contingent with his new abilities. Every touch drained. Every palm strike didn't just close Tenketsu, but pulled chakra directly out of the victim, feeding it back to the Hyuga through the same absorption mechanism that had once belonged to Samehada. Shinobi dropped around him like puppets with cut strings, alive but empty, their chakra reserves drained to nothing in a single contact. He was faster than he had ever been, stronger, the divine binding and the shark's gift working in concert to create something that was neither Hyuga nor beast, but a fusion worse than both. Haku's ice covered entire sections of the battlefield. Walls of it, rising 50 feet high, trapping fleeing soldiers in corridors of frozen death, funneling them into kill zones where Senbon rained from mirrors that multiplied faster than they could be destroyed. The ice burned where it touched exposed skin, carrying traces of divine fire within its structure, cold and hot simultaneously, a contradiction that no medical technique could address. The Alliance army died by the thousands. The retreat became a rout. The rout became a massacre. 50,000 soldiers reduced to 40, to 30, to 20. Bodies piling in the fire trenches. Blood running in rivers that caught flame where they pooled near the columns of divine fire. The grass of the field was gone, burned to nothing, replaced by glass and ash, and the remnants of people who had believed they could fight a god. Through it all, Naruto waited. His steps covered hundreds of meters each. His feet came down on battalions. Entire formations were crushed beneath sandals the size of buildings. The soldiers who found themselves directly beneath his shadow, looking up at the underside of a descending foot, had time to scream once before the weight of divinity compressed them into the earth. He grew as they died. Every casualty fed him. Every life ended on this field poured power back into the burning form, adding mass, adding height, making the fire brighter and the presence heavier and the spider legs faster and the telekinesis stronger. The more they fought, the more they died, the stronger he became. It was a cycle that couldn't be broken from the inside. Violence fed the god of war, and attempting to combat the god of war required violence. The Kaj still hung in the air, still held in his grip. Forced to watch, forced to see their armies, their people, their soldiers, the strength of their nations shredded below them while they hung powerless in the sky. Hiruzen was weeping. The third Hokage, with cracked ribs and blood on his lips, was crying openly as he watched the shinobi world he had spent his life protecting, burning beneath a god who had once been a small blonde boy eating ramen alone. Had stopped struggling. The Raikage hung limp in the telekinetic grip, his lightning armor spent, his body bruised and compressed, his eyes fixed on the destruction below with an expression that had gone past rage into something hollow. He was watching his people die, and his power meant nothing. His title meant nothing. His years of strength and training and military preparation meant nothing against this. Onoki's eyes were closed. The ancient Tsuchikage had seen 3 wars, had fought alongside and against legends, had survived longer than any active Kage in history. And he had closed his eyes because what was happening below was beyond anything his experience had prepared him for. Gaara watched with wide teal eyes, the youngest Kage, the boy who had been a Jinchuriki, who had known isolation, who had walked the same path of loneliness that Naruto had walked. He looked at the burning god and felt something that confused him, something between horror and recognition. The rage was familiar, the isolation was familiar. The response was scaled beyond anything he could have imagined, but the source he understood. The alliance broke completely at the 20,000 casualty mark. What remained of the fighting force abandoned all pretense of order and fled in every direction, into the ocean, into the interior of the island, into the forests, anywhere that wasn't the burning field. The rout was total, absolute. The largest military force assembled in decades reduced to a fleeing mob in less than 30 minutes. Naruto let them go. The fire from the sky stopped falling. The spider legs retracted to stillness. The telekinetic grip on the cod loosened, not releasing them, but no longer crushing. The battlefield fell into a ringing silence, punctuated only by the crackle of divine flame still burning in the trenches and craters, and the distant sounds of people running for their lives. Naruto's massive head tilted downward. 5 Kage still hung before him, small figures suspended against his burning chest, illuminated by the amber glow of his divine form. He looked at them the way a collector looks at insects on pins. "Go home," the god of war said. The voice was quiet now, quiet for a 500-foot deity, which meant it was merely a rumble rather than a thunderclap. Rebuild what you can, bury your dead, and remember this when you consider sending armies against me again. He opened his hand. The 5 Kage dropped, falling from height, catching themselves at the last moment with techniques born from desperation and training. They landed on the burning field among the bodies of their soldiers and stood in the ash of their ambitions. Naruto shrank. The divine form receded, 500 feet to 300, to 100 to 50 to 12 again. A 12-year-old boy standing in the center of a destroyed world, blood-red glass beneath his feet, fire burning on every horizon, his amber eyes returning to their normal glow. His vanguard gathered behind him. Neji, Haku, Kimimaro, covered in the evidence of their work, the chains on Kimimaro's arms still glowing. Neji's hands still tinged with the stolen chakra of hundreds. Haku's ice still standing in formations across the field like frozen tombstones. Minato was there too. The 4th Hokage had not fought. He had stood where his son placed him, on the wrong side of the field, among allies he hadn't been allowed to help, watching his child burn the world. And the expression on his face was the expression of a man whose soul had broken sometime during the last 30 minutes and would never fully repair. Naruto looked at his father. One long look, then away. "This field belongs to me now," Naruto announced. His voice carried across the burning landscape to every surviving ear within range. "This country belongs to me, and if the 5 nations want to keep their remaining soldiers alive, they will remember what happened here and make their decisions accordingly." He turned. He walked toward the coast. His vanguard followed. Behind them, the greatest battle in shinobi history smoldered in divine fire that would burn for 7 days before finally fading, leaving a scar on the earth of water country visible from the sky for decades to come. In the aftermath, the world rearranged itself around the new reality. Konoha recalled its surviving forces. 22,000 of the original contingent made it home. The others were dead, dying, or missing on a burning island. Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to his village with cracked ribs and a broken spirit and submitted his resignation as Hokage within the week. The title was meaningless. The position was meaningless. Everything he had built his life around, the will of fire, the village system, the balance of power between nations, had been rendered irrelevant by a child he had failed. Tsunade Senju was recalled to take the hat. She came reluctantly, and when she read the intelligence reports about what had happened on that field, she drank for 3 days straight before accepting the position. Kumogakure went dark. The Raikage sealed the borders and began a program of internal fortification that his people called preparation and his enemies called desperation. He trained every day, alone, pushing his body beyond its limits, preparing for a fight he knew he would likely never get the chance to have. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure entered a non-aggression pact with Kirigakure within the month. Onoki sent diplomats. Gaara sent formal recognition of Naruto's sovereignty over water country. Both decisions were made with the clinical pragmatism of leaders who had seen their options reduced to surrender or death. The Akatsuki dissolved. Without the ability to collect tailed beasts, Naruto had consumed the 3 tails and carried the 9 tails, and his existence made any extraction attempt suicidal. The organization's purpose collapsed. Pain retreated to Rain Country and went silent. The remaining members scattered. Itachi vanished. Sasori returned to his workshop and sealed the doors. Deidara reportedly flew east and was never seen again. Sasuke Uchiha left Konoha the night the survivors returned. He walked out the same gate Naruto had used a year before and headed east. He had no plan. He had no destination. He had something burning in his chest that used to be hatred for his brother and was now something larger, more consuming, more absolute. He was going to find Naruto Uzumaki. He was going to stand in front of that presence, and he was going to find out if there was anything in the Uchiha bloodline, anything in his hatred, anything in his potential, that could reach the level of what he had seen on the intelligence reports. He would probably die. He accepted that. Dying in the attempt was better than living in the shadow. The world did not end. It rearranged. It restructured. It bent around the god of war like water around a stone too large to move, flowing into new patterns that acknowledged his existence without directly challenging it. Naruto sat on his throne in the rebuilt palace of Kirigakure. The city was recovering. His administration, Mei's administration, technically, but everyone understood the hierarchy, was functional. Trade resumed. Fishermen returned to the harbors. Children went to school. Life continued in the shadow of a god because life continues. Because that is what it does. Because humanity has survived beneath the heels of the powerful since the first tribe submitted to the first warlord. His vanguard knelt before him. Neji on one knee, the golden marks on his forearms visible beneath rolled sleeves, his hunger-touched eyes calm and patient. Haku beside him, ice pale and beautiful, the grief long since transformed into purpose. Kimimaro directly at the foot of the throne, the Kaguya warrior kneeling closest because the chains on his arms demanded proximity, because the warmth was strongest here, because Kimimaro Kaguya would have knelt at this distance even if the chains allowed him to stand 1,000 miles away. Behind them, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju stood in the shadows. Resurrected, free-willed, choosing to serve because the alternative was irrelevance. And because, in Hashirama's case especially, there was still something that looked like hope, that proximity might provide an opportunity to guide. A futile hope, but hope nonetheless. Minato stood at the back of the throne room. The 4th Hokage was a ghost in more ways than the obvious. He haunted the edges of his son's empire with the glazed expression of a man who had seen everything he loved corrupted into something that terrified him and could not look away. He stayed because Naruto let him stay. Because having his father watch, having the man who had sacrificed everything witness what that sacrifice produced, satisfied something in the god of war that ran deeper than strategy. Naruto sat. The throne was stone beneath him, simple, cold, made warm by the fire that always flickered at the edges of his form. His amber eyes moved across his assembled court. Soldiers, servants, bound warriors and resurrected legends. The first pieces of something that would grow until it consumed the entire map. He raised his goblet. The wine inside was red. "The beginning," Naruto said, and drank. The amber light of his eyes reflected in the wine as he lowered the cup, and the smile on his face was the smile of a predator who has just realized the hunt is barely beginning. Outside the palace, the sun set over a world that would never be the same. The divine fire from the battlefield still burned on the horizon, visible even from this distance, a permanent amber glow against the darkening sky. A reminder, a warning, a promise. The god of war was 12 years old. He owned a nation. He had killed a legend, broken an alliance, consumed a tailed beast, and bent the shinobi system to the breaking point. His name was spoken in whispers from one end of the elemental nations to the other. Mothers used it to frighten children. Kaj used it in strategy meetings with shaking hands. Missing Nin offered prayers to it before jobs, hoping the god's attention was pointed elsewhere. And this was only the beginning. The throne room settled into silence. The torches burned amber. The vanguard held their positions. And Naruto Uzumaki, the mortal vessel of Ares, the god of war incarnate, the boy who had been left alone in the dark and had used that darkness to grow teeth, sat on his throne with patient, burning eyes and waited for the world to send him something worth standing for. It would. It always did. Conflict was eternal, and so was he, and the next chapter of his conquest was already writing itself in the fear of every village, every Kaj, every warrior who had heard the name and felt the ground tremble beneath them. The god of war was patient. The god of war was young. And the god of war was hungry. The hunger lived in the amber light and breathed with it. It filled the throne room like incense, present in the air, in the stone, in the warmth that radiated from the figure on the throne, whose eyes swept the darkness with the patience of something that had already won and was waiting for the world to realize it. Outside the palace, Kirigakure hummed with the sounds of a city rebuilding itself around a new center of gravity. Inside, the torches burned their wrong-colored flame, and the silence held its shape like a blade held in a sheath. The hunger did not diminish with conquest. It grew leaner, more refined. It learned to wait for the meal worth consuming rather than gorging on whatever stumbled into its reach. And the god of war sat on his stone throne with a goblet of wine resting on one knee, and his amber eyes half closed, feeling the distant threads of conflict across the elemental nations, like a spider feeling vibrations in the outermost strands of its web. Something was coming from the west. Something that burned with a familiar frequency, grief and rage, and the desperate, white-hot need to prove itself against something that could destroy it. Something. Uchiha. Naruto smiled into his wine and waited. Sasuke Uchiha walked through the gates of Kirigakure 3 days later. He carried nothing except the chokuto strapped across his back and the Mangekyo Sharingan burning in both eyes like twin funeral pyres refusing to go out. His clothes were dark, torn at the edges from weeks of travel through hostile territory. His face was thinner than it had been the last time anyone from Konoha had seen him. The aristocratic features sharpened by privation and something deeper, something internal being consumed to fuel the fire that had brought him here. He walked through streets that parted for him because the citizens of the mist recognized danger when they saw it, and because the black Uchiha crest on his back carried a weight of myth that this village, with its history of bloodline purges and its intimate knowledge of what powerful eyes could do, understood at a primal level. The palace guards saw him approach. 2 of them, experienced Chunin, who had survived the civil war and the conquest that followed, moved to intercept. Sasuke's killing intent washed over them like a wave of frozen air, and their hands stopped moving toward their weapons. Their bodies locked. Their eyes went wide with the specific terror of prey animals caught in a predator's gaze. "Tell him Sasuke Uchiha is here," the boy said. His voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had made a decision that transcended fear of death. "Tell him I've come to fight." He didn't need to tell them. The palace doors opened before the guards could move. Amber light spilled out from the throne room beyond, warm and heavy, and carrying that presence, that rolling divine weight that made the air itself feel thicker. An invitation, or a summoning. The distinction between the two had long since become academic, where the god of war was concerned. Sasuke walked through, The throne room was vast and simple. Stone floors, stone walls, torches burning amber at intervals. And at the far end, elevated on a platform of 3 steps, the throne. And on it, Naruto Uzumaki, looking exactly as the intelligence reports described. 12 years old and ancient, amber-eyed and burning, carrying himself with the absolute stillness of something that moved only when it chose to and destroyed what it moved toward. He didn't stand when Sasuke entered. His eyes tracked the Uchiha's approach across the length of the room with the unhurried assessment of a sculptor studying raw material, looking for the shape inside the stone, the potential beneath the surface, the thing that could be carved from what stood before him. Sasuke stopped 20 feet from the throne. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun in both eyes. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and his stance said everything his mouth hadn't yet. The readiness, the acceptance of what was likely to happen, the bone-deep refusal to spend another day existing in the shadow of something he couldn't challenge. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke said, God of War, Conqueror of the Mist, Breaker of the Alliance. His jaw tightened. I'm here to fight you. Naruto tilted his head. The amber flared behind his lids. He studied Sasuke the way you study a particularly interesting specimen, with attention that was more than casual and less than concerned. You walked across 3 countries to die in my throne room, Naruto said. His voice carried that layered weight, human on the surface, something deeper thrumming underneath. That takes commitment. I didn't come to die. Sasuke's hand tightened on his sword. I came to find out. Find out what? Whether there's anything in this world worth matching myself against. Whether the blood in my veins means something or whether it's just another leash. The Mangekyo burned brighter. You're the only thing left that can answer that question. Naruto set his wine goblet on the arm of the throne. He looked at Sasuke for a long moment. Really looked with those amber eyes that weighed and measured and assessed at levels deeper than the physical. He saw the Mangekyo. He saw the grief underneath it, Itachi's massacre, the destroyed clan, the childhood spent sharpening hatred into purpose. He saw the cold ambition, and underneath it, screaming, the desperate need to be recognized by something that could refuse to acknowledge anything and make that refusal stick. The courtyard, Naruto said. He stood, a single, fluid motion that carried no wasted effort. Not in here. You'll want room. They stood in the palace courtyard as the sun broke over the rebuilt walls of Kirigakure. The stone beneath their feet was the same stone where Naruto had trained Kimimaro, where the Akatsuki had come calling, where Orochimaru's empty body had hit the ground. It remembered violence. It was built for it. Sasuke drew his Chokuto. Lightning chakra ran down the blade in a crackling sheath. Blue, white, and volatile, the Chidori current flowing through the metal with the ease of long practice. His Mangekyo spun in both eyes, reading the air currents, the ambient energy, the position of the sun, the 1,000 micro details that the Sharingan processed in every fraction of every second. Naruto stood 15 feet away with his arms at his sides and his head slightly tilted. He wore dark clothes and bare feet against the courtyard stone. The amber in his eyes was steady, waiting. The expression on his face was the expression of someone about to watch something interesting happen and already knowing how it would end. Sasuke moved first. He crossed the 15-foot gap in a single burst of speed that would have killed most Jonin before they registered the attack. The Chokuto drove forward in a thrust aimed at center mass, lightning crackling, blade singing, the full commitment of a man who had accepted death as a price of admission. Fast. Genuinely fast. The kind of fast that had given Orochimaru pause. Naruto caught the blade between 2 fingers. The lightning crackled across his skin and grounded itself into nothing. The thrust died. Sasuke's forward momentum arrested in a single instant by 2 fingers pinching the flat of a blade that carried enough voltage to stop a human heart 10 times over. The impact of the stop sent a shockwave through Sasuke's arm. Wrist, elbow, shoulder, all rattling with arrested force. Their eyes met. Amber and Mangekyo, inches apart. Is this your answer? Naruto asked. 1 sword and some lightning? Sasuke's offhand was already forming seals. Fire style. Grand fireball, point blank range, the heat of it blooming between their bodies in a sphere that should have consumed them both. Naruto released the blade and stepped backward through the fire. It washed over him and parted around his body like water around heated stone, the divine fire in his skin burning hotter than any mortal technique could, rejecting the Uchiha flames as lesser, as insufficient, as a candle brought to contest the sun. Sasuke was already through the fireball. Following, pressing, the Chokuto tracing lightning arcs through the air, a combination of strikes that flowed one into the next, with the fluid, deadly grace of someone who had trained in isolation for months, with nothing in his mind except the image of the enemy before him. Overhead cut, rising slash, reverse grip stab. Each one carrying enough force and speed to bisect a Chunin, each one missing by inches that felt intentional on Naruto's part. The god of war leaning away from each strike with the lazy economy of someone testing how close they could let the blade get before bothering to move. Sasuke's frustration built like pressure in a sealed chamber. His strikes came faster, harder. The lightning chakra surged brighter, the Mangekyo spinning into overdrive as it fed him predictive data that should have given him an edge. And the data was useless because Naruto moved outside the parameters the Sharingan could predict. His body didn't follow the rules of physical combat. His deflections came from angles that shouldn't have worked. His dodges carried him distances that legs alone couldn't cover. Faster, Naruto said. It landed like a command from a training instructor. Sasuke snarled. The Mangekyo flared and the Susanoo ignited. It erupted from his body in a cascade of purple chakra. The ribcage first, translucent bones of condensed Uchiha fury wrapping around him like a shield. Then the arms, then the skull forming above him with those empty burning eyes, and the ethereal blade manifesting in one massive hand. The Susanoo grew, half body, full body, armored with the Tengu-nosed war mask and the wings of spectral energy spreading behind it. A construct of pure combat intent given form by the most powerful visual technique in the Uchiha bloodline. The perfect Susanoo stood 40 feet tall in the palace courtyard, its feet cracking the stone beneath it, its blade drawn back for a strike that would have leveled the palace and everything in a 2-block radius. Naruto looked up at it. The amber in his eyes brightened with something that might have been approval. "There it is," he said. The Susanoo's blade came down. The impact split the courtyard in half. Stone exploded outward in a fountain of debris. The shockwave blew out every window in the palace's east wing and knocked the guards on the outer wall off their feet. The blade hit the ground where Naruto had been standing and carved a trench 30 feet long and 10 feet deep into the earth beneath the stone. Naruto was on the Susanoo's arm. He had moved during the strike, between one frame and the next, between the blade beginning its descent and the blade finding earth. And now he stood on the massive spectral forearm, like a bird perched on a branch, his bare feet touching the purple chakra construct, and his weight meaning nothing to something designed to fight mountains. He pressed one palm against the Susanoo's surface. The divine fire entered the construct, golden red flame that burned inward, through the layers of concentrated chakra that formed the Susanoo's armor, through the structural integrity of the technique itself. The fire didn't attack from outside. It manifested inside the construct and burned outward from the core, eating the technique from within, consuming the chakra that held it together the way termites consume wood, invisible and total and irreversible. The Susanoo screamed. The construct, the manifestation of Sasuke's will, his grief, his power, made a sound that chakra constructs should never make, a cry of pain as the divine fire unmated from the inside. Cracks appeared across the armored surface. Amber light leaked through them. The construct flickered, solid one moment, translucent the next, and Sasuke inside felt it as physical agony. The Susanoo was connected to his chakra, to his eyes, to his soul, and the fire burning through it was touching all three. The construct collapsed. It didn't fade. It shattered. Pieces of spectral purple energy flew outward like the fragments of a broken mirror, dissolving before they hit the ground. Sasuke fell, 40 feet straight down. The wind knocked from his lungs, his Mangekyo bleeding from the backlash of having his ultimate technique consumed from within. He hit the ground and rolled. His body slammed against the broken stone and his ribs cracked on impact, and the Chokuto clattered away from fingers that had gone numb. Blood ran from both eyes, thick red tears tracking down his cheeks. His chakra was guttered. The Mangekyo flickered in his vision like a candle in a storm, and still he rose. Sasuke Uchiha, broken ribs, bleeding eyes, chakra reserves approaching empty, pushed himself to his hands and knees and then to his feet. His spine straightened, his chin lifted. The Mangekyo spun one more time, and Amaterasu bloomed in his left eye. The black flames that burned anything they touched. The technique that couldn't be extinguished by any known means, manifesting in a last desperate act of defiance. The black fire launched from his eye and hit Naruto's chest. It burned there, for a moment. The flames of Amaterasu, black and hungry and eternal, existing on the surface of the God of War's body like ink stains on parchment. Naruto looked down at them, studied them, felt their nature, the grief fire, the hatred fire, the flames born from the worst pain an Uchiha could suffer. His divine fire flared. The amber consumed the black. It ate the Amaterasu the way a larger flame eats a smaller one, swallowing it, integrating it, the black fire disappearing into the divine furnace and adding its nature to the whole. Gone in 2 seconds. Consumed and claimed, Sasuke's legs gave out. He dropped to both knees on the shattered courtyard stone with his sword out of reach, and his eyes burning with blood, and his entire body trembling with the exertion of a fight that had pushed every limit he possessed and found them insufficient. His hands pressed flat against the ground. His head hung. And then, because he was Sasuke Uchiha, because the stubbornness was structural, he looked up, met those amber eyes with his bleeding Mangekyo. And his expression held everything. The fury of a man who had given his absolute best and watched it be consumed like kindling. The grief of someone who had walked here expecting to die and been allowed to live, and underneath both, buried deep, burning slow, something that looked like relief. He had found the answer to his question. His blood meant something. His eyes meant something. His power meant something. Enough to interest the God of War. Enough to be kept. Naruto crouched. He descended to Sasuke's level with a fluid grace that put their faces at equal height, amber eyes meeting the spinning, bleeding red of the Mangekyo. This close, Sasuke could feel the heat coming off the god's body, the constant low burn of divinity that existed in his skin like a furnace behind a thin wall. "You drew blood," Naruto said. His hand came up, palm forward, showing Sasuke the thin line across his forearm where the Chokuto's lightning had nicked him during the initial exchange. A cut, shallow, already closing, but present, real. No one has done that in this courtyard. Sasuke's breath came in ragged gasps. His eyes held Naruto's without wavering. The blood on his cheeks had dried to dark tracks. "Take the binding," Naruto said. "The chains, the fire on your forearms and the connection in your chest. Take it, and I will make those eyes into something that even gods should fear." The silence stretched between them. Two boys, both 12, both orphans, both carrying things too large for their bodies. The differences between them were absolute. The parallels were the foundation upon which this moment balanced. "If I take it," Sasuke said, and his voice was raw, scraped clean of pride by exhaustion, "I can never fight you again. You will never want to." Naruto's hand extended, palm open, the golden fire playing at the edges of his fingers, warm and waiting and patient in its certainty. "You came here looking for something worth burning toward. You found it. Stop pretending the decision is difficult." Sasuke's hand rose, trembling, covered in his own blood. It closed around Naruto's forearm and the fire poured in. The blades of chaos burned themselves onto Sasuke's forearms, like brands pressed against skin too dry to resist. Golden lines searing through the flesh, wrapping around wrists, crossing over the backs of hands, settling into the skin with a permanence that transcended the physical. The chains existed in the space between body and soul, binding both, connecting both to the furnace of divinity that sat 12 feet away on a stone throne. Sasuke screamed. Once, a sound ripped from somewhere below thought. From the Uchiha core that had been clenched around its hatred for so long that having something new forced into that grip felt like surgery performed without anesthesia. His back arched, his eyes blazed, both Mangekyo flaring to a brightness that cast shadows across the courtyard, and through the agony, something was happening to those eyes. The pattern shifted. The Mangekyo's tomoe rotated, faster, then faster still. and the pattern that had been Sasuke since awakening twisted into something new. The binding fire touched his visual cortex, touched the connection between eyes and soul, touched the Uchiha bloodline at its root, and amplified what it found there the way a bellows amplifies a forge. The grief remained, the power remained, but both were sharpened into something that cut in one direction rather than lashing in all of them. When the screaming stopped, Sasuke's eyes opened. The mangekyo was still there, but the bleed was gone. The chronic damage that the technique inflicted on its user had been cauterized by divine fire. The self-destructive element of the Sharingan's evolution burned away and replaced by the sustaining warmth of the chains. He would never go blind. The eyes that had been eating themselves alive were now fed by something that would burn longer than any human lifetime. He rose to his feet. The trembling was gone. His spine carried a different posture. The same pride, the same Uchiha bearing, but the desperate edge underneath had been replaced by something more solid. Purpose with a foundation, ambition with a direction. His hands flexed at his sides and the golden marks on his forearms pulsed in rhythm with the divine heartbeat he could feel in his chest. Distant and constant and warm, everyone in the room felt the shift. Kimimaro, standing guard at the door, felt the new chain join the web that connected all of them to their master. The Kaguya's eyes found Sasuke's, and something passed between them. Recognition from one bound warrior to another, the acknowledgement that they were now the same kind of thing. Naruto stood over the Uchiha, amber eyes burning with the satisfaction of a collector acquiring a piece he had been watching for years. "Welcome to the vanguard, Uchiha." Sasuke's mangekyou spun in those healed, amplified eyes. He said nothing. The chains on his forearms glowed their answer. 6 months passed. The world continued its adjustment to the new order. Cities rebuilding, trade routes reshaping, the political map of the elemental nations slowly being redrawn around the reality that one nation belonged to a god and the rest belonged to fear. Intelligence flowed into Kirigakure's rebuilt palace through networks that Tobirama had designed and Mei's operatives maintained. Reports from every border, every hidden village, every dark corner where power accumulated in the hands of people who might become relevant. One such report came from Rain Country. The Akatsuki had dissolved after their scouts failed against the god of war, but the infrastructure remained. The tower in Amegakure still stood. The 6 paths of pain still moved through the streets in their black and red cloaks. And Naruto Uzumaki, the skeletal man behind the corpses, the true wielder of the Rinnegan, had spent 6 months building something. Mei's intelligence was specific. Ceiling arrays carved into the bedrock of Rain Country. Gravitational amplifiers drawing on all 6 paths simultaneously. A technique designed from the ground up to contain something that conventional sealing couldn't touch. Nagato had studied the reports of Naruto's abilities and had crafted his response with the obsessive focus of a man who believed, genuinely, in the philosophical framework he had built his life around. Pain was not a man who gave up. Pain was a man who recalibrated. The 6 paths descended on Kirigakure at dawn on a Tuesday. 6 figures dropping from the gray sky in formation, spread equidistant around the city's perimeter, their Rinnegan eyes burning with the synchronized purple glow of a shared consciousness. Their cloaks billowed in the morning wind. Their combined presence saturated the city's sensor network with the signature of a being that operated on a scale most instruments couldn't properly measure. Pain's voice came from all 6 mouths simultaneously, amplified by a wind technique that carried it to every corner of the village. Uzumaki Naruto, your existence is pain given form without purpose. Your war is a wound in the world that bleeds everything it touches. The cycle demands balance. The cycle demands you be sealed. The city went silent. Citizens froze in the streets. Guards reached for weapons they knew were insufficient. The morning routine of a conquered village broke against the reality of 6 Rinnegan-bearing bodies hovering above their rooftops. The palace doors opened. Naruto stepped out into the morning light. He wore dark clothes and no shoes, and his amber eyes rose to find the 6 bodies arranged above him, evaluating, assessing, identifying each path by the abilities he had stolen from Orochimaru's intelligence archives. The Deva path at center point, the orange-haired corpse of Yahiko, Pain's original body, carrying the gravitational abilities that had leveled entire villages. The Asura path with its mechanical augmentation. The animal path and its summoning contracts. The human path and its soul-reading abilities. The Preta path and its absorption technique. The Naraka path and its connection to the King of Hell. 6 tools, 1 will. Naruto looked at them with the expression of someone being shown a hand of cards they had already seen. "You have made a grave mistake," Naruto said. The Asura path moved first, mechanical limbs deploying from its body, missile arrays unfolding from shoulders and chest, a barrage of explosive projectiles launching downward at the palace courtyard in a cone of destruction meant to overwhelm through volume. 30 warheads screaming toward Naruto's position, the spider legs erupted from his back. 6 bronze-colored limbs extending in a fan above him, their movements faster than the missiles, each leg swatting projectiles from the air the way a hand swats flies. Detonations blossomed against the metal limbs and accomplished nothing. The divine forged appendages existed beyond the physics that explosives operated within. The smoke cleared, and Naruto stood untouched beneath a canopy of spider legs, each one dripping condensed flame from its tip. He pointed at the Asura path. A spider leg launched, crossing 200 meters of vertical distance in under a second, punching through the mechanical body's chest and out the other side in a spray of oil and wire and the strange half-blood that animated reanimated corpses. The Asura path hung impaled in the air for a moment, its systems sparking, its Rinnegan flickering. Then the spider leg retracted and the body fell, crashing through a rooftop through a second floor, embedding itself in the earth below a civilian home. 5 remained. The animal path's hands were already moving. Summoning seals erupted across the sky as massive creatures materialized from nothing. A multi-headed dog the size of a building, a bull that could gore through city walls, a bird with a wingspan that cast shadows over entire blocks. They crashed into the streets of Kirigakure and charged toward the palace with the mindless aggression of summoned creatures, directed by a will that didn't care about property damage. Naruto's telekinesis caught all 3 at once. The dog stopped mid-bound, all 6 heads yelping as invisible force gripped every molecule of its body and arrested its forward motion in a single instant. The bull froze mid-charge. The bird's wings locked mid-downstroke, and it hung in the air like a painting of itself. He pulled them upward. All 3 rising into the sky above the city, higher, higher, past the hovering paths of pain, past the cloud cover, past the point where the creature's thrashing became invisible to the people below. And then he released them, and the divine fire found them at the apex of their arc. 3 burning shapes fell from the sky like amber meteorites. They hit the ocean beyond the harbor in explosions of steam and flame that raised columns of water 50 feet into the air. The animal path summoned again. Naruto's spider leg caught it through the throat before the seal could complete, lifting the body off its perch on the rooftop and bringing it to face level with the god of war. The Rinnegan in the corpse's eyes flickered with Nagato's distant will, seeing through the eyes of his puppet at point-blank range, staring into the amber furnace of something that regarded the Rinnegan as an interesting acquisition rather than a threat. Naruto's free hand pressed against the animal path's forehead. The divine fire poured through, burning not just the body but the summoning contracts it held, severing the connection to every creature bound to this particular path. The body went rigid. The Rinnegan eyes died. The spider leg dropped the empty shell to the courtyard below. The human path appeared behind him. Body flicker. The path designed for close combat and soul extraction, reaching for Naruto's skull with both hands, the technique that could rip a soul from a living body through direct contact. Its fingers touched the back of Naruto's head. The god of war didn't turn around. He didn't flinch at the contact. Instead, he laughed. A short, amused sound that carried the harmonic of a being finding something ironic in a very old joke. "You're trying to take my soul," Naruto said, with borrowed eyes and a borrowed body. The human path pulled. The extraction technique activated. The same technique that had ripped intelligence from captured shinobi, that had ended lives by simply removing the essence of a person from their body. It gripped Naruto's soul and pulled. It was like gripping the core of the earth and trying to drag it through the planet's surface. The human path's arms went rigid. Its body began to shake, the reverse flow of power hitting the path like a dam breaking in the wrong direction. Instead of pulling Naruto's soul outward, the technique had opened a conduit that now ran backward, and divine fire surged down the connection like magma through a newly opened fault line. The human path combusted from within. Golden red fire erupted from its eyes, its mouth, the joints of its limbs, burning outward through every opening in the body as the divine energy consumed the corpse from the inside out. What fell to the courtyard was charred bone wrapped in the smoking remnants of a black cloak. 3. The Preta path descended. Its ability was absorption, the capacity to drink any technique, any energy projection, any chakra-based attack and nullify it through consumption. It landed in the courtyard 20 feet from Naruto with both arms raised, the absorption barrier already active, a sphere of energy nullification surrounding it, ready to drink whatever the god of war threw. Naruto threw nothing. He walked toward it, steady steps across broken stone. The Preta path's absorption barrier met his body as he entered its radius, and the technique pulled at the divine fire, trying to drain it, trying to consume the energy that wreathed Naruto's form. The barrier drank, and drank, and drank. The divine fire poured into the absorption technique like an ocean being funneled into a bucket, overwhelming the capacity of the path in seconds. The body swelled. Its skin cracked along stress fractures that glowed amber from within. The absorption barrier flickered, overloaded, saturated beyond its function, and the Preta path detonated. The explosion painted the courtyard walls in amber light and charred tissue. Naruto walked through the detonation site without breaking stride, his bare feet touching the burning stone, the after-image of the blast parting around his body. 2 remaining. The Naraka path had been hanging back. Its function was resurrection and interrogation, calling forth the King of Hell to repair the other bodies. Naruto found it on a rooftop 3 blocks east. The massive ethereal head of the King of Hell already manifesting behind it, jaw opening to receive the damaged bodies for repair. A spider leg punched through the King of Hell's spectral head. The entity, a spiritual construct, a thing that existed between the physical world and whatever came after, shattered around the divine forged appendage like glass around a thrown stone. The technique that Nagato had used to make his paths effectively immortal, the reset button, the repair mechanism, the thing that meant killing a path was only temporary, broke. The leg withdrew and the King of Hell dissolved into fading purple light, its essence scattered, its connection to the Rinnegan user severed at a level deeper than the technique's design anticipated. Naruto appeared on the rooftop beside the Naraka path in a displacement of air that smelled like heated bronze. His hand closed around the path's face, and the divine fire burned through it in a single focused pulse. Skull, brain, Rinnegan eye, all consumed in a flash that left the body headless and toppling backward off the edge of the building. 1. The Diva Path, Yahiko's body, Nagato's primary conduit to the physical world. It hovered above the city at the center of the formation that had been destroyed around it. Alone now, the other 5 bodies eliminated in under 4 minutes, and the gravitational power it wielded was the strongest weapon in the Rinnegan's arsenal. Nagato poured everything through this body. Every remaining drop of chakra he had left to give, every ounce of will, every fragment of the belief system that had driven him for decades, all of it channeled through the Deva path in a final act of conviction. Shinra Tensei. The gravitational repulsion erupted from the Deva path's body at a scale that dwarfed anything Nagato had produced before. The full power, village-destroying technique, the same force that had reduced Konoha to a crater in another timeline, launched downward in a sphere of compressed gravitational energy aimed at flattening everything within a mile radius. Naruto raised both hands, palms upward. The divine fire blazed to its fullest expression, and the telekinesis that was his birthright as a god of dominance met the gravitational force of the Rinnegan in the air between them. The collision was visible from the mainland. A dome of compressed energy formed above Kirigakure, the point where 2 absolute forces met and fought for supremacy. Gravitational repulsion pushing down, divine telekinesis pushing up. The air between them turned to plasma. Buildings beneath the dome's edge crumbled, roofing tiles ripping upward into the collision point, street stones lifting, water from the harbor defying gravity in spiraling columns that reached toward the warring energies above. Naruto's arms shook. The force was genuine. The full power of the Rinnegan wielded by a man who had spent his life mastering it, who had killed Hanzo and destroyed hidden villages and believed with absolute sincerity that he was an instrument of divine will. The gravitational pressure was enormous, and it was insufficient. The divine telekinesis expanded. It grew, fed by Naruto's rising power, by the conflict itself, feeding the god of war energy in real time, by the fundamental law of his existence that said violence directed at him became fuel for his response. The dome shifted. The balance point moved upward. The Shinra Tensei's force was being pushed back, slowly at first, then faster, the divine will overriding the Rinnegan's pull, the dome inverted. The full force of the rejected Shinra Tensei, amplified by divine fire on its return trip, slammed back into the Devapad's body. The orange-haired corpse compressed. The gravitational force that had been its shield became its cage, and the body that had been Yahiko collapsed inward on itself, bones cracking, flesh compressing, the Rinnegan eyes shattering as the skull around them folded like paper in a closing fist. What remained fell from the sky as a thing that no longer resembled a human form. The receiver's signals died. The black rods embedded in each path body, the transmitters through which Nagato projected his will, went dark simultaneously across the city. 6 dead conduits, 6 broken links, and the signal led back. Naruto turned west. His amber eyes focused on a point beyond the city walls, beyond the island's coast, across the ocean to a rain-soaked tower in a country that wept constantly. He could feel the living end of those dead connections. The skeletal man and the mechanical walker, the wasted body that housed the most powerful eyes in shinobi history, the beating heart of a philosophy that had just lost its 6 arms. He stepped off the courtyard. His foot didn't touch ground. The dimensional portals he had taken from Kaguya's corpse opened beneath his stride, each step carrying him through folded space, covering miles between heartbeats. The world blurred around him. Ocean, coast, border, rain. He arrived in a megakure within a breath. The tower was tall and gray and drenched in perpetual rainfall. Naruto walked through the front entrance without slowing. The rain hit his body and evaporated on contact, steam rising from his shoulders and hair in a constant haze of divine heat meeting mortal water. The tower's interior was dark, narrow corridors, industrial architecture, the smell of metal and stagnant chakra. He found Nagato in the highest room. The man was exactly what the intelligence described, a wasted skeleton in a mechanical walker, his body emaciated beyond natural causes by years of channeling the Rinnegan's power through a frame too damaged to sustain itself. The walker's mechanical arms kept him upright. Tubes fed him nutrients. The Rinnegan burned in sunken sockets with an intensity that belied the dying flesh around them. Konan stood beside him. Paper wings already spread, thousands of explosive tags woven into her form, the accumulated preparation of someone who had expected this moment and had prepared to make it cost something. Her amber eyes, no, her gray eyes, ordinary and mortal, met Naruto's with the calm of absolute commitment. Nagato looked at the god of war, and his expression held everything. The horror of a true believer watching his instruments destroyed, the grief of a man who had watched his best friend's body be shattered, and beneath both, surviving both, the absolute, unshakable conviction that his philosophy was Karu proved my point, Nagato said. His voice was thin, reedy, carrying the rasp of lungs that worked on borrowed time. Your existence is the argument for my cycle. Pain, creates pain, and you are the ultimate expression of that truth. A child left in suffering, a god born from that suffering, and now the suffering spreads to everyone you touch. Naruto stood in the doorway. The rain-filtered light from the window behind Nagato cast the skeletal man in silhouette, the Rinnegan eyes glowing purple in the shadows. The room was small, the ceiling low, intimate in a way that the battle above Kirigakure had never been. You're an Uzumaki, Naruto said. Distant blood, same clan. He stepped forward. His bare feet left scorch marks on the metal floor. I see what you built, the philosophy, the system, the pain cycle logic that gave meaning to everything you lost. His head tilted. The amber flared. And I am telling you that meaning is worthless. You dress destruction in robes of purpose and call yourself a god. I wear destruction as skin and call nothing. Nagato's Rinnegan flared. The remaining chakra in his broken body, everything he had left after the 6 paths were destroyed, everything the walker systems could draw from his wasted frame, surged outward. Chibaku Tensei. The ceiling above them ripped away. The tower's upper structure tore itself apart as a sphere of gravitational attraction formed above, pulling stone, metal, rain, air, everything not anchored to the earth into a growing sphere of compressed matter. Naruto looked up at the forming planetoid. He raised one finger and the divine fire leapt from its tip, a single concentrated beam of amber that pierced the Chibaku Tensei's core. The gravitational center ruptured, the pulling force inverted. The sphere of compressed matter exploded outward, debris raining across Amigakure in a shower that perpetual rainfall could do nothing to soften. He looked back at Nagato. The skeletal man was gasping, the mechanical walker's arms trembling under the weight of a body that had given its last reserves to a technique that had been nullified with a single finger. Naruto closed the distance, 3 steps. His palm pressed against Nagato's chest, the sternum that was barely covered by flesh, the ribs visible through skin stretched too thin. The divine fire entered the dying man with the warmth of a sunrise seen for the last time. The Rinnegan's power came first. The techniques, the knowledge, the accumulated mastery of 6 paths, all of it flowing across the connection between divine fire and mortal soul. Naruto drank it. The gravitational manipulation, the soul techniques, the absorption abilities, the resurrection capacity, all of it integrating into the divine matrix that already held the 3 tails nature and Orochimaru's stolen thousands and Madara's legacy waiting in the distance. Then the philosophy, the beliefs, the years of pain cycle logic and the genuine compassion underneath. The man who had once believed in peace before the world taught him that peace was a lie. Naruto took these too, absorbed them into the furnace where they would burn forever as fuel rather than framework. Then the core, the soul itself, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy from Rain Country who had lost everything and built something terrible from the wreckage. It came free with a final exhalation. The body in the walker went still. The Rinnegan dimmed. The mechanical arms continued their work, holding upright a body that contained nothing anymore, maintaining the posture of a man who had stopped existing. The conviction survived to the end. Naruto had felt it, burning even as it was consumed. Nagato died believing he was right. That was the mercy, the only one the god of war would give. He turned to Konan. She was already falling, the paper wings dissolving, the explosive tags failing to ignite because the divine fire in the room's atmosphere was burning through their chemical components before they could reach activation temperature. She dropped to her knees, not in supplication, but in the collapse of someone whose purpose had just been extinguished. "Go home," Naruto said. "You have nothing left to fight with." Konan looked up at him through tears that caught the Rinnegan's fading light. Her mouth opened, closed. Whatever she was going to say, whatever final defiance or grief or rage she might have expressed, died in her throat when she met those amber eyes and felt the absolute crushing weight of a being that had just consumed the strongest human she had ever known. In the time it took to exhale, she left, rising on paper wings that shook with the effort, passing through the hole in the tower where the ceiling had been, disappearing into the rain that would never stop falling over a city that had just lost its god. Naruto stood in the empty room. The mechanical walker hummed its useless rhythm. The rain fell through the destroyed roof and evaporated where it touched his skin. He had the Rinnegan's power now. 6 paths techniques flowing through his divine matrix like a new tributary joining a river already swollen with conquest. The gravitational manipulation was his. The soul perception was his. The absorption and repulsion and resurrection, all of it integrated and available, waiting for the god of war to find worthy applications. He stepped through a dimensional portal and was gone. Amegakure went silent. The rain kept falling on an empty tower. The meteor announced Madara Uchiha's return to the living world 3 months later. It appeared in the sky above the land of wind without warning. A sphere of stone the size of a small mountain, pulled from orbital distance and aimed at the earth with the casual malice of someone knocking on a door they intended to break down. It fell for 11 seconds, visible from 4 countries, a burning trail of superheated atmosphere marking its descent. It hit the desert 30 miles from Sunagakure, and the impact created a crater a mile wide. The shockwave flattened dunes for 10 miles in every direction. Sand turned to glass. The sound reached the village walls as a thunder that didn't stop rolling for 2 full minutes. The calling card of a legend. Naruto received the intelligence in his throne room and his body went still. The wine in his goblet stopped moving. The amber in his eyes blazed brighter than it had in months, igniting with something that lived deeper than interest, deeper than amusement, something that the god of war had felt only twice before in this life. The recognition of an enemy worth crossing the world to meet. "Kimimaro," he said. The Kaguya warrior was already at the door, chains pulsing, body tense with the resonance of his master's rising energy. "Stay here, all of you." Kimimaro's jaw tightened. The chains on his arms flared with protest, the binding itself reacting to the idea of distance from the furnace that sustained it. But the command was absolute, and the chain knew the difference between suggestion and law. "My lord, the god of war requires no protection." The words were a wall. Kimimaro's spine straightened. His head bowed once, the acknowledgement of a servant who trusts even when the trust goes against every instinct. Naruto walked through a dimensional portal and appeared at the edge of the crater. The desert had been remade. The impact had turned sand to glass in a perfect circle. A mirror-smooth surface that reflected the sky above and distorted it where the glass had cooled in ripples. At the center of the crater, standing on the highest point of displaced earth, a figure waited. Madara Uchiha stood with his arms crossed and the Rinnegan burning in both eyes. His hair, black and wild and reaching past his waist, moved in a wind that only seemed to exist around his body. The red armor he had worn in life had been recreated through Edo Tensei chakra, ornate, ancient, carrying the weight of history in its design. Behind him, 6 shadows moved in the realm between dimensions, the Limbo clones, invisible to all but the Rinnegan, each one carrying a fraction of Madara's full power and occupying a space that existed perpendicular to reality. He was tall. He was ancient in the way that true legends are ancient, carrying the weight of an era that had ended and refusing to accept that ending. And the Rinnegan in his eyes assessed Naruto with the same evaluative intensity that a master swordsman brings to studying a blade. "I've read about gods," Madara said. His voice carried the casual authority of someone who had once stood on equal footing with the god of shinobi and would accept nothing less than that standard in any encounter. "They disappoint in the end. Powerful at the start, brittle when tested at the foundations." His arms uncrossed, the Rinnegan tracked every flicker of divine energy radiating from the boy god across the crater. "Show me your foundations." Naruto stepped onto the glass. His bare feet touched the mirror surface, and the reflection showed him as he was, 12 years old and burning, amber-eyed and ancient, carrying the accumulated power of a Sanin's soul, a Jinchuriki's beast, and a Rinnegan bearer's legacy in a body that was smaller than it should be for what it contained. "Madara Uchiha," Naruto said. His voice echoed across the crater with both layers present. The ghost who couldn't let go. The man who fought Hashirama to a standstill and spent the rest of existence angry about the draw. The amber burned brighter. "You're already dead. I'm going to make it permanent." Madara smiled. The expression was genuine. The pleasure of a warrior meeting something that registered on his scale. His hands came together, and the seals formed faster than any mortal eye could track. The perfect Susanoo manifested, blue, enormous, mountainous. The Tengu-masked warrior of spectral energy erupted from Madara's position in a pillar of light that split the clouds above the crater. 400 feet tall, armored in layers of compressed Uchiha will, carrying 2 ethereal blades that could carve geography. The perfect Susanoo, the ultimate expression of Madara's visual prowess, the technique that had matched a tailed beast in single combat, standing in the desert like a monument to the concept of war. Naruto erupted. The transformation was instant. His 12-year-old body expanded in a pillar of divine fire that met the Susanu's manifestation head-on, amber meeting blue in a clash of light that made the crater's glass surface crack from thermal stress. He grew to match. 400 feet, the spider legs extending at scale, the burning mane reaching upward into the splitting clouds. The god of war, made physical at a magnitude that turned the desert into a stage. They charged simultaneously. The impact created a pressure wave that reshaped dunes for 50 miles. Naruto's right fist met the Susanu's left blade in a collision that produced a sound beyond thunder, a crack in the world's auditory expectations, a noise that existed at frequencies that damaged reality rather than eardrums. The ground beneath their feet, glass, sand, stone, everything down to bedrock, shattered outward in a radial pattern that would be visible from orbit. The Susanu's second blade came in low, sweeping at Naruto's legs with a horizontal cut carrying centuries of swordsmanship and the power of the strongest Uchiha who had ever drawn breath. Naruto's spider legs intercepted, 3 of them catching the blade's edge and stopping it cold, the divine bronze meeting spectral chakra in a shower of sparks that rained across the desert like a meteor shower happening at ground level. Madara's limbo clones struck from invisible dimensions. 6 of them, each carrying a fraction of his power, existing in spaces that physical attacks couldn't reach. They hit Naruto simultaneously from 6 directions. The impacts registered, the god of war staggering a half step as invisible forces struck his divine form from angles that the physical world couldn't prepare for. Naruto's Rinnegan perception, stolen from Nagato, integrated into his divine consciousness, flared to life. He could feel them now, the limbo shadows, existing in their between space, striking from their perpendicular reality. He could feel their shapes, their positions, the dimensional membrane they hid behind. He burned through the membrane. Divine fire didn't need a physical medium. It existed across states of reality, burning in the spiritual as easily as the material, consuming dimensional barriers the same way it consumed jutsu and flesh. Naruto's body erupted with fire that reached into the limbo dimension, and the 6 shadows caught flame simultaneously. They burned in their invisible space, their screams inaudible to anyone who couldn't perceive them. And they dissolved. 6 limbo clones consumed by divine fire that had followed them home. Madara felt it. His Rinnegan widened, the first genuine surprise crossing that legendary face. The limbo technique, his most reliable defensive asset, the trump card that had made him functionally impossible to pin down, had been burnt out of reality like a nest of wasps discovered and destroyed. Interesting, Madara admitted. The Susanoo pressed forward, both blades now, overhead crosscut aimed at splitting the god of war from crown to waist. The force behind it was apocalyptic. Mountains would have split beneath this strike. Naruto's spider legs moved faster than the blades. All 6, extended to their full 400-foot scale, drove forward simultaneously. They punched into the Susanoo's chest with impacts that cratered the spectral armor, cracking the layered chakra construct from the inside. The Susanoo's swing went wild as the structural integrity of its torso was compromised. Naruto's hands found the Susanoo's face, both palms pressing against the spectral mask, the Tengu nose between his fingers, the burning eyes beneath his thumbs. And the divine fire poured in the same way it had consumed Sasuke's construct. But this was Madara's Susanoo, powered by a will that made Sasuke's look like a child's determination. It resisted. The blue chakra pushed back against the amber fire. For 5 seconds, an eternity in combat at this scale, the perfect Susanoo held. The strongest defensive technique the Uchiha bloodline could produce, powered by the strongest will the Uchiha bloodline had ever created, fighting against divine consumption with everything it had. The divine fire won. It always won. It burned hotter as it met resistance, feeding on the challenge the same way the god of war fed on conflict, growing stronger against opposition, because that was the fundamental law of his existence. The Susanoo's face cracked. The mask split. The spectral armor lost cohesion in cascading failures that spread from the point of Naruto's grip downward. The perfect Susanoo shattered. 400 feet of spectral warrior dissolving into fragments of blue light that evaporated before they hit the ground. Madara fell from the collapsing construct, a human-sized figure dropping from 400 feet, his body regenerating from the Edo Tensei's automatic healing even as Naruto's hand caught him mid-fall, fingers the size of tree trunks closed around Madara's body. The Uchiha legend, reduced from his mountain-scale combat to a figure held in the God of War's grip like a doll, hung in the burning palm with his Rinnegan still blazing. His regeneration fought the heat. The Edo Tensei rebuilt what the divine fire burned, and the fire burned what the Edo Tensei rebuilt, and the cycle created a grotesque stalemate where Madara's body existed in a constant state of destruction and renewal. Madara's hands formed seals even in the grip. 3 truth-seeking balls materialized, dense, black, carrying the null energy of the yin-yang release that could negate any technique. They struck Naruto's fingers, trying to nullify the divine fire's hold. The null energy met divine fire and discovered hierarchy. The truth-seeking balls, designed to negate techniques, designed to return matter to nothing, could only negate things that existed within the framework of the shinobi system. The divine fire existed outside that framework. It burned before the system. It would burn after. The truth-seeking balls dissolved against Naruto's skin, like soap bubbles meeting a furnace wall. Madara's Rinnegan locked onto Naruto's amber eyes. At this distance, held in the god's palm, close enough to see the individual flames that made up the burning iris, the Uchiha legend finally looked at what was holding him and assessed it with the full weight of his centuries. "You're the real thing," Madara said. His voice was calm, accepting in the way that only genuine warriors accept things, with open eyes and closed mouth, and the understanding that he had met something that his legend could never match. The snake and the slug woman and the rest, they claimed divinity. "You are divinity." "Yes," Naruto said, and his free hand pressed against Madara's chest. The soul burning was the most violent Naruto had performed to date. Madara Uchiha's soul was ancient and iron-willed, and it fought the consumption with everything a legendary spirit could bring to bear. It resisted in layers, each one peeling away under divine fire and revealing another beneath, like an onion made of condensed will that had spent decades refusing to accept endings. And Naruto burned through every layer, one by one. The technique mastery first, the perfect Suzanu's construction, the limbo-dimensional technique, the truth-seeking manipulation, the fire and earth and yin-yang release mastery of a man who had spent a lifetime at war. Then the memories, battles with Hashirama, the founding of a village, the betrayal and departure, and the decades spent in shadow building his Moon Eye plan. Then the Rinnegan itself, the power of those eyes flowing into Naruto's already enhanced perception and adding depth to the spiritual sight he had taken from Nagato. Madara Uchiha's soul burned for 37 seconds, longer than any before. And when the last layer was consumed, when the thing at Madara's core, the fundamental identity, the I am that defined him as an individual entity, when that final fragment caught fire and dissolved into the divine furnace, the body in Naruto's hand went empty. The Edo Tensei animation failed. The regeneration stopped. The Rinnegan eyes in the empty skull faded to gray. What Naruto held was a husk wearing red armor and bearing the face of a legend, containing nothing. Being nothing, he dropped it. The body hit the glass floor of the crater with a sound like something sacred being discarded. Naruto shrank. The divine form receded until he was 12 again, standing in a crater surrounded by the aftermath of a fight that had reshaped miles of desert geography. Glass plains stretched in every direction. Fissures in the earth leaked residual amber light. The sky above still showed the scars of where the clouds had been split by the clash of titans. "You had the right idea," Naruto said to the empty body at his feet. "The wrong execution." He stepped through a dimensional portal and was gone. The desert held its breath for a long time after, and when the wind finally came, it carried sand over the glass like the world trying to bury what had happened there. Kabuto Yakushi's death preceded Madara's by 2 hours, and Naruto learned of it from the remains of the man's research scattered across a bunker in Rice Country. Madara had torn free of the Edo Tensei's binding through sheer will, something no other resurrected soul had ever achieved, and had killed the man holding the technique with no more effort than one spends swatting an insect. Kabuto's body lay in 3 pieces, separated by the casual application of perfect Susanoo power. His glasses were unbroken on the floor. reflecting the bunker's emergency lighting. The months that followed the Battle of the Glass Crater were marked by silence from the wider world. The intelligence that Madara Uchiha, the ghost story that shinobi used to terrify each other in dark moments, had been resurrected, had fought the god of war, and had been permanently erased from existence, spread through the elemental nations like plague through water supplies. The reaction was a deepening of the resignation that had settled over every surviving power structure since the Alliance's defeat. If the god of war could kill Madara Uchiha, could kill the legend that other legends measured themselves against, then the concept of opposition had become theoretical, academic, something to discuss in historical context rather than strategic planning sessions. The god of war sat on his throne and grew, not in height, in density. The accumulated power of 3 Rinnegan worth of techniques, a tailed beast's chakra nature, a Sannin's encyclopedic knowledge, and an Uchiha legend's combat mastery, all of it integrating within the divine matrix of a being that had been designed, at its most fundamental level, to grow stronger through conflict. Naruto spent the weeks after Madara in something approaching meditation, sitting in the amber light of his throne room with his eyes closed and his awareness turned inward, organizing the arsenal he had accumulated, slotting each absorbed power into its place within the larger divine architecture, making it accessible, making it his. The divine tree sensed opportunity in the silence. It had been growing for years, fed by the conflicts that Naruto's wars produced, the dense chakra that thousands of dying shinobi released into the earth, the concentrated divine energy that radiated from the god of war himself and saturated the ground beneath whatever country he walked through. The fruit was ripening, and across dimensions, in a sealed space between worlds, something ancient felt the ripening and stirred. Kaguya Otsutsuki tore through the dimensional membrane on a night when the moon was full above Kirigakure. The tear was visible, a wound in the sky that bled white light, ragged-edged and wrong in the way that damage to reality itself is always wrong. She stepped through it, and the temperature of the island dropped 15 degrees in an instant. The rain that was Amigakure's constant companion froze mid-fall across 3 countries. The moon above blazed with reflected light that carried something underneath, a signal, a technique, a trap waiting to spring. She was beautiful in the way that ancient things are beautiful, the way a glacier is beautiful from distance, the way an extinction event viewed from orbit carries a terrible aesthetic. White hair that reached the ground, Rinne Sharingan in the center of her forehead, the combination of Rinnegan and Sharingan that predated both and held power over all that either had spawned. She stood in the sky above the conquered mist village, and her eyes, all 3 of them, the pair and the third, surveyed the world below with the assessment of someone visiting a garden they had planted long ago. The infinite Tsukuyomi activated. The moon became a weapon. The light that poured from its surface shifted frequencies, from reflected silver to something that burned white and carried within it a technique that reached into the minds of every living being beneath its glow. The light washed over Kirigakure in a wave. It washed over the island. It washed over the ocean and the mainland beyond, spreading outward at the speed of light, touching every mind, every consciousness, every person who could be reached by moonlight. Bodies went rigid across the world. Eyes glazed white. Roots erupted from the earth, the divine tree's response to its mother's command, wrapping around the sleeping forms, beginning the slow process of converting living things into the fruit's nutrients. The world ended in an instant of white light, and the only things that moved were the roots and the woman in the sky, and the god of war standing in the center of his city, with the light washing over him like water over a stone that cannot be moved. The Tsukuyomi's light hit Naruto and found nothing to grip. The technique was designed for chakra-based consciousness, for mortal minds that existed within the framework of the shinobi system, the system that Kaguya herself had created when she first consumed the original fruit and distributed chakra to humanity. Her technique was tailored for her creation, and Naruto's consciousness existed before that creation, outside it, above it in a hierarchy that the rabbit goddess's spell could perceive the outline of without being able to touch. His eyes opened in the white glow, amber burning through the Tsukuyomi light like a signal fire through fog. He looked up at the figure in the sky, at the three-eyed woman who had been sealed for centuries and had just returned to find her garden overgrown. Around him, his vanguard was falling. Neiji's Byakugan, which should have let him see the technique coming, had been overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the genjutsu. He slumped in mid-step, white roots already climbing his legs. Kimimaro hit the ground hard, the chains on his arms flickering as the connection to their master fought the white sleep trying to claim him. Haku's ice cracked and melted where the roots touched it. Sasuke's Mangekyo blazed once, the enhanced eyes fighting the Tsukuyomi's influence for 2 full seconds longer than anyone else. Before going dark, Naruto looked at them, at his warriors falling, at the roots climbing, at the God of War's vanguard being reduced to fertilizer by a technique that considered them mortal. The divine fire surged. It erupted from his body in a sphere, expanding outward in a pulse that burned through the roots, touching his warriors. The white tree growths caught fire and disintegrated. The amber wave reached Neji first, burning the sleep from his mind, the heat of the divine connection between master and servant, overriding the Tsukuyomi's hold through sheer authority. Neji's eyes snapped open. Then Kimimaro, the chains on his arms blazing to full intensity, burning the roots from his legs, the connection stronger than any genjutsu. Then Haku, then Sasuke, the Mangekyo igniting with new ferocity as the binding's fire burned away the white light trying to claim his consciousness. 4 warriors gasping on the ground of Kirigakure's streets, freed by divine intervention, staring upward at the bloated moon and the figure between them in it. Naruto raised one hand toward the sky, toward the moon. His telekinesis, vast, grown massive through accumulated conquest, reached upward and gripped. The moon shuddered. Across the world, people whose eyes were still glazed felt the jolt. The Tsukuyomi's light flickered. The technique that maintained it, the moon as projector, the light as medium, was being disrupted at its source. Naruto's telekinetic grip closed around the lunar mass and pulled. The ocean responded, tides lurching forward in the direction of the pull, coastlines flooding, the planet itself groaning at the disruption of its longest gravitational relationship. He wasn't pulling the moon to Earth. He was pulling it enough to crack the angle, enough to disrupt the projecting surface, enough to make the Tsukuyomi's beam shift by 3 degrees. And 3 degrees was enough. The white light flickered, the glow dimmed. Across the elemental nations, roots stopped growing, bodies began to stir. The technique was losing cohesion, the precisely calibrated angle between moon and earth that maintained the infinite Tsukuyomi's coverage, disrupted by brute divine force applied to a celestial body. Kaguya descended. She came down from the sky like gravity, remembering its purpose, white hair streaming behind her, the Rinne Sharingan in her forehead blazing with a fury that was ancient beyond comprehension. Her all-killing ash bones manifested, sprouting from her palms in formation, each one a white spear carrying the absolute certainty of disintegration. Anything touched by those bones ceased to exist. Anything their surface contacted was unmade at a molecular level. She fired them at Naruto. 12 bones, spreading in a fan of white death, aimed at his center mass. Spider legs erupted from his back and swept the bones aside. The tips of the bronze legs caught individual bones mid-flight and flicked them into the earth around him, where they disintegrated stone and soil and air in expanding circles of nothing. 3 got through the sweep. 1 aimed at his heart, 2 at his flanks. Naruto twisted. 2 passed him, close enough that their disintegration field touched his skin and he felt it. The burning nullification trying to unmake the flesh it contacted. His divine fire flared at the contact points and the disintegration halted. 2 forces meeting at the boundary of his skin. The bone's nature wanted to destroy. The divine fire's nature refused to be destroyed. The stalemate created sparks of white gold energy that scattered across the courtyard. The 3rd bone hit his shoulder. It went through. The white spear entering at the deltoid and emerging 2 inches from the back, carrying its disintegration with it. The flesh around the wound began to dissolve, crumbling from the point of entry outward, the arm beginning to unmake itself from the site of contact. Naruto reached up with his other hand. He gripped the bone where it protruded from his shoulder and the divine fire concentrated at the contact. Golden red flames surging into the bone itself, fighting the disintegration property at its source. The bone resisted. It burned. Its nature and his fire waged a war within the narrow confines of the weapon structure. His fire won. The bone turned from white to amber to ash. It crumbled in his grip, and the disintegration spreading through his shoulder reversed. Divine flesh rebuilding itself where the null effect had been, the wound closing in a wave of golden red heat that left his shoulder whole again. He looked at the remaining ash on his fingers. Then he looked at Kaguya. "You made them into crops," Naruto said. His voice carried the ancient harmonic at full resonance, human and god speaking in unison. "I make them into soldiers. We are different things." Kaguya's response was spatial. Reality folded around them both, the environment shifting as the rabbit goddess activated her dimensional manipulation. The courtyard of Kirigakure vanished, replaced by a dimension of ice, frozen wastelands stretching in every direction, temperatures that would kill unprotected humans in seconds, a sky of swirling white that carried no sun and no moon. Naruto's divine fire blazed brighter. The ice beneath his feet melted in a widening circle. Steam erupted around him as his ambient heat fought the dimension's nature. Kaguya fired more bones. Different trajectories. From above, from the ice itself rising to meet him, from dimensional portals that opened behind and below. A net of disintegrating spears approaching from every vector simultaneously. The spider legs danced. 6 independent weapons moving in 6 independent patterns, catching bones, deflecting them into the ice, where they created expanding craters of disintegrated matter, snapping through the white spears that came too close. Naruto's body moved within the protective cage of his own limbs, turning, ducking, weaving between the legs' coverage to avoid what they missed. He opened a portal of his own. Kaguya's technique, the dimensional shifting, the spatial manipulation, lived in him now. He had taken it from her future corpse in a timeline that was unwinding around them. He carried the potential, and now he reached for it. The portal opened beneath his feet and he dropped through, emerging behind Kaguya in the ice dimension, his hand already reaching for the back of her head. She shifted the dimension again. Lava. A world of molten stone and burning air, heat that would incinerate anything without divine protection. Naruto hung in the air above an ocean of magma, and the rabbit goddess was already gone, appearing 50 meters away, firing bones from a new angle. The divine fire drank the lava dimension's heat. It pulled the environment's energy into itself. Thermal, chakra, everything the dimension contained. And Naruto grew in the stolen warmth. His form expanded, 20 feet, 30. The spider legs extending proportionally, reaching toward Kaguya with increasing range. She shifted dimensions again. Gravity. A world of crushing downward force, the pressure multiplied tenfold, a dimension designed to pin flying things to the earth and crush them with their own weight. Naruto landed. The force was enormous, pressing against his expanded form from above, trying to drive him into the stone beneath. His knees bent, his spine curved. For an instant, the god of war bore the weight of a dimension designed to flatten gods. Then he pushed back. The fire surged. His muscles, divine, built for the breaking of armies, straightened against the gravitational pressure, and his form rose to full height despite the dimension's attempts to bring it low. He stood upright in a world designed to make standing impossible, and the effort of it fed something primal in the furnace of his being. Kaguya was above him. In this gravity dimension, she was exempt from its laws. The creator standing outside her creation's rules. She held a massive truth-seeking orb, the expansive version, black and swirling and the size of a building, containing enough null energy to erase the dimension itself. She threw it. The expansive truth-seeking ball descended on Naruto like the concept of ending made physical. Everything it touched ceased. Air, light, gravity, matter, all nullified in its spreading radius. Naruto raised both hands and caught it. The divine fire met the null energy in the space between his palms. Amber and black fighting for dominance in a collision that warped the visual spectrum around the contact point. Colors that didn't exist flickered at the edges. Sound became visible. The boundary between creation and destruction existed in Naruto's grip, and both forces pushed with everything they were. His fire consumed. It had consumed the truth-seeking balls of Madara's arsenal. It had consumed the disintegration of Kaguya's bones. It consumed now, eating into the expansive orb from the outside in, reducing its volume inch by inch, amber fire advancing across the black surface like a sunset claiming a dark horizon. The orb shrank, building-sized to room-sized, to man-sized, to fist-sized, to nothing. The divine fire ate it all, and the god of war's hands closed on empty air where the most destructive technique in the Otsutsuki arsenal had been. He looked up at Kaguya. The amber in his eyes held something beyond rage, something older than anger, deeper than hunger, the acknowledgement of one divine being about to render judgment on another. "You're ancient," Naruto said. The harmonics shook the dimension around them. "And you're afraid. I can taste it. The mother of Chakra, the rabbit goddess, afraid of a thing that grew in the garden she planted." Kaguya's third eye, the Reincarnation, pulsed. The dimensional shifting came faster now. World after world blurring around them. Ice to lava to gravity to a dimension of acid rain to a dimension of pure darkness to a dimension of screaming wind. Each one carrying a different environmental weapon. Each one meant to overwhelm through variety what single force couldn't accomplish. Naruto burned through every dimension. His fire adapted. It froze in the ice world, becoming something that burned cold. It hardened in the gravity world, becoming denser rather than being crushed. It drank the lava world and grew. It dispersed the acid and devoured the darkness and silenced the wind. Every environment she threw at him became fuel for a being whose fundamental nature was to grow stronger through adversity. He caught her between dimensions. In the moment of transition, the fractional instant where reality was neither one place nor another, his hand closed around her wrist. The contact was physical and metaphysical simultaneously. His grip existed in the space between worlds, and his fire entered her through the contact. Kaguya's third eye blazed with panic. Her free hand formed bones, firing them at point-blank range, directly into Naruto's face, his chest, his grip arm. Each one carried disintegration, and each one hit the divine fire concentrated around his skin and was consumed before it could penetrate. The soul burning began. Kaguya's soul was vast. It stretched across dimensions. It was anchored in the divine tree itself, roots extending into 3 sealed worlds, fragments of her consciousness distributed across the dimensional structure she had built over millennia. Burning it required Naruto to reach further than he had ever reached, to extend the divine fire through the dimensions themselves, chasing the fragments of her essence through the tree's root system. The fight continued around the burning. Kaguya thrashed, free hand firing bones, third eye activating spatial warps, her body trying to teleport away from the grip that held her. Naruto's spider legs anchored them both, driving into the dimensional substrate itself, preventing the shift, holding them in the space between spaces, while his fire ate her soul layer by layer. She screamed. The sound crossed dimensions, heard in every sealed world she was connected to. The cry of something that had existed since before humanity and was being unwritten from existence. The white hair began to dissolve. The third eye dimmed, the horns atop her head cracked. The burning took 49 seconds. Longer than Madara. Longer than anything before. And each second required the god of war's full attention. Maintaining the grip, maintaining the fire's extension across dimensions, holding the spatial anchoring while simultaneously fighting off the desperate attacks of a dying goddess. When it ended, when the last fragment of Kaguya Otsutsuki's soul was consumed across every dimension it had hidden in, the body in Naruto's grip went white, then transparent. Then it dissolved into particles of light that drifted upward through the space between spaces and were absorbed by the divine fire. The Reincarnation's final glow faded. The bones stopped forming. The dimensional portal she had opened collapsed shut, and Naruto held in the aftermath the thing he had been burning toward, her spatial manipulation, her dimensional authority, the ability to step between worlds, to open portals into the spaces beyond the shinobi system, beyond the elemental nations, into whatever existed past the boundaries of this world. He returned to Kirigakure through his own portal, stepping from the space between dimensions directly onto the courtyard where his vanguard had been fighting the divine tree's roots in his absence. They were standing, bloodied, exhausted, the the roots around them severed and burning with the residual fire of the bonds on their arms. But standing, the infinite Tsukuyomi faded. The moon dimmed. The roots across the world went still. Severed from their source, from the consciousness that had commanded them, from the rabbit goddess who would never command anything again. Naruto looked at the sky. The night was clear above Kirigakure for the first time since the tear had opened. Stars visible, moon normal. The world settling back into its natural state after being shaken from the axis by a goddess's return and a god's response. The dimensional portals were his now. He could feel them, potential openings in the fabric of reality, waiting for his will to activate them. He could step anywhere, reach anything. The cage of a single world had just had its walls removed. The next 3 years wrote themselves in conquest. Naruto turned 15. His body reflected the years of accumulated divine growth. Taller, broader, carrying himself with a physical presence that made the chambers of his palace feel smaller each month. The amber in his eyes had deepened to something approaching gold in its steadiest moments, and the fire that played at the edges of his form in moments of emotion now existed as a constant low shimmer, visible to anyone who looked closely enough, the divine nature refusing to be entirely contained by human skin. The elemental nations fell in a sequence that carried the inevitability of water running downhill. Danzo Shimura died in a bunker 40 meters beneath Konoha's administrative district. The old Warhawk had been preparing for this moment since the alliance fell. His root operatives sealing themselves underground, his stolen Sharingan eyes arranged in his arm wrapping and ready to activate Izanagi upon death. His body modified with Hashirama cells that would let him survive things his natural frame could never endure. Naruto came for him at midnight. The bunker entrance was sealed with 17 overlapping barrier techniques, each one requiring a different key to deactivate. Each one layered with kill traps that would eliminate anyone who attempted brute force entry. Naruto walked through the barriers. The divine fire consumed each one on contact. The sealing formulas burning off the walls as he passed, the kill traps activating into a void that had already moved past their trigger range. 17 barriers, 31 traps. None of them slowed his stride by a single step. He found Danzo in the deepest room. The old man was standing. His arm wrapping was loose, revealing the column of Sharingan eyes embedded in his flesh. 10 of them, each one taken from a dead Uchiha during the massacre Itachi had carried out. His visible eye, old, calculating, carrying the decades of manipulation and shadow governance that had defined his existence, met Naruto's amber with something that still resembled defiance. "You were always the variable I couldn't account for," Danzo said. His voice carried the sandpaper rasp of old men who have spent lifetimes speaking in dark rooms. The thing in the system that the system couldn't process. "The system processed children into weapons," Naruto replied. His bare feet touched the bunker floor and left scorch marks on the concrete. "You were the butcher's hand in that machine, the voice that said, 'Take this child's tongue. Take this child's emotions, make them tools, and call it service.'" Danzo's hand moved. The first Sharingan in his arm spun and activated. Naruto's palm pressed against the old man's forehead. The divine fire entered, and Danzo activated Izanagi, the Uchiha technique that rewrote reality around the user's death, declaring the fatal event an illusion, resetting the moment to before the killing blow. The first Sharingan eye closed permanently, and Danzo's body reformed 2 feet to the left. Living, the soul burn reversed. Naruto's fire followed, a second palm press, a second burn beginning, a second Izanagi, a second eye closing, a second reset, a second reformation. Again and again, each Izanagi buying seconds, each eye closing and leaving behind a dead socket. And each time Danzo reformed, the god of war was already there, hand already reaching, fire already present, the next burn beginning before the old man could form a single seal. 4th Izanagi, 5th, 6th, and Naruto adapted. The 6th burn went deeper, not starting with the soul's surface, but reaching past the reset point, burning something beneath the level that Izanagi could access. He found the mechanism of the technique itself, the relationship between the Sharingan's reality rewriting ability and Danzo's stolen connection to the Uchiha bloodline, and he burned that connection. 7th Izanagi failed. The Sharingan closed and Danzo's body remained where it died, crumpled, the reformation incomplete, half his torso still carrying the burns of divine fire that the reset could no longer undo. He gasped, looked up at the amber eyes above him with the remaining 3 Sharingan in his arm still active and useless, the mechanism connecting them to the reality rewriting function now charred out of existence. You served fear instead of war, Naruto said to the diminishing body. Fear is a lesser god. The final burn took what remained. Danzo Shimura's soul, fragmented by decades of absorbing other people's legacies, a patchwork thing made of stolen identities, burned away piece by piece. The eyes in his arm went dark. The stolen cells in his body lost their animation, and the man who had operated in Konoha's shadow for 50 years was reduced to an empty husk on a bunker floor. Joining the long list of powers that had believed they could operate outside the God of War's reach, Kumogakure fell without battle the following month. The 4th Raikage walked to the border himself, alone, massive, his lightning armor deactivated and his headband planted in the dirt before his feet. He stood at the border between his country and the advancing divine authority, and he said nothing. Naruto arrived, looked at the Raikage, at the pride in that stance, even in surrender, at the muscles that had been built through decades of pushing past limits, at the hands that hung at his sides, carrying the weight of every fight they had ever won, and every fight they had just been denied. Your speed is real, Naruto said. The Raikage's jaw tightened. He dipped his chin a fraction. The gesture was all the acknowledgement he would give, and all that was required. Naruto walked past him, into Kumogakure. The village's gates opened before his arrival, because the alternative had been demonstrated enough times that even pride-drunk Kumo shinobi understood the mathematics. Iwagakure resisted. Onoki made the surrender decision from his position as elder. The ancient Tsuchikage, having stepped down in the years since the Alliance defeat, his body too broken for the demands of office. But Kurotsuchi, his granddaughter, the woman who had assumed command, refused. She met Naruto at the village gates with Earth-style rising around her in defensive formations, and her jaw set with the stubborn courage of someone who would rather die standing than live on her knees. Her army was behind her. 3,000 Iwa shinobi arranged in the defensive positions that the stone village was famous for. Naruto looked at her, at the determination, at the army behind her that would die for a gesture. Move, he said. Kurotsuchi launched a lava-style technique at his face. Quickite, fast-hardening calcium meant to immobilize on contact, erupting from her mouth in a spray aimed at his eyes and chest. The spider legs came out. 3 of them, one catching the Quickite stream and diverting it into the earth beside him. One sweeping Kurotsuchi's legs from under her before she could finish the technique. One positioning its tip against the hollow of her throat as she hit the ground. Fast enough that the 3,000 shinobi behind her couldn't react before their leader was pinned. She stared up at the bronze point resting against her neck. Her breath came hard and fast, and her eyes, dark, fierce, carrying the legacy of her grandfather's stubbornness, met Naruto's amber without blinking. Naruto looked at the resolve. The spider leg retracted. He offered her a hand. "Get up," he said. That took courage. She took it. She stood. Her armor was cracked from the fall, and her pride was bleeding from the speed of the defeat, but she was alive, and so were her people. And in the calculus of a world that belonged to the god of war, that was the best outcome available. Tsunagakure's surrender carried a different texture. Gaara came forward himself. The young Kazekage, who understood Naruto in ways the others could never reach, who had been a Jinchuriki, who had known the identical isolation and come to different conclusions about what to build from it. He extended his hand at the meeting point between their territories, and his face held recognition rather than submission. "I pledged this village to defending life," Gaara said. "Dying against you serves nothing." Naruto looked at that hand. 2 former vessels, one who had found a human path through the darkness, and one who had become the darkness and made it throne-shaped. He took the hand, brief, a clasp between 2 beings who spoke the same language of loneliness, even though they had built different dictionaries from it. Gaara's sand retreated. Suna opened its gates, and then Konoha. Last of all, saved for last because of what it meant. because of what it had been. Because the boy who had been abandoned in a dark apartment at 4 years old was returning to the place that had abandoned him, and every step of that return carried a weight that transcended strategy. Tsunade Senju met him at the village gate. The fifth Hokage, inherited from Hiruzen's resignation, given a broken village and an impossible mandate, and 3 years of watching the world remake itself from the outside. She stood with the remaining medical corps behind her, and what was left of Anbu flanking the road in ceremonial formation, and her eyes were wet with something that might have been grief, or might have been exhaustion, or might have been the specific pain of a woman watching the last remnant of her predecessor's legacy being claimed by the thing they failed. "Is this where you wanted it to end?" she asked. "This isn't the end," Naruto said. His voice was even. His eyes swept the village visible behind her, the rooftops, the Hokage monument, the academy where he had sat alone in the front row and been surrounded by empty seats. "This is the foundation." He walked through. The streets parted. People watched from windows and doorways, faces he half recognized, faces that had once glared at him in the marketplace, faces that had crossed the street to avoid the demon child. They watched him now with something beyond fear, beyond awe, the specific expression of people watching fate fulfill itself, and knowing they had been standing in its path since before they understood what fate was. He passed the ramen stand where he had eaten alone. He passed the apartment complex where he had lived in silence. He passed the academy where he had refused team placement and walked away from a system too small to hold him. He stopped at the Hokage monument, the 4 carved faces looking down at their village. Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato, his father's face among them, the yellow flash frozen in stone, forever watching over a village that had used his sacrifice as a reason to hate his son. Naruto raised one hand toward the monument. The divine fire leapt from his palm in a concentrated stream, amber and precise, carving stone the way a sculptor's tool carves marble. The fire wrote his face into the mountainside, 12 years old and burning. Eyes that held something behind them too vast for stone to capture, but that the suggestion of captured anyway. The fifth face, the last face, the face of a god who was born here and returned as everything they feared. He lowered his hand. The village below was silent. 50,000 people holding their breath, watching their mountain receive its final carving, understanding with a finality that settled in their chests like stone that this was done. The elemental nations belonged to the god of war. Every village, every border, every military force and trade route and political structure that had existed for decades, dismantled and rebuilt, reconstituted under an authority that derived from nothing except the power to back every word with the extinction of anyone who disagreed. Naruto was 15. He had won. The years that followed the complete conquest were years of construction. The god of war's empire was not the wasteland that his enemies had predicted. It was a machine. Territories administered by his vanguard. Trade flowing between regions that had once been separate nations. Military restructured under a unified command that answered to the golden chains on 4 sets of forearms, and, through those chains, to the throne in Kirigakure. Mei Terumi ran the administrative apparatus with the same ferocious competence she had brought to the rebellion. Tobirama's scrolls, the legal frameworks and governance structures the second Hokage had written without being asked, formed the basis of a bureaucratic system that functioned despite its divine origin. Hashirama's wood-release rebuilt infrastructure across 3 countries before the first Hokage chose to dissolve his own binding and return to whatever rest the dead were owed. That moment deserved its space in memory. Hashirama requesting an audience, the god of shinobi standing before the god of war in the throne room with his brown eyes carrying something that had taken years to develop. He told Naruto that he had watched the empire grow, that he had expected ruin and found instead an order that contained within it the seed of something else. Commerce, schools, children going to class without killing their classmates for graduation. He did not approve. He said so with the same directness that had once challenged Madara across the Valley of the End. "You are more than they made you," Hashirama said. and the words carried the weight of someone who had spent years as a bound ghost inside a conquered world and found against every expectation something worth acknowledging in the conqueror. Then his chakra surged. Sage art would release at full power. An eruption of natural energy so immense that the palace shook and the guards outside drew weapons they couldn't use. But it was directed inward, at himself. The first Hokage dismantling his own Edo Tensei from the inside. The chakra release consuming the binding formula, breaking the technique that held his soul to the physical world, he dissolved. The wood that erupted from the throne room floor in the moment of his passing would grow for centuries. A tree in the center of the palace courtyard that carried Hashirama's residual chakra in its rings and stood as the only monument the god of shinobi would ever receive in the god of war's domain. Tobirama stayed. The pragmatist to the last, he saw the governance apparatus and could not stop himself from improving it. Scrolls appeared on Naruto's desk each morning, recommendations, structural improvements, intelligence protocols refined. The second Hokage had been a builder in life, and death did nothing to diminish the compulsion. Naruto read every scroll, implemented what served his purpose, said nothing about the arrangement because nothing needed to be said. Both of them understood. Minato's end came in a private moment. The throne room was empty. The vanguard elsewhere, Neji managing Fire Country's intelligence network, Kimimaro in the southern territories handling a minor border dispute, Haku in the frozen north where his ice had begun to grow of its own accord, Sasuke on a mission that Naruto had given him with eyes that held something close to trust, just father and son, amber light from the torches, the smell of stone and sea salt. Minato standing at the base of the throne steps with his white coat pristine and his blue eyes carrying the full weight of years spent as a ghost in his son's shadow. He didn't lecture. He didn't plead. He didn't attempt to change anything because the years had taught him that nothing about this could be changed, that the god of war was not a phase, was not a corruption, was not something that could be loved or guided or shamed into being different. You deserved better than what they gave you, Minato said. The words existed in the amber silence like a stone dropped into still water. Simple, true, carrying everything that couldn't be said, the apology for dying, the grief of a father who had witnessed his sacrifice become fuel for something that terrified him, the love that had never stopped existing even when its object had grown past the point where love could reach. Naruto looked at his father for a long time. The amber eyes held their light steady, and the expression behind them was unreadable, in the way that divine expressions are always unreadable. Too many layers for a single emotion to represent. Too much history compressed into a single moment for any human word to capture it. Yes, Naruto said. I did. He released the Edo Tensei binding. The technique dissolved with a thought. The god of war's will overriding the mechanics of a jutsu he held absolute authority over. Minato's body began to dissolve. The particles of light rising from his form, feet first, then legs, then torso, drifting upward in the amber-lit air. Minato's eyes stayed on his son until the last moment. Blue meeting amber across the distance between a dead man and a living god. And in those blue eyes, in the final instant before the light took them, something that might have been peace. The peace of a man finally being allowed to put down the weight of a failure that was never entirely his. He was gone. The throne room held the after image of his form for a moment. A suggestion of white coat and blonde hair in the space between the torches. And then that too faded. Naruto sat in the silence. His goblet was on the throne's arm. He lifted it, drank. The wine was red and the amber in his eyes reflected in its surface, and the moment was as close to vulnerability as the god of war had allowed himself in years. Then it passed. His eyes hardened. His posture settled. The world continued turning, and the god of war continued sitting at its center. 10 years after the conquest, Naruto was 22. The empire was a decade old and stable in the way that empires become stable when their authority is absolute and their sovereign is immortal in everything except name. Children born after the conquest were now 10 years old. They knew no other world. Their textbooks taught the history of the 5 villages as ancient history. A previous era ended by the god of war's arrival, replaced by the unified authority that defined their present. The vanguard had aged. Neji Hyuga, at 23, carried the maturity of a man who had spent a decade as a territory governor. His Byakugan enhanced to levels that let him see across borders. His absorption ability evolved until he could take technique memory from contact alone, building an archive in his hands of every fighting style he touched. The golden marks on his forearms had faded to the color of old bronze, present, permanent, warm in moments when his master's attention turned toward him across the continent. Kimimaro, at 27, was the Empire's blade. The blades of chaos had become an extension of his soul, so complete that the distinction between warrior and weapon had dissolved entirely. His bone techniques, powered by divine fire flowing through his skeleton, could produce structures the size of buildings. His body was dense with accumulated strength, and the disease that had once been killing him was a memory that belonged to a different person in a different life. Haku, at 23, was winter given purpose. His ice had evolved beyond what any bloodline should produce, the divine binding amplifying the Yuki clan's inheritance until his techniques operated at a scale that resembled natural disasters. The mountain range north of Kirigakure was his creation, a fortress of ice that grew year by year, beautiful and impassable, sacred to the people who lived beneath its shadow. Sasuke Uchiha, at 22, had become something that the Uchiha clan would have worshipped and feared in equal measure. The Mangekyo, never degrading, fed by the divine binding, strengthened by a decade of use, saw things that mortal eyes could never approach. His Susanoo had rebuilt itself from the ruins of Naruto's consumption during their fight, reformed by the blades of chaos into something that burned amber beneath its purple exterior. He was the Empire's most dangerous enforcer and the only member of the vanguard who still occasionally looked at Naruto with something that wasn't pure devotion. There was loyalty in those eyes, respect, the acknowledgement of a superior that he had chosen, but also, buried deep, surviving the chain's best efforts to burn it away, the competitive spark of an Uchiha who would never fully stop measuring himself against the pinnacle. Naruto permitted it. That spark was what made Sasuke useful. The sky cracked on a morning in early spring. The dimensional rift opened above Konoha. Not the subtle tear of Kaguya's return, but a clean, precise incision in reality, surgical in its efficiency. The work of beings who had done this to worlds before and had refined the process to an art. Two figures descended. The first was large, bearded, broad-shouldered, his body crackling with a blue-white energy that carried the patterned structure of karma seals visible as lines across every surface of his skin. The second was smaller, androgynous, their face carrying the blank serenity of someone assessing a field of wheat and calculating yields. Otsutsuki, the clan that had sent Kaguya, the clan that seeded worlds with divine trees and returned to harvest the fruit. They had found this world, felt the density of chakra that a decade of divine war god rule had saturated into the earth, and they had come to collect. Naruto felt them before Konoha's sensors registered the breach. The dimensional opening carried a frequency he recognized from Kaguya's power. The same clan, the same cosmic origin, the same agricultural intent wrapped in celestial flesh. He stepped through a portal from Kirigakure to Konoha in a single stride and emerged in the village center with his eyes already locked on the sky. Two Otsutsuki. Their karma energy pulsed in waves that made the air shimmer around their descending forms. The larger one, the bearded patriarch figure, carried a staff crackling with the same blue-white energy. The smaller one had their palms facing downward, scanning the earth below with a technique that mapped chakra concentrations across the entire continent. "You have made a grave mistake," Naruto said. His voice reached them at altitude. The larger Otsutsuki paused mid-descent, his beard-framed face turning toward the source of the voice, the karma lines on his skin flaring with recognition. He had processed worlds before. He knew when a world's dominant predator identified itself. "The fruit is dense here," the larger Otsutsuki said. His voice carried harmonics similar to Naruto's, the resonance of something that operated beyond mortal scale. "Denser than any world in our records. You have been feeding it." His eyes found Naruto on the ground below. "We will have the harvest. Step aside or become part of it." Naruto's response was physical. He launched from the ground, crossing the distance between street level and the Otsutsuki's position in the sky in under a second. His fist led, divine fire wreathing his arm, the amber trail of his ascent painting a line of heat across the spring air. The larger Otsutsuki's staff intercepted. Karma energy met divine fire in the space between them, and the collision created a shockwave that shattered windows across central Konoha. The Otsutsuki was strong, genuinely strong. The staff pushed back against Naruto's fist with enough force to arrest the God of War's momentum midair. They hung there, locked, fist against staff, amber fire against blue-white karma. Two divine tier beings testing each other's foundations in the first exchange. The smaller Otsutsuki moved during the lock, both hands raised, karma energy gathering in their palms in a technique that drew ambient chakra from the ground below. The earth of Konoha responded. Trees wilted, grass browned. The technique was pulling the very life force from the terrain and concentrating it into an attack aimed at Naruto's exposed back. Sasuke's Amaterasu hit the smaller Otsutsuki from below. The vanguard arrived in formation. Sasuke with his Mangekyo blazing, the enhanced eyes tracking the smaller Otsutsuki's chakra gathering with the perception that the divine binding had sharpened over a decade of use. His Amaterasu, black flames amplified by the blades of chaos that wreathed them in amber underglow, caught the smaller being mid-technique, wrapping around their arms and torso. Kimimura's chains extended from the rooftop where he had appeared. The blades of chaos, longer now, stronger, burning with a different quality, since the Otsutsuki karma energy had been incorporated into divine fire that forged them, wrapped around the smaller Otsutsuki's legs. The being thrashed. Their karma absorption tried to drink the chain's energy and found that the energy burned going down. The divine fire refused to be absorbed. It burned the absorption mechanism the same way it had burned the Preta path years ago, overloading the technique with fuel it couldn't process. The smaller Otsutsuki died screaming. Kimimura's chains tightened, burning through the celestial flesh, while Sasuke's Amaterasu consumed from the other direction. Between the two forces, divine fire from below and enhanced black flame from above, the Otsutsuki was reduced to burning pieces that fell on Konoha's rooftops like ember rain. Naruto's attention remained on the larger one. His free hand came up, spider legs erupting from his back simultaneously, the 6 bronze limbs arcing outward in a fan and driving toward the bearded Otsutsuki from multiple angles. The patriarch brought his staff to bear. Karma energy surged from its tip, a beam of concentrated celestial power that swept horizontally, meeting the spider legs in a collision of forces that cracked the air between them. 2 legs were deflected. 3 pushed through. 1 caught the Otsutsuki in the ribs. The bronze tip punched through karma-reinforced flesh, and the being roared. A sound that carried the outrage of something that had never been pierced, never been challenged at this level, never found a world that could fight back with this magnitude of force. Naruto closed the distance. His hand found the Otsutsuki's face, the same grip he had used on Kumo commanders and Uchiha legends and rabbit goddesses. His palm pressed against the being's forehead, and the divine fire entered. The soul burning of a divine tier being was never simple. The Otsutsuki's soul was layered with karma, the accumulated experience of hundreds of consumed worlds forming a defensive shell around the core identity. The fire had to burn through each layer, each consumed world's memory, each harvest's record. Naruto burned. His eyes blazed with the effort, the amber becoming golden, then white gold, the intensity of the soul consumption visible from the ground. The Otsutsuki thrashed. Its staff struck Naruto's torso, once, twice, impacts that would have killed lesser gods. The spider legs held them both in position while the fire ate its way inward. 15 seconds. The karma shell cracked. 20 seconds. The core identity was exposed. 23 seconds. The soul burned away. The Otsutsuki's body went empty in Naruto's grip, and the karma energy, the accumulated technique of a being that had processed hundreds of worlds, flowed into the God of War's divine matrix and settled. 2 Otsutsuki bodies cooling in the streets of Konoha, one reduced to burning fragments, one empty-eyed and hollow. The world watched its god kill gods from other dimensions, and the awe that settled over the witnesses was the awe of people realizing that the thing protecting their world could eat the things that ate worlds. Naruto dropped from the sky, landed in the village center. His vanguard gathered, Sasuke's Manjikyo deactivating, Kimamaro's chains retracting, their bodies bearing the marks of a fight that had lasted less than a minute. New karma energy crackled across Naruto's skin, blue-white threads integrating with the amber fire, adding their celestial nature to the divine matrix. His arsenal grew. It always grew. 5 months of silence from the dimensional borders followed the death of the Otsutsuki scouts. Naruto's portals, Kaguya's legacy, refined through a decade of use, opened at regular intervals into the spaces between worlds. Observation points, watchtowers in the dimensional membrane. He could see what moved in the dark between realities, could sense the presences that existed beyond his world's boundaries, and he felt the large one approaching long before it arrived. Ishiki Otsutsuki did not announce himself with meteors or dimensional tears. He arrived through a portal so clean that Naruto's watchtower sensors missed it, appearing in the world like he had always been there, stepping through reality's fabric the way a man steps through a curtain. He materialized in the dead center of the Valley of the End, the ancient battlefield where Hashirama and Madara had clashed a century ago, where the geography still bore the scars of their conflict. He stood between the two statues, tall, composed, his face carrying the absolute certainty of a being that had consumed more worlds than most galaxies contained. His karma lines were different from the scouts, denser, more complex, the accumulated pattern of centuries of successful harvests written across every surface of his body. He waited, because he knew the god of war would come. Naruto came alone, stepped through a dimensional portal at the valley's edge, and walked across the water-filled crater toward the figure standing between legends and stone. His bare feet touched the river's surface, and the water steamed beneath them. Not through Asobu's water manipulation, but through the ambient temperature of divine fire that his body now carried at a constant intensity higher than at any previous point in his existence. They faced each other at 20 feet. Two beings operating at a scale that made the ancient statues beside them feel like children's toys. The valley, scarred by gods of a previous generation, about to receive new scars from a confrontation that would dwarf its original battle. Ishiki spoke first. "You've consumed my scouts. You consumed Kaguya before them. You've been feeding from the fruit my clan planted here for millennia." His voice carried something close to respect. The acknowledgement of a predator that another predator deserves before the killing begins. But you've only eaten the weak ones, the young ones, the expendable ones. And now the strong one comes, Naruto said. Yes. Ishiki's body shimmered, the Sukuna Hikona activated, his form flickering between full size and microscopic in fractions of a second, testing the technique, demonstrating the ability. I have consumed gods before. Real ones, the kind that your pantheon never produced, the kind that existed in the spaces between galaxies and thought themselves eternal. He stabilized at full height. You are impressive for a vessel, for a mortal carrying divinity like borrowed armor, but I have eaten the real thing. Naruto's amber eyes studied the being before him. The assessment was real. Ishiki registered at a level that demanded attention in a way that nothing had since Kaguya. The power radiating from those karma lines was vast in a way that transcended the scouts by orders of magnitude. Talk less, Naruto said. Fight more. Ishiki moved, Sukuna Hikona, the shrinking. He vanished, his full-size form compressing to microscopic scale in an instant, disappearing from visual perception and physical tracking simultaneously. He existed now at a size that conventional attacks couldn't reach, conventional senses couldn't detect. Naruto's response was immediate. His divine fire erupted outward, expanding from his body in a sphere that filled the valley. Every molecule of air within 300 meters ignited. The water of the river became steam in an instant. The stone of the valley walls melted. The atmosphere itself became a weapon, burning everywhere at once, in every direction, at every scale. There was nowhere to be small because everywhere was burning. Ishiki reappeared at the sphere's edge, full-sized, forced out of miniaturization by the omnipresent fire that left no pocket of safety at any scale. His karma lines flared, absorbing the ambient heat, processing it, but the divine fire resisted absorption the same way it always did. It burned the absorbing mechanism rather than being consumed by it. His hands rose. Daikokuten activated. The dimension from which he stored his weapons opened, and matter fell from it. Black cubes of compressed reality, each one dense enough to crush mountains, falling from overhead in a barrage aimed at the burning sphere. The cubes hit the divine fire, and their edges bubbled. The boundary between compressed dimensional matter and divine flame became a war zone of competing physics. Reality saying these cubes should crush everything, and divinity saying this fire burns everything, and both forces pushing against the other with the conviction of fundamental laws. Naruto's spider legs extended through the burning sphere. They caught cubes mid-fall, bronze tips punching through the compressed matter, shattering them into fragments that the fire consumed. Each leg operated as an independent weapons system, tracking individual cubes, intercepting them, destroying them before they could reach the fire's core where Naruto's body stood. Ishiki closed the distance. His body moved at speeds that carried centuries of combat refinement. Not the raw speed of a Raikage, but something more efficient, more economical of motion, crossing space with a directness that wasted nothing. His fist drove toward Naruto's center mass with karma energy concentrated at the knuckle, a single point of celestial force meant to pierce divine defense. The fist hit, connected with Naruto's chest. The impact sent the god of war backward, feet leaving the ground, body traveling 20 meters through his own fire before the spider legs anchored him. The first genuine impact that had staggered him in over a year. The spot where the fist connected burned with blue-white karma energy that fought the amber fire for dominance over the affected flesh. Naruto looked down at the impact point, then up at Ishiki. A grin spread across the god of war's face. The expression of something that had been waiting for a real fight and had just confirmed that it was getting one. More, Naruto said. Ishiki obliged. The fight that followed carved the Valley of the End into a shape unrecognizable from its previous form. The statues of Hashirama and Madara were gone in the first 30 seconds, destroyed by shockwaves from collisions between Divine Fist and Celestial Karma. The river reversed its course. The surrounding mountains lost their peaks. The earth beneath the valley cracked open in fissures that reached the bedrock and kept going. They exchanged hits that would have ended lesser battles. Naruto's spider legs drove at Ishiki from 6 directions simultaneously, and the Otsutsuki dodged 3, blocked 2 with karma-reinforced forearms, and took the 6th through his shoulder with a grunt that carried more annoyance than pain. His body healed the wound instantly, karma reconstruction faster even than Edo Tensei regeneration, the flesh reforming around the spider leg's withdrawal. Ishiki's palm strikes carried karma at densities that compressed the divine fire where they connected. Momentary gaps in Naruto's defensive aura, fractions of seconds where his skin was exposed, and the celestial force could impact flesh rather than flame. Each hit landed like the punctuation of an argument. Declarative, final, carrying the weight of a being that had never needed to hit anything twice. Naruto hit back with the accumulated arsenal of a decade of divine consumption. 6 paths, gravitational techniques pulling at Ishiki's mass from 6 directions, dimensional portals opening in the Otsutsuki's path, redirecting his movement, displacing his attacks into other dimensions. The limbo technique, Madara's legacy, sending shadow versions of himself through perpendicular reality to strike from angles that even Ishiki's karma perception couldn't track simultaneously. Ishiki shrank during the limbo attacks. Sukuna Hikona dropping him to insect scale, the shadow strikes passing through empty space where he had been. But the burning atmosphere was still present at that scale, and the god of war's fire found him even at molecular size. It burned at every scale. It burned at every level of reality. There was no pocket in the framework of existence where the divine fire couldn't reach. The Otsutsuki came back to full size bleeding from thermal damage he couldn't regenerate fast enough. The karma lines on his skin flickered, overloaded, trying to process divine fire as fuel and finding it indigestible in the same way his scouts had. They clashed again at the center of the destroyed valley, fists meeting in a collision that created a shockwave visible from 3 countries, a dome of displaced air and energy expanding outward from the impact point, Flattening terrain in a perfect circle that expanded for a mile before dissipating, Naruto grew. The conflict was feeding him. The quality of this fight, the magnitude of the challenge, the genuine exchange of power between equals, pouring fuel into the divine engine. His body expanded. 20 feet, 30. The spider legs at scale, reaching for Ishiki with increasing range. Ishiki shrunk in response, full size to half, to a quarter. Using the scale differential, making himself smaller and faster while Naruto grew larger and more powerful. A strategy that had worked against divine entities before. Smaller targets are harder to hit. Speed increases with decreased mass. The mathematics of combat at shifting scales. But Naruto had felt Ishiki's Sukuna Hikona in action for 3 minutes now. Had tracked its patterns. Had absorbed the awareness of how the technique operated from the karma energy of the 2 scouts he had consumed. He understood the miniaturization at a level that let him predict its rhythm. He stopped growing. Reversed. Shrank to human scale, 12 feet, then his normal height, then smaller. The divine fire concentrated rather than expanded, becoming denser rather than larger, the ambient burning atmosphere collapsing inward into a field of heat so intense that the air within 5 feet of his body existed as plasma. He met Ishiki at the Otsutsuki scale. Eye to eye, the god of war's perception, enhanced by Rinnegan's spiritual sight, by Byakugan-adjacent divine awareness, by the accumulated sensory powers of everything he had consumed, tracking the shrunken Otsutsuki with clarity that made the size irrelevant. His hand caught Ishiki mid-shrink. The fingers closed around the Otsutsuki's throat in the fraction of a second between one size and another, gripping during the transition when the body was between states and the defenses were weakest. Ishiki's eyes went wide. The first genuine fear crossing that celestial face. He had been caught, pinned, the shrinking arrested by a grip that existed at whatever scale its target occupied. Naruto slammed him into the earth. The impact at their reduced scale was proportionally enormous, creating a crater relative to their size, the compressed divine fire in Naruto's body driving the Otsutsuki into the ground with force that cracked dimensional barriers through sheer kinetic violence. He stood on Ishiki's chest, one foot pressing down. The weight behind it was everything the god of war had accumulated over 12 years of conquest. Every absorbed soul, every consumed technique, every victory that had fed the divine engine. That weight pressed through a foot no larger than a man's, and the being beneath it felt the full scope of what was pushing down. The soul burning began. Ishiki's soul was the most complex Naruto had ever encountered, layered with the karma of hundreds of worlds, each consumed planet adding a shell to the core identity, each harvest building another defensive layer. The fire had to eat through them all, through the memory of worlds that didn't exist anymore, through the accumulated power of civilizations that had been reduced to fruit, through the defensive structures that an apex predator of the Otsutsuki clan had built over millennia of successful hunting. It required everything. The Rinnegan perception held the soul in view. The 6 paths technique stabilized the dimensional membrane around the burning, preventing Ishiki from escaping through Sukuna Hikona at the spiritual level. The divine fire burned at maximum intensity, hotter than it had for Kaguya, hotter than for Madara, pushed to the absolute limit of what the god of war's accumulated divinity could produce. Naruto felt the cost. For the first time in the story of his second life, the first and only time, he felt diminishment. The soul burning was drawing on reserves he had built over a decade, and the Otsutsuki's defenses were consuming those reserves faster than the fight itself could replenish them. Each karma layer burned took something from the god of war. Each defensive shell consumed cost divine energy that didn't regenerate in the moment of spending. He kept burning. The layers cracked, peeled, dissolved under sustained divine pressure that would have failed if aimed at anything less than everything Naruto had. 100 layers, 200, 300 worlds worth of defensive karma stripped away one at a time until the core, the fundamental identity of Ishiki Otsutsuki, was exposed. It burned last, and it burned bright. The final moment of consumption illuminated the destroyed valley in white gold light visible from the coast of 3 countries. An eruption of spent energy as the most powerful individual, Otsutsuki was reduced from existence. His karma, his centuries, his consumed hundreds of worlds. All of it feeding into the divine fire and becoming part of the god of war forever. When it ended, Naruto was standing in a crater on a plain where the Valley of the End used to exist. The geography was gone. The statues were gone. The river was gone. Just flat, glass-smooth destruction extending in every direction, and at its center, a god who was visibly diminished. His fire was lower than it had been in years. The amber in his eyes burned at a frequency closer to human than divine. His body carried a heaviness that had never been present before. The weight of maximum exertion in a being that had never previously encountered its maximum. He sat down. In the crater. On the glass. His back against a mound of fused stone that had once been part of a mountain. His spider legs retracted. His fire banking to embers that played across his skin without their usual intensity. The silence was absolute. The destroyed landscape held its breath. Footsteps, chains clinking with each one. Kimimaro appeared at the crater's edge, having crossed continents at his fastest sprint. The moment the binding told him his master was fighting at a level that made the world shake. He descended into the crater and crossed the glass floor and crouched beside the god of war without speaking. The chains on his forearms pulsed, warm, steady. The connection between servant and master humming its quiet rhythm, present, constant, the sound of devotion that had never wavered since a dying man was given new life in an underground room. "How are the chains?" Naruto asked. His voice was lower than usual, carrying less of the harmonic that had become its standard. Kimimaro touched one forearm. The golden glow pulsed against his fingers. "Warm," he said. Naruto nodded once. He sat in the silence for 30 seconds more, the longest stillness he had allowed himself in a year. Then his eyes hardened. His fire rose. The amber returned to its proper intensity. He stood. The Ishiki fight had cost him. But the absorption was already integrating, the 300 worlds worth of karma energy and the Otsutsuki elders' personal power feeding back into the system that had spent them. Within days, the diminishment would reverse. Within weeks, he would be stronger than before the fight began. That was the law. That was always the law. The god of war grew through conflict, and the greater the conflict, the greater the growth. Ishiki had been the greatest challenge of Naruto's existence, and the reward would be proportional. He stepped through a dimensional portal. Kirigakure, his throne, his empire, his people. The world continued turning under a god who had just eaten its greatest external threat and grown stronger for having been tested. The Otsutsuki clan's response to Ishiki's death was the Ten Tails vessel. The intelligence came through dimensional portals that Naruto kept open at the borders of reality. Observation points looking outward into the spaces where the clan operated. Something was moving. Something enormous. A weapon dispatched from a dimension the clan used as an armory. A creature built from the concentrated chakra fruit of a previous world. Engineered to consume whatever it was pointed at. Carrying enough raw force to drain a planet dry in hours. It emerged above water country on a morning that had been clear until the dimensional rift opened and filled the sky with something so large it blotted out the sun across the entire island. The Ten Tails vessel was beyond the tailed beasts Naruto had encountered, beyond Isobu, beyond what the Ten Tails had been when split by the Sage of Six Paths into 9 pieces. This was a processed weapon, refined, optimized, the raw material of a divine tree's fruit shaped into a living instrument of planetary consumption. Its body was covered in eyes that tracked independently, hundreds of them, each capable of firing truth-seeking energy at concentrated intensities. Its mass was measured in mountains. Its footsteps, when they came down, would create tsunamis. The island shook when it became aware that something below was worth consuming. Its hundreds of eyes turned downward, focused. The truth-seeking energy began to build across every one of them, charging for a bombardment that would strip the island to bedrock in a single volley. Naruto looked up from his throne room, through the ceiling, through the stone and the sky and the dimensional displacement between him and the creature. He felt it, the mass, the hunger, the mindless, engineered consumption drive that the Otsutsuki had built into this thing. He stood. "I have taught you many ways to kill a mortal," Naruto said. The words filled the throne room, and his vanguard was already moving, Neji appearing from the intelligence wing, Byakugan flaring to life with the enhanced perception that a decade of service had granted. Kimimaro at the door, chains already igniting. Haku's temperature dropping the air around him as his ice prepared to manifest at scale. Sasuke's Mangekyo blazing with the calm intensity of someone who had been waiting for a fight worthy of what the binding had made him. Show me. They moved as one, through portals, each Vanguard member stepping through dimensional openings that placed them at strategic points around the creature's lower body. At altitude, on the thing's legs, structures the size of skyscrapers, covered in armored hide that the truth-seeking energy reinforced, Kimimaro hit first. The blades of chaos, evolved over a decade, now carrying traces of Otsutsuki karma energy that Naruto had fed into them after consuming Ishiki, extended to their maximum length. 60 feet of burning chain wrapping around the creature's leftmost leg, the divine fire biting into the armored surface with a heat that made the karma-reinforced hide smoke and char. His bones erupted simultaneously. Massive structures grown from his skeleton and projected outward, skeletal spears the size of trees driving into the creature's leg joint where the armor was thinnest. Sasuke's perfect Susanoo manifested at its largest scale. The construct, purple and amber simultaneously, since the binding's fire had woven itself into the Uchiha technique, drew its ethereal blade and carved. The cut landed on the creature's rear leg with force that sent a tremor through the entire body. The Amaterasu followed the blade's path, black fire enhanced by divine amber burning into the wound, refusing to extinguish, eating deeper with each second. Neji was inside the creature's chakra network. His absorption had grown beyond anything Samahada's original function could have predicted. A decade of refinement and divine enhancement, creating something that could drain technique memory through contact and pull energy at rates that would have left the original sword exhausted. He pressed both palms against the creature's surface and pulled. The truth-seeking energy in the nearest eye cluster flickered and died as Neji's absorption drained its charging mechanism dry. Haku's ice grew from the ocean's surface, walls of it, rising hundreds of feet, pressing against the creature's underside, freezing the water beneath its mass into a structure that supported and trapped simultaneously. The cold carried divine fire in contradiction, frost that burned on contact, ice that held divine heat within its crystalline structure. The creature's lower body was becoming trapped in a frozen cage that grew faster than it could move. The creature roared, sound that crossed the ocean and reached mainland shores as a thunder that didn't belong to weather. Its eyes fired, truth-seeking beams lancing downward, each one carrying enough disintegrating energy to erase city blocks. They targeted the vanguard individually. Precision strikes aimed at the four warriors, attacking its lower extremities. Kimimaro's chains caught one beam, the divine fire wrapped in their links meeting the truth-seeking energy in a collision that scattered both forces, the chain going white-hot, the beam dispersing into scattered particles of nullification. He swung from the impact point, using the creature's own leg as an anchor, and drove the chains deeper into the wound his bones had opened. Sasuke's Susanoo tanked a direct hit. The truth-seeking beam struck the construct's shoulder and ate through 3 layers of armor before the amber fire reinforcement arrested the disintegration. The Susanoo's arm went limp on one side, compromised, the spectral limb dissolving where the beam had passed through. Sasuke compensated. The remaining arm drew back and drove the ethereal blade into the wound Kimimaro had opened, deepening it, widening it. Neji dodged. The beam missed him by 5 feet, close enough that the edge of the disintegration field took skin off his left arm. He pressed the damaged hand against the creature's hide and drained harder, pulled more, the pain feeding his absorption rather than limiting it. Around him, the eye cluster he was targeting went completely dark as every charge in its structure was consumed. Haku's ice absorbed a beam. The divine fire-infused ice met the truth-seeking energy, and the collision created something unexpected. A third state, where cold and heat and nullification all existed in the same space. The ice didn't melt, the beam didn't pass through. They merged into a structure of blue-gold crystal that held both forces in suspension. Haku studied it for a fraction of a second and then reproduced it, growing more of the hybrid ice crystal, building shields from the merged forces that could actually resist the creature's ranged attacks. The vanguard was holding, dealing damage, slowing the thing, drawing its attention downward. And above Naruto grew, the divine form expanded for the last time in its greatest expression. His body erupted upward in a pillar of fire that punched through the cloud cover and kept climbing. 50 feet, 100, 500, 1,000, growing past every previous limit because the power of Ishiki's consumed karma was fully integrated now, because 300 worlds worth of absorbed energy was fueling this transformation, because the god of war was rising to match something that had 8 planets, and he was going to meet it at its own scale.
Damn, what a ride. If your jaw is still on the floor, smash that like button, subscribe for more insane what-if movies, and drop which legend gets bodied next. Ares Uzumaki ain't done yet. Peace out, legends.